traveling through battle through the heavens. You find yourself becoming the Cloud Mist sect master Yin Shan, who aspired to promote the sect but ended up as Xiao Yan's background board. Open your eyes, and you will find that a grand 3-year agreement is taking place on the mountain, in order to prevent Yunling, this unreliable person, from offending Xiao Yan. You can only leave early and cover for these unreliable guys. At this moment, Nalan Yanran roared, Xiao Yan, let's settle this once and for all. Extreme wind, sunset glow. The long sword was drawn, but moved slowly, creating ripples, which were uncondensed energy, dispersed fighting spirit. On the other side, Xiao Yan condensed a small Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus and said softly, Go, Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. When two violent energies come into contact, they emit a thunderous roar. The wrathful Fire Lotus is spinning, releasing the hidden violent and terrifying energy within. Nalan Yanran's long sword has also been shattered, and the power of the setting sun is fully revealed. The two collided in midair, and instantly a mushroom cloud rose up, the howling wind, the sudden appearance of light. The ordinary disciples of the Cloud Mist sect cannot see clearly, but you can see it very clearly. The setting sun is not a match for the Buddha's wrathful Fire Lotus. It only encounters slight resistance. The light of the setting sun was crushed like decayed wood, as if heavenly fire descended, and it seemed like a sickle cutting through veins. The shockwave rushed towards the direction of Nalan Yanran and the disciples of Yunlan sect. You raised your hand and pointed, and the protective shield of the disciples of Yunlan sect instantly became as solid as gold soup. The aftermath roared by, without harming anyone. The martial arts platform is also safe and sound under your protection. Although you have strengthened the protective shields of the disciples of Yunlan sect, you did not intervene in the duel between the two on the field. Xiao Yan is not to be concerned about. He can handle this little trouble himself. As for Nalan Yanran, it's something you don't want to deal with. The disciples of Yunlan sect also have bad character. They are careless, reckless, and arrogant. You look at the disciples of Yunlan sect who are still whispering to each other, feeling very uncomfortable in your heart. They were completely unaware that if they hadn't taken action themselves, the protective shield would have been shattered by the shockwave long ago. Why have I been looking at the problem from the perspective of Cloud Mist sect all along? It seems that I have still been influenced by Cloud Mountain after all. That's it. People have short mouths and short hands. After becoming the old sect master, you always have to do something for the Yunlan sect. You know the outcome has been decided, so you no longer look at Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran on the stage, but start trying to recall the plot. How did Yunling die in the end? Xiao Yan, I hope you will consider the face of the Misty Cloud sect. Just as you were thinking, you suddenly heard Yunling using Doqi to transmit a message to Xiao Yan, seemingly wanting Xiao Yan to stop and let Nalan Yanran go. Something shameful. Do you still think that the Yunlan sect's face hasn't been disgraced enough? Upon hearing this, you are furious. I haven't figured out why Yunling blushed, but you, who blushed first, directly shattered the Doqi transmission, and looked at Yunling on the stone platform with an unkind look. After the 3-year agreement is over and Xiao Yan comes down the mountain, I must personally beat you up to teach you a lesson. It's over. Nalan Yanran. Xiao Yan's voice was a bit hoarse. Purple clouds spread behind him, and he arrived in front of Nalan Yanran. At the sight, the Yunlan sect square suddenly quieted down. Everyone can see that Nalan Yanran is barely able to maintain her posture in midair, while Xiao Yan still has energy to spare. The outcome has been decided after 3 years. Disciples of the Cloud sect looked at Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran in the air, feeling very complicated. They all know in their hearts that the young master has already lost, but they still cannot accept this fact, and they all still hold on to a hint of unrealistic fantasy in their hearts. I hope that Nalan Yanran still has a trump card that can turn the tables, praying that Xiao Yan can suddenly fall down. Is this your revenge? Creating a fictional character that even captivated me, only to break him with your own hands, making me realize that the waste I looked down upon in the past is now able to earn the admiration of Nalan Yanran. Although the disciples of Yunlan sect still harbor unrealistic fantasies, Nalan Yanran has already accepted her fate. She recognized Xiao Yan as the rock vulture, her eyes somewhat misty, her words tinged with self-pity and self-pity. You cover your face and feel that this Cloud Mist sect can already be renamed as a mental hospital. With so many people being narcissistic, not a single normal person left. Xiao Yan is causing trouble in the imperial capital for Yao Lao and Kai Lin. What does it have to do with seeking revenge on you? From beginning to end, what Xiao Yan wanted was to defeat you, Nalan Yanran, in a fair and square manner, and to take back the dignity that was trampled under the feet of the Cloud Mist sect's young sect master. As for revenge, Xiao Yan may not have such a broad mind, but he is not petty enough to retaliate against Nalan Yanran. How do you say that? This woman is really diligent. Just don't be the young master anymore. Just pack her up and send her back to the Nalan family. You looked speechless, Xiao Yan. Back then I did indeed look down on you because of your low strength. The fact has proven that I was short-sighted. But, Nalan Yanran suddenly raised her head and looked directly at Xiaoyan, who was already swinging his palm towards her, a hint of stubbornness finally appearing on her pretty face. However, I have also said long ago that my marriage does not need others to decide for me. I cannot marry a stranger and spend my whole life with them, so even if I could start over, I would still choose to break off the engagement with the Xiao family. Nalan Yanran, did you have such a line of dialogue? Put down your hand covering your face. As of today, Nalan Yanran finally revealed some of the qualities that a young master of the Yunlan sect should have. Even if the thinking is immature and the behavior is foolish, there is still some stubbornness that cannot be manipulated. You nodded imperceptibly, dispelling the idea of returning Nalan Yanran's goods. I have never said that it was wrong for you to break off the engagement. It's just that the way you chose was wrong. It's a pity that you, who are so proud, have never thought about this. The originally fierce palm strike lightly stopped in front of Nalan Yanran's chest. Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of weariness, and he no longer wanted to say anything more to this woman. However, this is no longer important, and from now on, you and I will no longer have any intersection. You will still be the high and mighty young master, and I will continue to be a humble ascetic practitioner. The 3-year agreement has ended, and a fierce wind howls out from Xiaoyan's palm, blowing away Nalan Yanran. Just as the autumn wind sweeps fallen leaves, it falls on the square, right in front of the stele engraved with the names of the past masters of the Yunlan sect. Nalan Yanran coughed up blood. She struggled to stand up, facing the name of the past generation's Cloud Mist sect master. She looked at those names, from Yun Patian all the way to Yun Yun. At this moment, Xiaoyan landed slowly. Nalan Yanran gritted her teeth, and her eyes became resolute again from self-pity and self-blame. She took out a white object from her bosom and threw it to Xiaoyan. The white object was a neatly folded piece of white paper, on which was written the tender handwriting Xiaoyan had written in anger back then, as well as a striking bloody handprint. It's a letter of repudiation from 3 years ago. Under the spectators of nearly 1,000 Yunlan sect disciples, under the gaze of the Yunlan sect elders, and amidst the exclamations of a crowd of great figures from the Gamma Empire, Nalan Yanran opened her mouth. According to the agreement back then, if I lost this competition, I, Nalan Yanran, should have been a slave and a maidservant. However, for the sake of the clan's reputation, please forgive me for not being able to keep my appointment. Anyway, I must be an unreasonable and arrogant woman in your mind. So, then let me be capricious one last time. The matter of the Xiao family back then was indeed a misstep on my part. So in the future, please say sorry to Uncle Xiao on my behalf. Nalan Yanran's voice was extraordinarily firm despite the bitterness in it. Before the words fell, she reached out and grabbed, and the sword of a Yunlan sect disciple was sucked into her hand. This kid isn't going to kill himself, is he? Very suddenly, a strange thought popped up from Yun Songshin's mind, and he felt that this was indeed something that this woman with a bubbly brain had done. Chapter 4, Sovereign Prison? When did you come? On the stone platform, Yun Ling, who had been pinched for his voice, had already figured out how to leave Xiaoyan behind after listening to Gu Ye's report, but the sudden change of wind and clouds in the square made his face change greatly. The originally defeated Nalan Yanran was suddenly about to wipe her neck, and that long sword was about to cut through her delicate neck. Although he had the intention to stop, but the distance is too far. Nalan Yanran's movements and too fast. He simply cannot come in time, can only watch her hands soared from the neck closer and closer. In the nick of time, it was Xiaoyan who personally received that sword. The 3-year contract is over, and I have no interest in accepting you as a slave girl, so you don't have to do anything stupid to preserve the reputation of the Yunlan sect. Xiaoyan smiled somewhat helplessly as green-colored flames jumped out from his fingertips and burned the piece of paper of repudiation into ashes. As you know, that pact isn't really much more binding. What I said 3 years ago, today, I will repeat it once more. Xiaoyan's voice was clear and resounded throughout the square. Nalan Yanran, in the future you will have nothing more to do with me. You are free. Congratulations. Looking at Xiaoyan, who was obviously much more relaxed, Yun Songshin also revealed a heartfelt smile. A teenager in his late teens but so discerning of right and wrong to distinguish between the important and the important. It is indeed rare. On the contrary, Nalan Yanran, 3 years ago, she broke into trouble, and even the Yunlan sect was disgraced along with her, and she has not seen any growth up to now. As the young sect master of Yunlan sect, you are talking about wiping your neck for the sake of Yunlan sect's decency after the duel. Isn't this not rushing up to make enemies for Yunlan sect? Well, you're a dashing and honorable man, but how should this matter be counted? The young sect master of Yunlan sect was forced to die by the 3-year agreement to be a slave and a servant girl. He died for the sake of Yunlan sect's decency. So is this considered to be forced to die by Xiaoyan, a disciple who had lived in the Yunlan sect for more than 10 years? The Yunlan sect's young patriarch In the end, She actually wanted to commit suicide. Where's the face of the sect? Where's the decency of the sect? If this was really the case, and the 3-year contract was trivialized, the Yunlan sect would really be immortal with Xiaoyan, a half-step author realm heaven's destined person. It was good that Xiaoyan played steadily and his card point passive was triggered on time. Seeing that the sword chi was drying out blood marks on Nalan Yenron's neck before he narrowly made a move to stop it. Gentlemen, the good show is over, so go back to your homes. Looking at Xiaoyan's figure as he smiled towards the old fellows on the giant tree and retrieved the Xin heavy ruler in preparation for his departure, Yun Songxin took a deep breath. He knew that the 3-year engagement would end here, and if he didn't want the Cloudland sect to follow the same old path of destruction, then it was time for him to prepare for his appearance. Mr. Xiaoyan, please also stay for a while. There is something in my Yunlan sect that I need to ask you to personally respond to. On the stone platform, Yunling's voice resounded through the square, and although he tried to put on a businesslike appearance, he could not help but bite the words Mr. Xiaoyan very heavily. Could it be that Yunling is still trying to force people to stay behind because he lost the competition? Gargantuan, who had originally all but stood up, immediately sat his but back down again as he revealed a smile of watching a good show, not knowing what he was calculating in his heart. Oh, there is such a thing? Why don't you tell me about it first? Yun Songxin knew that his time to go on the field had come. He no longer concealed his aura and stepped on the void without any hesitation. He was afraid of falling, to come in front of Xiaoyan, putting up an air of being a light-hearted worldly superior. Old patriarch? Yunling was so startled that he jumped up. He hurriedly saluted Yun Songxin and said respectfully, "Old patriarch, aren't you closed for life and death? What? Do I have to inform you when the old man will be out of the gate?" Yun Songxin revealed a smirk that scared Yunling into a cold sweat. "No, don't dare." Yunling's knees went soft and he immediately knelt down smoothly. He prostrated himself on the ground and acted like he was aggrieved. But Yun Songxin did not listen to his sophistry at all, only to see Yun Songxin wave his sleeve robe and ask sternly, "You still know you don't dare? The matter between the juniors. Let them deal with it on their own. To make such a big fuss and disgrace people, is it because you think that the face of my Yunlan sect is too clean and you need to come and smear some dirt on it?" Yunling's forehead was pressed tightly against the floor. His cold sweat couldn't stop dripping down, and he didn't dare to say another word. Seeing that this Yunling was finally honest, Yun Songxin stopped looking at him, and instead turned his gaze to Gargantuan and the others above the giant tree. "What's with all the childish nonsense and inviting you old guys here?" Yun Songxin opened his mouth and set the tone for this powerful 3-year engagement. In the end, the matter was now nothing more than a sparring match between juniors. And it was indeed somewhat humiliating for the young sect master of the Yunlan sect to lose to a casual cultivator, but for the older generation to force Xiaoyan to stay behind due to their power, that was more than just humiliating. That's losing and losing and losing and losing. But it's not just us, there's another one there. Gargantuan snorted and directly asked the question he was most concerned about. "Look at you, but you've been promoted to Dozong? Nonsense. Look at me with my feet in the void. Is there any other possibility but Dozong?" Yun Songxin waved his hand and said without turning red in the face, "It was just a fluke." "Fluke, brother? Hippodrome? You're still alive. I heard that you were killed by Queen Medusa, and I was planning to go and avenge you when I got out of the gate." After grabbing the Fluke brothers' mantra, Yun Songxin was refreshed as he looked to the side at Hai Bodong, who was an old acquaintance of Yun Shan. When they were young, the two of them met a strong Do Wang for the first time, happily hugging and jumping, a relationship that held a black history with each other. Unlike the original Cloudland sect where Yun Shan was only awakened by Yun Ling when the fish died, Hai Bodong and Yun Shan had to fight when the arrow was on the string, and did not even have a chance to catch up on old times. Yun Songxin's early appearance made this story of meeting soldiers come to naught, and when they met this time, all that was left was the joy of meeting old friends. He, you're not even dead yet. How could I possibly die?" Hai Bodong hemmed and hawed and immediately began to reveal Yun Shan's old bottom. "The words of catching up can be said in a while. Your family's great elder can still hold his tongue. Alas, my face is disgraceful. Even you, the old man, have revealed my shortcomings. Just as well. I'll settle the matter at hand first." Yun Songxin sighed, turned to look at Xiaoyan and said smilingly, Don't be nervous. The old man has no ill intentions. "You are Xiaoyan?" Xiaoyan, whose entire body was tense, cupped his fists and saluted. "Kid Xiaoyan, I have seen sect leader Yun Shan. Ha. Good. The temperament is indeed extraordinary. The younger generation is fearful." Yun Songxin said with a smile, "The agreement of the juniors? But let the old guys make such a big commotion. Nearly 1,000 Yunlan sect disciples are gathered around. The seniors of the Gamma Empire are gathered. And as far as the eye can see they are all Nalan Yenron's fellow deceased disciples. All of them are looking forward to you losing. and even fewer of them are applauding for you, can be said to be full of enemies. Have you ever felt nervous? Yoon Song-shin asked. It's alright. Xiaoyan scratched his head and said with a smile. I want to win in order to wash away the shame from 3 years ago. It's not for them. Well, strong-minded and gifted. A character. Yoon Song-shin nodded in satisfaction. But to mess up like this, it more or less smacks of bullying others. My Yunlan sect has always advocated justice. And this kind of behavior is disgraceful. So on behalf of Yunlan sect, I apologize to little friend. When these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Chapter 5, TMD. How did the Yunlan sect become like this? GIF. Did I just hear it right? That old miscreant, Yun Shan, apologized to a junior? Hai Bodong was dumbstruck as he pointed at Yun Sung Xin in the square and asked in dismay. Gargantua bitterly laughed. It's really unexpected. How many years has it been since I've heard this old ghost recognize a mistake? Fa Ma shook his head. Can't remember. I haven't heard him apologize since he became the young master of the Cloudlands sect. The old guys looked at each other with one thought in their minds. This old thief has changed his nature after advancing to Dozong? On the square, Yun Song-shin frowned and waved his hand, revealing a small amount of Dozong's might and suppressing the clamor that filled the room. He was waiting for Xiaoyan's response. Xiaoyan let out a bitter smile as the development of things went against his expectations. Originally, he had thought that the Yunlan sect was a dragon pool and tiger's den, and he had been planning and preparing for a long time in order to be able to retreat in one piece. But as a result, an old sect master suddenly appeared, who was actually quite kind unexpectedly. Good old boy? Smiley? Xiaoyan was actually somewhat unable to tell the difference for a moment as he arched his hand and saluted. The old gentleman is overstating things. The old man has just come out of the customs and does not have any long items on his body, so I will give this to little friend as a compensation gift from my Yunlan sect. Yun Song-shin smiled as he handed Xiaoyan an object. This jade slip is for the exclusive use of the Yunlan sect's guest secretary, and on it, there is little friend's name engraved by Mr. Yun himself. Little friend accept it, and if there is trouble in the future, you can come to the Cloud Arisher sect to see me with this jade slip. Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but still picked it up. For the current him, the favor of a Dozong powerhouse was worth a lot of money. Thank you, old sir, that boy will be obliged. That's even hitching a ride. Yun Song-shin nodded in satisfaction and said, there are still some matters to be dealt with within the Yunlan sect, so I won't send you off any further. So make yourself at home, little friend. Can't be in a hurry. This wave must not be in a hurry. Must show the clouds of the world. Yun Song-shin's purpose was to be Xiaoyan's angel investor, not to be his licking dog. He's going to stand and take the thighs. Xiaoyan, who regarded Yunlan Mountain as a dragon pool and tiger den, was like a great amnesty as he hurriedly arched his hand to Yun Song-shin to express his gratitude, and then hoofed it down the mountain under Yun Song-shin's watchful eye. Xiaoyan descended the mountain, and the warm smile on Yun Song-shin's face disappeared without a trace. He turned his back to Yun Ling and the other group of Yunlan sect elders and said coldly, go clean up your own stalls yourself. Since you invited so many guests to come, you have to let them go back happily. Don't lose the Yunlan sect's etiquette. This is done. All of you go wait in the council chamber. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he stepped into the void and paced to the inside of the suppressed hut on the giant tree. The Do Huangs and juniors of the 3 great clans could be handed over to the bystanders to be sent away. But the Do Huangs and pill refiners in the elegant room would have to be personally attended to by him, the old patriarch, general to general, king to king. This old man, still pretending. Hai Bodong skimmed his lips. Guaranteon, however, did not answer. His eyes filled with envy as a peaked Do Huang. He knew what kind of gulf there was between a Do Huang and a Dozong. Let's end today's matter here. The nonsense between the juniors has made you all look at the jokes. Yun Song-shin smilingly gave the expulsion order. Sect leader Yun Shan is joking. Since the matter is over, then we will not stay any longer. When there is time in the future, we will definitely come to Yunlan sect to ask for a cup of tea. Gargantuan and Fa Ma, who were not familiar with Yun Shan, got up smilingly and followed Yun Song-shin's meaning to arch their hands and bid farewell. The Yunlan sect is waiting in vain. Old man, how is it that after entering the Dozong realm, even his face has become younger? Hai Bodong, who had an old relationship with Yun Shan, however, was still sitting steadily in his chair, leisurely drinking tea. Yun Song-shin glanced at him and reminded, wasn't that little guy brought up by you? He went down the mountain and you didn't follow? Oops, it's all because you, this old man, came out of nowhere and scared me. I almost forgot about the main event. Hai Bodong nearly jumped up. He also left in a hurry. Then I'll leave first. Don't forget to come to the Miter family in the future. I still have things to ask you. You have something to ask me. Shouldn't you be the one to come to the Cloudland sect to find me? Yun Songshin asked loudly towards Haiguodong's back. The building was empty like a walking horse. But Yun Songshin didn't rush to go to the Cloudland sect's council hall to meet that group of corpse-ridden waste snacks. He found a clean teacup, poured himself a cup of good tea, and sat down on a chair to sip it bit by bit. Steadily sending Xiaoyan down Cloudland Mountain did not mean that things were over. Yun Ling, that red warm boy with a bubble in his brain, would still have another whole rotten job of attacking the Xiao family in the future? And when the furious Xiaoyan came to the door, his own efforts to save the Yunlan sect would have gone down the drain. This is still a small matter. A small Do Wang. Hold him down for Yun Songshin is as easy as a poem. The biggest problem remains. The Hall of Souls. Although Yun Songshin did not see the shadow of a soul palace protector within the Gamma Empire from Yun Shan's memories, he knew that by the time Yun Ling attacked the Xiao family, the soul palace people would step in to roll up Xiao war. If he stopped Yun Ling's actions, would the people from the Hall of Souls take action themselves or force the Yunlan sect to make a move? If the Hall of Souls made a move, what level would the visitor be? In the end, where the trick lies is whether the Soul Palace knew that the Xiao family was the Xiao clan before or after Xiao War was captured. Yun Songshin thought that it should be after Xiao Zhan had been captured, and estimated that it would still be after Xiao Yan had risen to power. Otherwise, based on the importance of the ancient jade, the Soul clan is afraid that they would have already sent someone to the Xiao family to attack them and force Xiao Yan to hand over the ancient jade. Then what should one do? Right now, Yun Songshin could neither offend the Hall of Souls nor would he ever want to offend Xiao Yan. After thinking about it, he felt that there was only one path he could take, making up the Xiao family as an ordinary indigenous family of the Gamma Empire. Even if they were poked and prodded by the people of the Hall of Souls, they still had to find a way to make them believe that this was just a small branch of the Xiao family that had escaped from the Xiao family back then. Oh yes, one also had to explicitly and implicitly hint to Xiao Yan that the Hall of Souls had its eyes on them. Firstly, so that he could make preparations early, and secondly, in order to avoid being misunderstood by Xiao Yan as a traitor of the Hall of Souls, and to make an effort that was not pleasing to the eye. The more he thought about things, the more troublesome it became. Yun Songshin's head was 2 sizes too big, and he cursed in his heart with some annoyance. Why did you let me cross over into Yun Shana? To have strength without strength, to have a position without a position. And there is also a Drager Yunlan sect that is full of gods and godmen. The slightest mishap will be the end of everything. Forget it, when the time comes, we will go to Yuten City and wait for the rabbits and take a step and see what happens. Even if I can't stop the Hall of Souls from taking Xiao Yan's old man away, I must at least pick my Yunlan sect clean. Now it's better to go to the council hall first to knock the group of mallets. The Yunlan sect's guys were used to being pampered in this poor countryside, and each of them had developed an overbearing flavor, living like a group of walking fault-finding machines. TMD. How did Yunlan sect become like this? GIF. One has to right the ship, set things right, and at the very least, squeeze the water out of these assholes' brains so that they cause less trouble for themselves. Even if the Cloud Landscape sect can't be a booster for me, at least don't drag your feet. Yun Songshin made up his mind to abolish what should be abolished and punish what should be punished before discussing anything else. Chapter 6. How can you mess up the Cloudland sect when you're with this group of bugbears? Yunlan sect. Inside the deliberation hall. According to the old patriarch's orders, all the ranking figures of the Yunlan sect, except for Patriarch Yun Yun, had gathered here. Unlike in the past, the atmosphere here was serious but also joyful. Now it was dead and depressing to the extreme. Whether it was the white-haired elders or the richly dressed sect deacons, everyone stood in front of their seats, not even daring to sit down. In addition to Nailin Yenran, a grand duelist, all the guys here were at the level of fighting spirit fighting king. Originally, not to mention standing, even if they were carrying 1,000 pounds of weight, they could all remain unchanged. But now they are all in a cold sweat. Some with weak mental capacity have even fallen to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The one who could scare them like this was of course the old patriarch Wen Shan, the current Yun Songshin. Earlier, when sending Xiao Yan down the mountain, the tone in which Yun Songshin had spoken to the Yunlan sect elders led by Yun Ling could not be described as harsh, which caused their hearts to tremble. Not knowing why the old patriarch was angry, the old patriarch wasn't as easy to dispatch as Yun Yun. If he had a thunderous rage, who among the elders present could afford it? It's Gu He, who had just arrived at the council hall, was startled by the heavy atmosphere, and he signaled Lu Ling to go and serve a heart-clearing powder to the elder who had fainted, while he himself went straight to the seat that belonged to him. Mr. Guha. Seeing Gu He, Yun Ling was like seeing a life-saving straw. He hurriedly came over and asked in a low voice, Mr. Gu He, do you know why the old patriarch is so angry? I haven't seen the old patriarch this angry in years. Gu He let out a bitter smile, and he did not know why Yun Songshin was so pleasant to Xiao Yan. An outsider, but was furious at his own people from the Yunlan sect. He glanced at Nailin Yenran, who was standing with her head down, like she didn't do well in the exam and didn't dare to go home. Her face was pale and her heart was heavy. I don't know. You might as well come and ask me directly if you want to know anything. Yun Songshin's voice came from the doorway, interrupting Yunling and Gu He's whispering. The doors of the Great Hall of Deliberation automatically opened to both sides, and Yun Songshin stepped in, and after he smiled and nodded his head in greeting with Gu he immediately chided Yunling with a cold face and said, "Get back to your position." Yun Songshin lightly walked to the patriarch's seat and smiled to Guha. "Mr. Guha, please take a seat. Today's farce has made Mr. Guha laugh." This atmosphere in Yunlan sect nowadays is really disgusting, and since Lao Fu was out of the gate, he naturally can't ignore it. But this has nothing to do with Mr. Guha. Mr. Guha has a high ethos and is one of the few clear streams with my untalented disciple. If Mr. Guha still has things to do, he can make himself at home. It couldn't be helped. Who let others have a high status as a pharmacist? As the only 6th grade pill refiner in the Gamma Empire, Guha's status was supreme. Plus the fact that people's Guha behaved properly. So Yun Songshin had a good feeling about him, and his tone of voice unconsciously became milder when he spoke to him. Although Guhi was a guest secretary of the Yunlan sect, he was not deeply bound to the Yunlan sect, and he heard the strings of Yun Songshin's words and knew that Yun Songshin wanted to close the door and clean up the house. So he got up and excused himself with a bitter smile and left with Lu Ling. After seeing Guhi leave, Yun Songshin sensed with his soul power and said, "Rhyme is rushing back. It will take some time. Let's wait for her for a bit. All sit down." With Yun Songshin's permission, the crowd from the Yunlan sect dared to take their seats, taking advantage of this bit of time that Rhyme is rushing over. I'll say a few brief words first. Yun Songshin drank a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat. All of them are old men within the sect. Meaningless piece of soup talk old man will not say anymore. Yun Songshin took a sweep of his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Who organized this farce? Stand out yourself." Yunling and the 2 Cloudlan sect elders stood up very nimbly and walked over to Yun Songshin, kneeling down smoothly. A silky little combo was extraordinarily skillful, and I could tell it wasn't the first time. Yun Songshin took another sip of tea to suppress his anger. Whose idea was it to have nearly 1,000 Yunlan sect disciples gather around? A kneeling elder behind Yunling said, "Back to the old patriarch. It's me." Yun Songshin also did not talk nonsense. A slap down. The majestic fighting chi condensed into a huge palm that looked like substance, directly slapping him into the floor tiles. And whose idea was it to invite the old guys from the imperial capital to watch the ceremony? Back to the old patriarch. It's me. With a loud boom, another slap, grazing Yunling's sideburns, slapped another Yunlan sect elder into the broken bricks as well. For a time, the crowd of people in the deliberation hall were silent, all with their heads down pretending to be statues, itching to burrow into the cracks in the ground. Yun Songshin took another sip of tea to cool down the fire. Needless to say, they all did what you wanted? Great Elder? Yun Songshin bit out the words Grand Elder very heavily, frightening Yunling into kowtowing repeatedly. Don't act like you're remorseful. Don't I know you? Must be unconvinced in your heart, isn't it? Yun Songshin sneered and spoke. Don't dare. Don't dare. You've already dared. Yun Songshin chided loudly. Don't think that this current result is already the most humiliating situation. There are even more humiliating possibilities. I'm asking you, if my Yunlan sect puts up such a big show, and the one who comes up is a mediocre person who isn't even a fighter, or simply an invalid, what will happen? What's going to happen? The Yunlan sect had gone to great lengths to invite the 3 great clans of the imperial capital to observe the ceremony, and had gathered nearly 1,000 people to form a formation. If it was an offering of a dragon fight, that would not be a problem. But what if the one who came was just a scrapper with a mere 3 stages of doji chi? What if Xiaoyan did not come at all? Did the Yunlan sect go through all this trouble just to let the old men of the imperial capital watch the proud daughter of heaven who was a young patriarch duel with an invalid? At that time, no one would notice that the Yunlan sect had spent their efforts to cultivate a 17-year-old grand combat master, and everyone would only say that the Yunlan sect was really generous, and that they had made such a big row just to toss out an invalid. And what will the Gamma Empire say about this farce then? Bullying people? Bullying? Make a big deal out of it? No, 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 none of those are apt enough. There's only one word that fits best. Joke. Speak. What will happen? Yun Songshin shot up and angrily asked. It would be a laughingstock. You still know that you will be reduced to a laughingstock. Yun Songshin kicked Yunling in the chest, actually sending him flying directly out. Yun Songshin's kick confiscated his strength, and even though he didn't use his do chi, he still kicked Yunling like a discharged cannonball, chiseling through the door of the council hall without stopping. Yun Songshin hated the iron. He swept his stern gaze over everyone present. None of them dared to meet Yun Songshin's eyes for fear of drawing the old patriarch's wrath onto their own heads. TMD. How could one mess up the Cloud Lantern sect with this group of bugbears? Chapter 7, Yun Yun in an unusual situation. On Cloudland Mountain, Yun Yun was speeding at full speed. Not long ago, across the distance she had sensed her teacher's aura. Yun Yun, who did not yet know what had happened, was overjoyed and hurriedly moved to rush to the Cloudland sect. Just after arriving on Yunlan Mountain with his front foot, Yun Yun saw a black dot rushing straight into the sky, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be his own family's eldest elder. Yo, that's not a bad speed for a grand elder. Could it be a breakthrough? Yun Yun, who was in a good mood, hurriedly chased after him, and was seeing the woeful Yunling who managed to make use of his fighting chi to transform his wings, stopping his footsteps up to the sky. At this time, Yunling's face was full of blood, the clothes on his back had long since turned into rags, and his back had long since been split open and there was no piece of good ground left. Seeing such a wretched grand elder, Yun Yun was taken aback. Grand elder, what's going on? Knowing that he had done something stupid, how could Yunling dare to say more? He could only say with a bitter smile, I did not do my job well, and was chastised by the old patriarch. Seeing Yun Yun still wanting to pursue the matter, he hurriedly said with an arch of his hand, the old patriarch's anger has not subsided yet, so I have to hurry back. Patriarch, forgive me. After he said that, his backdo chi transformed into wings and flew towards the council hall. Yun Yun looked at his scared look even more puzzled. The teacher has always been protective of his shortcomings, as long as it does not involve the face of the Cloudland sect. Even if the elders within the sect make mistakes, most of them are also high up and gently put down. Close the door to symbolically give some chastisement will also be over. What exactly did the eldest elder do wrong that would make the teacher so furious? Yun Yun was puzzled. She simply followed behind the grand elder and also came to the council hall. As soon as she landed, Yun Yun saw the crumbling door in front of her, as well as the two elders in the aisle behind the door who had been slapped into the floor tiles. She subconsciously blinked, thinking to herself that she had never seen her teacher so furious before. What had happened? Yuner is back? Yun Songshin ignored Yunling, who had landed in a sorry state and knelt back down again, and said to Yun Yun with a smile, Master has worked hard for you these days in seclusion. Yun Songshin's words were tinged with anger, and Yun Yun, who had heard the words, was at a loss for words when she heard Yun Songshin continue. Look at the way you're all 6 in a row. What's the matter with you? You are the patriarch now. Go and sit in the position of the sovereign, and take a good look at what has become of this Yunlan sect nowadays. Yun Yun was still decent. She walked to the patriarch's position and took her seat with a lot of grace and authority. Only when she passed by Yun Songshin's side, she looked like a little girl who had made a mistake and was not convinced, secretly flattening her mouth towards Yun Songshin, and only for a moment, appeared to be aggrieved. Yun Songshin coughed gently. He knew that Yun Yun was being cute and didn't really feel aggrieved, but wanted to make him calm down. Yunling, I'll ask you again. What did you do when the competition of the junior generation was already over? I want that brat to let Yen Yen have a few points and land a draw. Afterwards, I could have given that brat some benefits and counted my Cloudland sect as owing him a favor. But who knows that brat doesn't know how to behave? He doesn't know what's good for him? It's you who doesn't know what's good for you. Yun Songshin interrupted Yunling with a stern voice. It was the old man who stepped in and intercepted that voice transmission of yours. You don't even think about it. In public, with so much soul power running around on the field, you just sent a voice transmission like that? Who can you hide it from? Could it be that Fa is just a fool? Or is that gaping heaven old and confused? Even that old boy, Hippodrome, can hear it. You are bare-ass pulling the mill around in circles to disgrace yourself. It's not enough to humiliate yourself, but you still want to drag me, Yunlan sect, into it? Yun Songshin continued. That Xiao Yan has already won. What do you want to do by calling a halt to people in full view of the public? What can you do by leaving the person behind? Could it be that my Yunlan sect can't afford to lose? Could it be that my Yunlan sect doesn't have this little bit of tolerance for others? In an honorable competition, the small one loses and the big one comes. The big one loses and the sovereign comes. So what if the sovereign loses? Are you planning to call me out as well, so that I too can lose my old face in front of Gargantuan and the others? I was wrongly accused. It was Gu Yi who reported that Xiao Yan had killed my outer sect deacon. So I wanted to ask him to stay and cooperate with the investigation. Old patriarch clearly investigated. I see that you are truly senile. Regardless of whether or not that outer sect deacon was killed by a brat who was just a grand duelist, even if it was really him, you can't stop him from going down the mountain. Seeing that Yunling still dared to talk tough, Yun Songshin was so angry that he slapped him across the face, leaving a bright red palm print on his old face that was covered with folds. This kind of thing, You don't say it sooner or later, but rather after the Cloudland sect's people have lost? Saying such things at a time like this, even if it's true, it becomes false, and outsiders will only think that my Cloudland sect is bullying others, casually finding an excuse to hold people back, and are a bunch of small people who can't afford to lose. Where is the face of the Yunlan sect? Where is the decency of the Yunlan sect? If this spreads out, how can my Yunlan sect still have the face to stand in the Northwest continent? I see that you, including you all, are all used to comfortable days. Every day you see all the respectful outer door deacons. As soon as you open your eyes you can see the filial piety sent from all over the world. You've heard too many good words and your ears are soft. Now even your bones are soft, to have become so rat-faced, just staring at this Gamma Empire's acreage, completely forgetting how scenic my Yunlan sect was back then, forgetting how vast this Dochi continent is. The temple is small and the demon wind is strong. The pool is shallow and there are many trumpets. Look at the Cloudland sect's current appearance. Where is there any semblance of a place that is admirable and desirable? Old me doesn't want to say too heavy words. Everyone here today give me a good reflection. No one is allowed to take half a step away from Yunlan Mountain until they have figured it out. Cloud from the heart training is when the Cloud Mountain only said that the requirements do not put hard words, even half a sentence as if not say. The reason was also simple, because there was no need. One must know that Jin Shan had been in charge of the Yunlan sect for a much longer time than Yun Yun. Unlike Yun Yun, who had almost turned into the elder's henchman, Yun Shan had accumulated authority for a long time and had long gotten used to saying one thing or another. They are only accomplices, and the closure is not however a slight punishment to serve as a warning. Yun Ling, you are the mastermind. I've been closed for life and death for the past few days, so I'm afraid that Rhyme doesn't manage as many affairs within the sect as you do, right? Speak for yourself. According to the sect rules, what should be done? Humiliate the clan, abolish the fighting aura, and be expelled from the Yunlan sect. Yun Songxin glanced at him, and now Yun Ling was gray-haired and old, having already contributed his entire youth to the Yunlan sect. Stupid and inaccessible, but truly loyal. Forget it, after so many years, there is hard work without merit. Yun Songxin eventually went soft. He said, abolish the position of Grand Elder and relegate yourself to the position of guard of the Book Collection Pavilion. Kneel for 3 years in the Book Collection Pavilion under Yunlan Mountain. You'll be in peace and quiet there. Think about what you've done. Thank you, old patriarch, for your enlightenment. Yun Ling kowtowed. Rhyme and Nailin Yenran stay. The rest, get lost. Chapter 8, Nailin Yenran is a servant girl. Teacher, what's going on? Getting so mad. After everyone had left, the council hall was suddenly empty, leaving only the former patriarch of the Yunlan sect, the current patriarch, and the future patriarch as the three of them. Before Yun Yun walked with lotus steps to Yun Songxin's side, handing over a cup of freshly brewed tea. Wasn't it your good disciple who caused this? There's also that brainless fool Yun Ling. Just as soon as I got out of the gate, I saw that group of old undead people in the imperial capital looking at the old man's jokes. Yun Songxin glanced at Yun Yun, who was wearing a warm smile on her face, and took the tea she handed him, drinking a mouthful. Yun Songxin found that this tea is fragrant. After the entrance, although the taste is quite strange, but the aftertaste, it is really top quality. Seeing that Yun Songxin's expression was no longer tight, Yun Yun knew that her own teacher's anger had subsided for the most part, so she hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot and said in a soft voice, "This is the tea given to my disciple by the outer sect deacon, Gu Qingfeng, a seedling that he found on the Tagore Desert and brought back to the country to carefully cultivate it. Not long ago, some top quality was produced, and it so happened that I was invited by Mr. Gu He to go to the desert to do some errands, so I brought some back with me. Because the flavor is qi jie, I purposely kept it for master." Although Yun Yun is incompetent in ruling the clan and is a complete amateur in dealing with outsiders, but when it comes to smoothing Yun Shan's hair, no one in the entire Yunlan sect is out of his league. It is strange. Yun Shan, this old man, has never been good at women's colors, and has no interest in passing on the family name, is a career maniac who has devoted himself to cultivation and clan affairs, but it is such an iron-blood child chicken. Actually treat Yun Yun as his own. Yun Shan not only accepted her as a close disciple and personally taught her the techniques of fighting, but also taught his own life-preserving skills as well. If it wasn't for the fact that she was approaching the end of her life and had to spread her hands to impact the dozone, Yun Shan was afraid that she wouldn't even want to let her carry the burden of the sect leader. Just be the dashing one idler. The Cloudland sect will be her backing and support, but it will never be a burden to her. Honestly, that's how pro-daughters are treated. Yun Songxin recalled the fresh aroma of the tea and the bitterness of the memories, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up into a not-so-obvious arc. However, he still managed to keep his mouth shut and said, "Don't use these things to plug up old man's mouth. Let me ask you, Do you know what happened within the Yunlan sect during the time I was in seclusion? Yun Yun took the cup Yun Songshin handed over extra naturally, like a filial son or daughter taking care of an old father. Well-behaved and understanding. Teacher also knows that the disciple has always been bad at those mundane matters. These years teacher closed the life and death barrier. Yun Songshin gently flicked Yun Yun's forehead and said helplessly, well, teacher hasn't blamed you yet, but you're blaming teacher first instead. Anyway, now that I'm also out of the customs, if you don't want to pick this patriarch's burden, then you won't. Not waiting for the smiling Yun Yun to answer, Yun Songshin then turned the tables, but one thing, there is a teacher to give you a cover is not to allow you to fool around like before. Since the patriarch's burden can't be picked up for the time being, then start with the young patriarch. Sooner or later, you'll have to take the position of patriarch in the future. Otherwise wouldn't you be breaking the rules? You should know that your name has already been engraved on the stone monument of my Yunlan sect. Yun Yun blinked. These things the apprentice naturally understands. But what should Yen Yen do when the apprentice becomes the young patriarch? The imperial sister is the most deadly when she is cute. But when it came to Yun Songshin's great cause of lying down, he certainly could not give in. Nalan Yenran. Yun Songshin called out softly. Disciple in. Nalan Yenran, who had been standing in front of her seat for days, hurriedly responded. Yun Songshin looked at the well-behaved Nalan Yenran in front of him, and the evaluation drilled into his heart was either that of a young lady or a lady of the world. If he hadn't already known about the good things she had done previously, Yun Songshin was completely unable to connect this well-behaved lady in front of him with the little fairy who had stepped on the face of the Shao family. In his original imagination, Nalan Yenran should be a family who understands a cucumber spirit, or a barbaric and rude fierce look. Whoever thought she knew her manners? I heard that you had a bet with that boy, and if you lost, you would be a slave and a servant girl. Is that right? Nalan Yenran's petite body was shaken and then quickly relieved as she said in a calm voice. Yes, Disciple had agreed with Xiao Yan that if Disciple loses the 3-year contract, she is willing to become a slave and a servant. Yun Songshin rolled his eyes as he reached out to signal Yun Yun Yun, who wanted to plead for Nalan Yenran's favor, to be at ease and said, little children, they don't know the importance of lightness, but since you've gambled, let's be willing to gamble. That kid knows how to advance and retreat. He won't take you as a slave. And it's not too much of a joke for the young master of the Cloudlon sect to go begging to be a servant girl for someone else. Let's put it this way, the old man has just come out of the customs, and it so happens that there is still a lack of a maidservant who serves tea and delivers water, and researches ink and runs errands. Are you willing to do that, teacher? Yun Yun still did not hold back from pleading for Nalan Yenran's favor. To be lowered from young patriarch to a maidservant was simply like falling from the clouds to the ground, and the blow dealt to a person was no less than Xiaoyan's transformation from a genius to a waste. Yun Songshin stopped Yun Yan's plea for mercy as he looked at Nalan Yenran in front of him, quietly waiting for her answer. Disciple is willing. Although Nalan Yenran tried to put on a calm appearance, her voice was holding back the trembling. In the end, she was still a 17-year-old teenager. How could she really do honor and disgrace? Good. Then go pack up and move out from the young sovereign's courtyard. Yun Songshin waved his hand to indicate that Nalan Yenran could leave. There is a side room in the old man's courtyard, so you can move there. Disciple understands. Nalan Yenran did not plead for mercy or weakness. She kowed out towards Yun Songshin and Yun Yun each and left. Perhaps the great battle just now had left some trauma. Nalan Yenran's pace was a bit staggered, and she appeared to be lost in thought. Teacher. Looking at Nalan Yenran's disoriented silhouette, Yun Yun was so anxious that she actually subconsciously shouted out, alas, this old patriarch of mine is really losing more and more face. Even you girls are yelling at me. Yun Songshin sighed. Teacher, although Yen Yen is at fault, punishing her to reflect on the mountain is just that. Why? Yun Yun was in a hurry to get out of the mess. The words came out of her mouth only to realize that the words used were too heavy, and the words came to an abrupt end. Why is this so unforgiving? Is it? Yun Songshin smiled and took over Yun Yun's words. Disciple wouldn't dare, but Yen Yen is a child after all. Just because she's still a child, that's why I'm giving her this chance. If she were that group of snobs from the Nalan family, old me would have expelled her from the Cloudlon sect long ago. Don't worry, when has a teacher ever treated his own people badly? That side room is where you lived back then, not some dirty place. Let her help me serve tea and water, is in order to let her earlier contact with the clan affairs, so that in the future to help your favor. Letting her go run around and run errands is to sharpen her temperament and clear her mind, lest she be as stupid as that Yunling fellow in the future. This girl of yours has always disliked the worldly dealings of people, but where is there a patriarch who can really be a shirker? Someone has to do these things, right? The old man's mind is made up on this matter, so don't say anything more. Chapter 9, Yun Songshin's plan to lay flat. In addition to these reasons given to Yun Yun, There was actually another reason Yun Songshin didn't have the heart to say, although the crossing came to the Do-Chi continent, but as a counter-role of the vanguard of the cloud from the heart but do not intend to live like the previous cloud mountain. Open eyes is the clan affairs, closed eyes is the cultivation. Empty living a few hundred years a little fun did not find. Live like a machine. Life in the world is nothing more than eating, drinking and having fun. Cloud from the heart has always been today's wine is drunk. The back of the sparse does not matter. Besides, what was he trying so hard to get on good terms with Xiaoyan for? Wasn't it just to wait for the big brother to bring Lei? If Xiaoyan had to work hard to cultivate before he came, and he still had to work hard to cultivate after Xiaoyan came, then wouldn't this Xiaoyan have come for nothing? That's definitely not possible. So the cloud from the heart to develop a live flat big plan, ready to hold tight Xiaoyan thighs, replace the ecological position of Hai Bodong, when the Do-Chi continent the first angel investor, in order to their own lying down plan. First of all, Yunlan sect is sure to take the trouble to tidy up a bit. This is like before lying down need to organize the bed first, so as not to leave some spikes horizontal stripes stuck to their own. Otherwise, based on the quality of today's Yunlan sect disciples, I'm afraid that Yun Song Xayan's front foot just lie down. The back foot they will become countless spikes to their own butt. Secondly, such a large sect needed someone to manage it. If Yun Songshin laid flat and became a shirker, who would be qualified to take on the position of steward of the Yunlan sect? Yun can't be counted on for sure. Expecting her to suddenly become enlightened and lead the Cloudlan sect to become bigger and stronger and create another glory. It's better to count on Yun Boshan's obscene earth transmutation to take over this mess of the Cloudlan sect. Cloud Prawn didn't have to think about it. He was the sharpest pointy knife stuck to himself, one of the biggest resistance to prevent Cloud from lying flat. So after thinking about it, Yun Songshin finally chose Nalan Yenran, who made him look at her somewhat differently. At the very least, Nalan Yenran won and lost, which is much better than Yun Ling. Moreover, with Nalan Yenran's talent, it was still more than enough to be a Yunlan sect's patriarch. Although in the back, as Xiao Yan's level dawdled upwards, the levels in front of him that were as terrifying as they were all quickly devalued into passers-by. Even in the general environment of overall devaluation, Nalan Yenran's level was still not bad. On this talent, when a true sense of the Do-Chi continent's second-rate forces of the boss is no problem. Not to mention the Yunlan sect, the ancient clan only designated Do Huang Mouth second-rate forces? Then the question arose, after dumping the Cloud Lantern sect as a drag on someone else, where should Yun Songshin go from here? The first thing was definitely to make a trip to Yuten City. There were not a few fools within the Yunlan sect who swore to find face for the sect after the 3-year appointment. They did not have the guts to go and touch base with Xiaoyan, but they all could not wait to go to Yuten City to pinch the soft persimmons. Yun Songshin felt that rather than wait for the stormy Xiaoyan to come to his door with 3 orders in the Cloudlan sect, he should take the initiative to go to Wutan City and wait for a rabbit. The former would cause his newly brushed fire flame favorability to return to 0 at the speed of light. And after that, even if he tried to mend the rift, the best result would probably be not being liquidated and merged into the Yen Alliance. The latter can be very different. The opportunity to show his face greatly drop off. One could completely improvise and just follow the previous thought process. Even if one could not stop the Soul Palace from taking Xiaoyan's father away, at least one would have to take out the Yunlan sect. And what about when we are safely through this sensitive period? Yun Songshin lay down in his study, covered a wind attribute Xian rank Gongfu over his face, swayed his legs very leisurely, and began to think very relaxedly. Going to the central state for a stroll? It's too dangerous. It's better to explore the area in front when you at least have the strength of a Dozun. Continue to stay in the Gamma Empire? It's not good, mainly because this place is too poor. Even a decent relic encounter cannot come together. Stay here for fear that it is not to the next big limit to break through the Dozun. Yun Songshin pondered over it for half a day and felt that the Blackhorn domain was a good place where everything was vibrant and competitive. As the Florida state of the Do-Chi continent, there were great heroes from all over the sky and the sea there to share in the festivities, and they brought with them the treasures and techniques of all the great clans, and there were even countless auctions to participate in. Most importantly, the people in this hot land were all pretty rookies, and the highest-ranked Earth Demon Old Ghost was only a high-star Dozone. Yun Songshin felt that if he went not to say walk sideways, but at least be a bully. The thought of a happy retirement life in the future makes Yun Songshin happy. Senior ancestor, the flying magical beast you asked for has arrived. A knock sounded on the door and Nalan Yenran's voice came from outside. Yun Songshin hurriedly sat up. He gently snapped his fingers after putting away that wind attribute technique, and the gentle wind quickly smoothed out the creases that he had just laid out. This cheeky fellow put on an appearance that he had just been seriously cultivating his fighting chi, and after he pretentiously coiled his legs, he said, "Come in." Nalan Yenran pushed the door in, And now she had already taken off the valiant costume of the young patriarch and replaced it with the green-colored clothes that only maidservants wore. Although this outfit wasn't as flashy as the young patriarch's, it still couldn't hide Nalan Yenran's delicate and pretty face, especially the girdle around her waist, which emphasized the young girl's delicate figure even more. Facts have proved that Lui Fei even where shoulder children can wear out the temperament of fashion items. Wu Yanzu even if the whole big undershirt is still suave, as long as the person looks good. Wear what clothes are not bad. The beast tamer asked me to ask on his behalf where the destination of your trip is so that he can make early preparations. Nalan Yenran asked. Well, I'll speak to him personally when the time comes. Yun Songshin smiled mysteriously, but the time required for this trip is not short. Go prepare some things. Ah? Nalan Yenran raised her head in bewilderment. She didn't really know what she should prepare even though she had responded. She who had been pampered since she was a child did not have the concept of preparing luggage at all. As the eldest miss of the Nalan family and the young patriarch of the Cloudland sect, she might be lacking in everything in her nascent sacred ring, but she would not be lacking in gold coins. That's why she never buys what she's short of. From this point on the drug old man first brought Xiao Yan to go to the magical beast mountain range of good intentions. On the kind of front not the village after the store. If there is not prepared enough things, there are bitter head is really have to eat forget about everything else. Bring more pills. If you really don't know what to bring then bring it all. The nascent sack is big enough anyway. Yun Songshin said. After all, it's the first time you prepare yourself. Don't be afraid of missing something. Go. Yes, Master Ancestor. Hey. Looking at Nalan Yenran's delicate figure as she left in a flurry of wind, Yun Songshin suddenly let out a bad smile. Taking Nalan Yenran to Yuten City. This matter was exciting to think about. Chapter 10 Helping Nalan Yenran review and withdraw from marriage? About 30 minutes later, on the platform at the top of Yunlan Mountain, Yun Songshin brought Nalan Yenran on a flying magical beast bound for Yuten City. Living in the same room with the stern and mean-looking old patriarch, Nalan Yenran was a bit formal. After she made tea for Yun Songshin, she knelt down obediently and sat in a corner of the house, her brows lowered and her eyes restrained in a motionless manner. The time in the sky is extraordinarily boring. Yun Songshin looked at the window as rapidly receding milky white clouds. Idle bubbly he decided to tease Nalan Yenran who was pretending to be a statue. Look at that mountain. Does it look familiar? This is. Nalan Yenyen was taken aback. The face of Nalan Yenyen, who had tried to remain calm even after being relegated from being a young sovereign to a servant girl, turned pale as she looked at the unending mountain range in the distance, and fell to the ground in disorientation. Yun Songshin nodded and said, You read it correctly. We are now in the southeast corner of the magical beast mountain range, and we will be arriving at Yuten City soon. Why do we have to go to Yuten City? It's just. The agitated Nalan Yenran suddenly blurted out. Just as the words left her mouth she realized that she had lost control of her emotions. Disciple has lost her temper. Please chastise Master Ancestor. There's no harm in it. If there's anything you want to say you can just say it. Nalan Yenran took a deep breath as she tried to calm herself down. If Master Ancestor feels that Nalan Yenran has dishonored the division, he could have expelled Yenran from the Cloudland sect. So why bully Yenran like this? Why would you think I'm trying to bully you? Yun Songshin laughed. Why should Master Ancestor knowingly ask? 3 years ago, Disciple did do something wrong. Master Ancestor brought Yen here. Isn't that why? For what? Yun Songshin interrupted Nalan Yenran's words. I remember that when you were in front of the Xiao family brat, you had said that you hoped he would apologize to someone on your behalf? Things like apologizing of course have to be done by yourself. Where is there a place for the victim to do it for you? But you're not ready yet, right? Yun Songshin interrupted Nalan Yenran again. Don't worry, Master Ancestor isn't an unreasonable person. He won't pressurize you to go to the Xiao family. Facing Nalan Yenran's skeptical eyes directly, Yun Songshin paused for a moment and continued. My Yunlan sect also wants to save face. What's the point of pressing your head to apologize to a small family in this border town, and say sorry for this kind of thing? Pay attention to a sincere intention. Otherwise but a light sentence. What is the use? Then what is Master Ancestor's trip for? Alas. Just watch. The Cloudland clan people who come to the small city must be more than just you and me. Yun Songshin's expression finally became serious. What good is it to be in real trouble for a false name? The disciple is foolish. Let's take an example. Why did you bring my Yunlan sect's men to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage 3 years ago? It was the disciple who acted foolishly and was overly flashy. Yun Songshin shook his head and said, No. You're confused. You acting bossy is a comment on the act of bringing my Yunlan sect's deacon to withdraw from the marriage. You stepped on the Xiao family head's face in a lofty manner. You're at fault for this matter. That deacon is at fault, and Rhyme's at fault as well. But this is ultimately just the result. So what is the cause of this situation? Nalan Yenran pondered for a moment and said with some hesitation, because Grandpa doesn't agree with me withdrawing from the marriage? Right. Then why didn't he agree? Young Songshin saw that this nymphette finally got the hang of it, and he revealed a pleased smile. I don't know. You've actually known this for a long time. Otherwise you wouldn't have begged Ryan to agree to your going back to the wedding. Your grandfather is a man who is dead set on losing face, and would rather lose his granddaughter's affection than carry the reputation of betraying his trust. Even if this granddaughter of yours is a rare genius and the young sect leader of the Yunlan sect. Yun Songshin reviewed for Nalan Yenran. This would be called living in real trouble for a false name, wouldn't it? Grandpa he just. Even though she knew in her heart that what Yun Songshin said was right, Nalan Yenran still wanted to defend her grandfather's face. Him? Ha! Then do you know what the correct, or decent, thing to do if you want to back out of a marriage is? Yun Songshin sneered, not bothering to say more on the old Nalan family's comment. The Yunlan sect will be your aid. You're not mistaken about that, and you were right to beg Ryan to agree to your withdrawal. But the Yunlan sect card, you shouldn't play it on the Xiao family. The Yunlan sect's name isn't used to oppress the others. Just like what I just said. Your grandfather has long known that the Xiao family boy became an invalid in those years. Did he want to marry his own granddaughter with outstanding natural talent to a guy who couldn't cultivate dou qi? Of course he didn't want to, but he didn't want to lose his face. That's why he didn't agree to you withdrawing from the marriage. To put it bluntly, it's being held up by false fame. You've already talked Rhyme into it. Go put pressure on the Nalan family. You begged her to take you to convince your grandfather. You taking the Cloudlon clan to a Xiao family is bullying people. But you taking Master to the Nalan family is very different. The older generation's arrangement of the younger generation is unwilling, and talking to the Master, whose status and identity are both equal. To persuade the stubborn older generation is the right way to go. Both give your grandfather on the slope of the step, but also able to let the finger for the marriage of the older generation to go to the decency to solve the problem privately. For the Xiao family, they have long known that the young patriarch, who is already an invalid, is unlikely to marry the heaven's favorite daughter. As long as Nalan Jie goes and kindly invites the Xiao family patriarch to come as a guest, and privately breaks off the marriage contract in an honorable manner, would they still react as violently as they are now? Speaking here, Yun Songshin smiled helplessly. If it was really such a private dissolution of the engagement, he didn't need to think about it to know what Nalan Jie's snobbish eyes that didn't see any rabbits would say. It was nothing more than Nalan Yan having talked the Yunlan sect patriarch into it, and now the Nalan family couldn't order her to come down to the mountain to consummate the marriage. Yan, this child does not understand things. She also got the support of the Yunlan sect, became a climate, iron heart against the Nalan family. Yun, pushed the pot to the Yunlan sect who was not present, pretending to be in a difficult situation. Xiao Zhan naturally also had nothing to say, privately withdrawing from the marriage. The Hall Do Wine kindly advised and gave the Xiao family enough face. Xiao Zhan had no reason not to agree. After he agreed, and then recalled his friendship with his old buddy, warmly expressed his love for Xiao Yan, and took out the prepared pills as a loving gesture to his juniors. This matter was considered a done deal. For the Nalan family, canceling the marriage contract that was destined to be a loss, and earning a favor from my Yunlan sect for nothing, the beauty is not lost on him. Yun Songshin summarized. That is, my Yunlan sect will suffer some losses, but it's not as humiliating as it is now. For the sake of the young sect master's happiness, it's completely acceptable to suffer some losses. Yun Songshin glanced at the thoughtful Nalan Yenran, and he had a few very explosive words that he didn't say. To put it bluntly, this is a matter between your Nalan family and the Xiao family. What does it have to do with my Yunlan sect? You, Nalan Yenran, just dragged my Yunlan sect down and dipped your toe in the water. My Yunlan sect inexplicably became the only designated boss in the early stages, and you Nalan family in turn became beautifully invisible. On what grounds? Chapter 11 Arrival. 2 or 3 things about Yuten City. Looking at the thoughtful Nalan Yenran, Yun Songshin laughed silently and put away the violent speeches that were racing out of his heart. He also did not disturb her, reaching out and gently pointing. The gentle wind then noiselessly sent a cup of tea to Nalan Yenran's side. Yun Songshin looked out the window again, and a small black dot was faintly visible next to the magical Beast Mountain range. The city of Yuten was close at hand. Don't think about it, there will be plenty of time to slowly figure it out in the future. We're here. Yun Songshin gently knocked Nalan Yenran's head. Ha! Oh, Nalan Yenran, who was as if she was in a state of tranquility, trembled as she realized with hindsight that the flying magical beast had landed in an open space between forests, and hurriedly got up, knocking over the tea that Yun Songshin had prepared for her in a panic. Master Ancestor. Nalan Yenran didn't care about her clothes that were wet by the tea. She looked at Yun Songshin's back and suddenly shouted, "Something wrong?" Yun Songshin, who had pushed the door open, turned around and asked, "Thank you," Nalan Yenran said with a sincere curtsy. Yoon Songshin smiled proudly and left the hut on the back of the flying magical beast. "Senior ancestor, why don't we just land in Newton City?" Not long afterward, Nalan Yenran, who had changed her clothes, jumped off the back of the flying magical beast. She looked at the unfamiliar forest in front of her and asked as such, "Remember what old me just said? You and I are not the only two Cloudlon sect people who will come to this Wutan City in this period of time. If we landed in Wutan City with great fanfare, how else would they dare to show themselves?" Yoon Songshin smiled and said, "Take a couple more steps. You've just entered the Great Do Shi. Using more Do Chi is beneficial. Then I'll go first, and you come soon." Oh. Before the words fell, Yoon Songshin had already disappeared without a trace, as if he had never existed, not even bringing up the floating soil under his feet. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain, running to death. Although in the sky, Wutan City was already close at hand, but in reality, there was still a short distance. Even though Nalan Yenran already had the strength of a grand duelist, and also possessed Yunyun's personally transmitted body fighting skills, she still almost broke her legs, and did not arrive outside Wutan City until after dark. The fragrant and sweaty Nalan Yenran was so tired that she just wanted to fall down and sleep. But she who had yet to rendezvous with Yoon Songshin could only strengthen her spirit and enter Wutan City first to look for Yoon Songshin's traces. At the entrance of the city, a group of black-robed men were particularly eye-catching. They were a group of 4, lined up from low to high, all in black robes, looking like a full-frame signal from afar. These guys were dressed like this in the city, covering up their bodies and faces, and they didn't look like they were holding their farts. Could they be Yunlan's sect disciples who came here to retaliate? Recalling Yoon Songshin's certainty, Nalan Yenran's heart flinched as she gathered her breath and lightened her footsteps, intending to follow up to see where this group of people actually came from. The two sides were too far away for Nalan Yenran to be able to sense the strength of the other side, and this behavior was a bit reckless, so Yoon Songshin pressed her down in time. In the darkness, a hand appeared as if out of thin air and pressed on Nalan Yenran's shoulder. Yoon Songshin's voice resounded in her ears. "Don't scare the snakes. This group of people came in a strange way. Observe and observe first. Then what do we do?" Nalan Yenran asked as she watched the last black-robed man disappear from view. "Us? Let's find a place to stay first," Yoon Songshin said smilingly. "Among this group of people, the strongest one has already half a foot into the Do Wang. Looking at that scent, the gong method they cultivate is a bit odd. If it's not from outside of the Gamma Empire, then it should be the dead soldiers raised by certain people in the shadows. Let's see what they're up to first. There shouldn't be anything in this small town that can make a peak Do Ling guy look good. Then what were they here for?" Yoon Songshin had some guesses deep inside, but it was inconvenient to say it to Nalan Yenran. If one were to say that there was anything in this border town that could attract a strong person with half a foot in the Do Wang realm to come, then it would be only the Shao family's ancient jade, but they shouldn't be from the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace's people aren't so weak after all. Yoon Songshin was a bit uncertain as he muttered in his mind. So what are they doing here? It can't be for tourism. Let's observe first. The enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. It's impossible for this group to escape from their sight. This is for you. Put it on. With a flip of his hand, Yoon Songshin took out an object from his nascent sacred ring and handed it to Nalan Yenran. Nalan Yenran curiously took it over. The object felt soft and elastic extremely well. She asked, "What is this?" "Ice silk silkworm face. Put it on and use it as a fake face." Yoon Songshin paused for a moment and teased, "You're a celebrity in this Wutan city. Just showing up here in such a big way. I'm afraid that my friends here will be too enthusiastic." Nalan Yenran's pretty face flushed. She put that ice silk silkworm face on her face as if she was applying a mask, and the skin on her face immediately transmitted a cold touch with a slight numbness, allowing her to even have the illusion that her 5 senses were all writing. Hiss, how so? Gaudy. Yoon Songshin was a little surprised at the effect of the ice silk silkworm face. He remembered that Xiao Yan had worn this thing in the book, and after the ice silk silkworm face covered his little handsome face, what changed out was an ordinary passerby's face. How to Nalan Yenran here? Ice silk face on the whole out of a very different style with Nalan Yenran charming face? There's a lot of differentiation in this thing. How is it? Master Ancestor, is it suitable? Nalan Yenran, who didn't have a mirror, touched the ice silk silkworm face on her face and asked somewhat nervously. It's not bad, at least it's completely different from the original look. Yoon Songshin scratched his face. He had originally hoped that Nalan Yenran would also transform into a popular face after putting on the ice silk silkworm face, so that he wouldn't have to worry about being too conspicuous and startling away the guys who came to cause trouble. This Yutan city could be full of big old mercenaries with the tip of a sword, and these guys with their heads on their pants not only made them extraordinarily loose, but would also make it possible for their heads to move at any time. If they weren't open-minded and messed with Yoon Songshin when the two of them were acting together, Yoon Songshin wouldn't mind helping them out and giving their lives a boost. But I'm afraid that this group of people will talk dirty when Nailin Yenran is alone, causing this one to get upset. And when she gets red hot, she'll strike out to beat them up. At that time, killing a few mercenaries who are doing something wrong is small. Exposing their whereabouts and alerting the snakes is big. This will not be able to find a random hotel to stay. Yoon Songshin thought for a moment and suddenly thought of a name. Mithril. Right. There is a Mithril branch in this Uten city. Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the Mithril auction house? Have Cloud Mountain Memory Cloud from the heart, but no. Although this middle auction house is the main business is to engage in bidding, but they secretly the main business is to engage in the investment. For the VIP to open the door of convenience is the base manipulation. Make good relations with the strong or alchemist well. Not cold doped. Chapter 12, do you have a way of getting killed too? Uten City. Mithril auction house. Inside the splendid hall. When he heard Yoon Songshin say that he wanted 2 nice rooms and wanted to stay here, the front desk mate almost blew him off as a troublemaker. But before she could open her mouth, Nailin Yenran threw a delicate purple gold card over. When she saw this purple gold card, the impatience on her face immediately disappeared and was replaced by an almost fawning smile. Yes. The Mithril auction house has a superior room specially prepared for all VIPs. You two please follow me. She respectfully returned the purple golden card with both hands, then quickly stepped in front of Yoon Songshin and the two of them to lead the way, saying with a low brow, it was not greed that made this difference in attitude, but because she had a strong desire to live. Just kidding. Which one who owns this kind of purple and gold color card is not a person with strong strength and noble status? If he just showed impatience and angered the other party, even if he killed himself here, Mitre Auction House will not say a word. Fortunately, these two people do not seem to care about their own just rude. The receptionist secretly relieved. Welcome to the 2 VIPs to visit the Mitre Auction House. These 2 rooms are ink landscape style, to the master of the landscape as the center, embellished with green pines and stones, the layout of the unique style and elegance. Do you see still satisfied? Yoon Songshin didn't really care about this. He frowned slightly and asked a different question. There are other people living in this auction house? Yes, my lord. A third-grade alchemist lord just came this morning and is also staying at the Mithril auction house. However, the rooms in the Mithril auction house are all made of the finest materials with excellent soundproofing, and his room is far from your side, so it definitely won't disturb your rest. Aha! Yoon Songshin nodded and waved her hand to indicate that she could leave. Then you can rest first. Tea and snacks will be brought in soon. There's no need. I'm going to cultivate. Don't disturb anyone. Yes, my lord. The front desk maid retreated, and she muttered in her mind, cultivation. Who would believe it? Bringing such a bewitching fox to the couch and worrying about being heard by bystanders. So unashamed. Today there are 2 eager and horny men of color coming in one day. I'm afraid there's going to be a problem. We have to report it to Master Gu and I in a hurry. Yoon Songshin inside the room didn't know that he had winded up being victimized. He said to Nailin Yenran, you're also tired after traveling all the way here, right? Go back to your own room first and rest. I'll go out and take a look. Another third-grade pill refiner. Another strong person at the peak of the fighting spirit. What kind of bustle was there in this Uten city that caused this group of cats and dogs to be restless? Soul power rushed out from Yoon Songshin's brow, spreading out vastly to search for that peak Doling. Found it. Yoon Songshin's figure flickered and disappeared into the night. It's the galleys? Yoon Songshin sat on the branch of a huge ancient tree. His figure was covered by the leaves and the wind, paired with the slightly distorted space. Yoon Songshin believed that even if that peak of the Doling stood in front of him, he wouldn't be able to tell that there was someone here. At this time, the hall of the galleys could be described as heavily guarded. There were all kinds of open and dark guards, so it could be said that the entire galleys had moved. Yoon Songshin closed his eyes. His soul power helped him provide a more detailed picture, as if he had opened up a god's perspective, and he was somewhat in love with the feeling. Matriarch Gal, what exactly is so urgent? There were 3 grand dosher who walked out from the dark door, and the one in the lead couldn't wait to ask as soon as he appeared. Galabai as the patriarch, but did not sit on the main seat. He stood behind the 4 black-robed men. Obsequious looked like a black-robed man's lackey. Are you the boss of the Oba family? A black-robed asked. Her voice was flirtatious and sounded extraordinarily seductive. The Oba family's patriarch gulped. He scornfully glanced at the black-robed man sitting at the main seat and sipping tea to himself, and very solemnly cupped his fists and said, I'm the Oba family's patriarch, Oba Patton. Well, calling you all here is to send you a creation. The woman continued. Soon, the Shao family will have a big disaster. If you guys can seize the opportunity to eat up the Shao family's workshops and markets, and drive them out of Uten City, at that time, Your two families will be able to be Earth overlords in this Wutan city for 1,000 generations. Goo! Both Galabai and Obapatan gulped as they looked at each other, both reading alarm and incredulity in the other's eyes. The Shao family had just relied on the dispute over the injury medicine to hit the Gal family hard, and now it could be said to be flourishing, with a hidden tendency to become a hegemon in Wutan city. That's precisely why the Obas are secretly hooking up with the Galleys. It's not that we don't believe in His Excellency, but Shao Yan, the third oldest member of the Shao family, has regained his talent, and the Shao family is taking advantage of this shareholders' win to rise up. Even if the Shao family is in trouble in the future, they will not be afraid. On the contrary, if we take advantage of the Shao family's weakness to fall on the well, when that kid becomes a climatic force in the future, won't it be bad? Hee. No wonder both of your families combined are being pushed down by the Shao family. That Shao family brat hasn't even accomplished anything yet, and you guys are scared out of your wits? The black-robed man laughed coldly. To tell you the truth, that Shao family brat offended the Cloudlon sect, and has already been struck down by the Grand Elder on Cloudlon Mountain. Yung Songxin narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered that in the book these two families suddenly took advantage of the fire as if they had no brains and were ruthlessly stomped on by Xiao Yan. Now, it seems that they are being fooled and crippled by these four black-robed men. That's not surprising. Galabai's eyes immediately lit up. Hearing this good news, he was so refreshed that even his fighting chi worked more smoothly. Humph, I knew it. That little bastard has been arrogant and domineering since he was a kid. And when he grew up, he was even more reckless and fishy. Just oppressing us is just enough. But he actually dared to bully the Cloudlon sect to the head. Really no door to seek life. Take the road to death. You're doing this too. Unlike the agitated Galabai, Obapatan on the side was much calmer as he arched his hand and respectfully said, "Dare I ask, my lord, is it from?" Obapatan did not doubt the truth of the news that Xiao Yan had died in the Cloudlon sect. In his opinion, setting a 3-year contract was a stupid thing to the extreme. If he lost, it would be fine, but if he won, he was afraid that he would not be able to leave the Cloudlon clan alive. However, he now had a guess that knowing the news of Xiao Yan's death, a strong person with such a powerful strength had condescended to personally come to the small Wutan city. The identity of these several adults was self-evident. I guess the adults didn't want to dirty their hands and asked them to be a white glove to make the destruction of the Shao family look like it had nothing to do with the Yunlan sect. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The black-robed man sitting in the first place coughed heavily and said in a cold voice, "This is a disguised acknowledgement of Obapatan's speculation." Chapter 13, Little Shaw Pussy Treacherous Men and Hanging Walls. Well, we've said what we need to say. As for whether or not you're willing to seize the opportunity, it's up to you. We won't get involved. After all the blind words that needed to be said were said, the four black-robed men were ready to leave. They secretly dug a big hole for the Cloudlon sect, and when the matter was over, they went away and hid their accomplishments deeply. Galabai and the others naturally didn't dare to stop them, and they respectfully sent the black-robed man away through the dark door. And then they hooked up and excitedly plotted together. Yung Songxing didn't even look at Galabai and Obapatan, who were so excited that they were blushing. A light wind blew by and he disappeared noiselessly from that ancient tree. "Elder Gar, we worked so hard to make this trip just to do this?" the tallest black-robed man asked in disbelief. The black-robed old man hemmed and hawed and whispered, "Don't underestimate this hand of ours. This was specially ordered by Uncle Clan. That little guy is not ordinary. Young into the big duelist realm, or a 4th-grade pill refiner. Even the sea old man can return are related to him. The power behind it cannot be underestimated." When Elder Jia came back from the Cloudlon sect, he immediately ordered us to come here to take a trip, because he is certain that the Cloudlon sect has been lax in governing the sect all these years, and its disciples are used to being bossy. Now that a little guy suddenly came out and defeated their young patriarch in public, there are plenty of people in his Cloudlon sect who will not be able to swallow this breath and come to find out what happened to the Shao family. However, I have heard that the old patriarch of that Yunlan sect has come out of the gate, and has also given that Xiao Yan a Yunlan sect guest secretary's license, and chastised the Yunlan sect's grand elder. There is no deep hatred between that Xiao Yan and the Yunlan sect, so if the people of the Yunlan sect are pressed down and have no movement, won't our trip be in vain? The black-robed old man said confidently. Inevitably not. The Yunlan sect has been slack for so many years. It's not something that can be tightened up with a few words from Yun Shan after he's out of the gate. Even if the inner disciples on Yunlan Mountain were held down, wouldn't there be no speculative outer sect forces to cause trouble? In the end, the Shao family's strength is really too weak. The Cloudlon sect can't even withstand a little bit of malice. Shao family boy is still young and vigorous. Think a little less. So venture to hit the face of the Yunlan sect. He cannot bear it. Is not the Shao family also cannot bear it? But the outer sect deacons of the Cloudlands sect are not little darlings either. Xiao Yan's performance on Cloudlon Mountain is obvious to all. Offending such a genius for the sake of getting to the top is not worth the loss. That's why we need to make this trip with the two ground snakes, the galleys and the obus, watching from the sidelines. Even if they just smashed the Xiao family's workshop for show, they can still encourage these two ground snakes to rush up and take a hard bite out of him. When Xiao Yan returns at that time, could he be able to distinguish between what was done by the Yunlan sect and what was done by them? He will only be able to put all the pots on the head of the Yunlan sect. In this way, the beam between the Yunlan sect and Xiao Yan is even knotted, and this water is considered muddied. Next, whether the Xiao clan brat invites the teacher behind him and pulls together a team to vastly go find trouble with the Yunlan sect, or he holds back and waits for the fall to settle the score. We can wait and see what happens. If we're lucky, we might even be able to get this little guy into our camp. The black-robed old man thought about this bright future and his mouth grinned to the root of his ears. He, such a young 4th grade pill refiner. It's not a good thing that he'll achieve even more than Dan Kinguhi in the future. As they spoke, the four arrived at their place, and after they double-checked that they were not being followed, they gently entered the house and closed the door, and took off the wide black robes, finally revealing the true face of Mount Lushana. Yun Songshin, who was following them, stepped on the void and landed, the space around him slightly distorting and concealing his figure. These four black-robed people, respectively, are less than the height of less than the next person's thigh root of the midget, dressed in a palace dress of the beautiful woman, the old man with a sinister face and the tower of the strong man. What a classic combination. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone go back to the house and rest. The black-robed old man smiled kindly and said, everyone will still have to work hard for the next few days. Pay more attention to the movements of this Yuten city. Yung Songshin rubbed his chin as he looked at the black-robed people who each went back to their houses in a surprisingly good mood. Gaping heaven, you old bastard didn't expect it. I personally came to Yuten City. Hey, you've got a belly full of bad intentions, and I bumped into you right in the middle of it. Isn't this a rush to help us find a reason to knock us down? This is not going to stop you from hemorrhaging Gamma royalty. Cloud from the heart while pondering while rushing towards the Xiao family. Since crossing over to the Cloud from the heart has been thinking about how to make good relations with Xiao Yan, replacing Hai Bo Dong as the first angel investor in the Dochi continent. Now the opportunity has come, or Galiathian this old man personally sent to the door. Then the Cloud from the heart must grasp without delay. Yung Songshin decided to maximize the value of these four stirrers by using them as a trick. Yung Songshin stepped on the void and descended from the sky. He landed on one of the Xiao family's open spaces and looked at the complex of buildings that stretched out like a neighborhood in front of him, and his head suddenly went big. At this moment, he suddenly realized a problem. Although he knew Xiao Zhan's name, he was completely unable to recognize who Xiao Zhan was. To be reasonable, although the Xiao family had mixed it up to the point where it couldn't get any worse, there were still a few grand dosher. Yung Songshin also didn't remember the book's depiction of Xiao Zhan's appearance at all. He couldn't try one by one to find out who would use the Berserker Lion's Raging Dipper and who would be Xiao Zhan. Could he? Why don't we just grab one of the unlucky ones and ask him? Nor can it. Not to mention that it is now late at night. Suddenly drilled out a strength unknown guy. Xiao family members do not directly stress are considered mature and stable. Moreover, things are accomplished by secrecy, and words are defeated by leaks. This kind of thing is still better for the fewer people who know about it. He can't just silence someone after asking. How about tomorrow? Is the Cloud from the heart at a loss? A silhouette suddenly appeared under the lights. That is a temperament cool tall girl, about with nearly 1 meter 8 high. She has a pretty face, beautiful curves, and her temperament is cool but not overpowering, so she is a well-deserved flower of the high ridge. However, Yung Songshin's gaze was not attracted by all of the above, and from the very beginning, his attention was taken away by those exaggeratedly long jade legs. Xiao Yu? Chapter 14, The First Long Legs of the Xiao Family. Yung Songshin remembered that the description of Xiao Yu in the book was never more than one sentence. Long, round, sexy thighs. Alas, it was still small at that time, coupled with the fact that the beauty in the story was per capita green steel shadow, causing Yung Songshin to not even realize what exaggeratedly beautiful legs this leggy spirit, who was emphasized over and over again every time she appeared, possessed. It was only unusual at the time. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Yung Songshin was astonished. First of all because Xiao Yu herself was not low. A height of about 1 meter 8 would have supported a pair of long to exaggerated jade legs. So although these legs were stunning to the point of dazzling, they were also very natural in terms of the overall body proportions. Secondly, Xiao Yu's legs are not only long, but also straight. This straight does not mean that this is a pair of dried out chopstick legs, but the muscles are tight and smooth curves. Obviously the jade person in front of her has maintained excellent habits since she was a child. Only then did she maintain such stunningly beautiful legs. If the above 2 points are still considered replicable beauty, which can be barely replicated by the next person with maintenance and stretching, then perfect curves like these must be the essence of heaven, a miracle that cannot be replicated. This pair of beautiful legs will neither be shaped like a wineglass in general show thick, but also will not seem like a thin bamboo that dry. It is long and straight, white to reflective. Even if you have seen countless revision warriors to pull the filter full of stretching technology legs of the cloud from the heart, has never seen such stunning jade legs beauty. It's a pity. Are the brains of this group of people in the Dochi continent stuffed with too much Dochi? There's actually not a single one who invented high heels. Yoon Songshin thought very shrimp-headedly. He shook off the thoughts that were bubbling up in his head that he wouldn't make it past the trial, wiping the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand in the process, and then came up with it. Although the physical body is Yun Shan, that old ghost has lived for an unknown number of years of old bacon, but our soul can still be Yoon Songshin, that young soul. Yoon Songshin cheered himself up in his heart as he plucked up the courage to strike up a conversation. Little girl, the night is deep and quiet. Even the past lively and extraordinary Shao family is now also cold and quiet. Only the lamp hanging on the eaves of the house emits a dim light. The surrounding silence makes people hairy. Xiaoyu seems to be able to hear the sound of the candle burning inside the lampshade. After getting up at night, she always felt that there was something behind her, and her heart panicked and wanted to quickly go back to her room. Just then, she heard Yun Songshin call out softly. Yun Songshin's voice was very soft, but it echoed in Xiaoyu's ears like the whisper of an unjust ghost. Xiaoyu was so frightened that her waist went soft and she almost didn't sit on the ground. Who? Well, she almost subconsciously tried to shout up, but was covered by the quick-handed Yun Songshin. Don't shout! Don't shout! I am Xiao Yan's friend. I have no malicious intent. You calm down first, okay? Yun Songshin looked at Xiaoyu's terrified beautiful eyes and said softly, I'll let go of you now, so don't make trouble, okay? Seeing that the one who had startled her was a big living person, Xiaoyu's panic instantly transformed into anger, and she simply ignored Yun Songshin's kind words and directly threw a vicious uppercut towards Yun Songshin's abdomen. His fist was mixed with fighting chi, mercilessly smashing on the abdomen of this abominable man in front of him, but it was like hitting a steel plate. Not only was he unharmed, but it also shocked Xiaoyu's fist with raw pain. Are you angry? Can you stop messing around and listen to me quietly? Xiaoyu's movements were as slow as a turtle crawling in Yun Songshin's eyes, but Yun Songshin still did not resist to receive Xiaoyu's full force strike. Not only because of the district dosher's attack to him to scratch the itch are not enough to qualify, but also because Xiaoyu that the appearance of the blossom lost color let him realize that he scared people. What do you want? Although Xiaoyu recognized that the mysterious man in front of her was very strong after that blow just now, much stronger than even her grandfather, she still put her hands in a defensive stance by protecting her chest. Xiaoyu secretly resolved that if this person wanted to plot against her, she would rather commit suicide than let him succeed. To introduce myself, I am a disciple of the Yunlan sect, a friend of Xiao Yan. You can call me Yun Shan. Yun Songshin did not know that Xiaoyu had so much inner drama. He only hesitated for a moment before continuing. The matter is very complicated that can't be explained in a moment. Can you take me to see the Xiao family's patriarch? Xiaoyu did not expect things to go in this direction at all. She asked in a somewhat confused manner, what is it that has to be said now, this late at night? I'm afraid that Uncle Xiao has long gone to bed as well. After saying that, she gave Yun Songshin another suspicious look and asked, are you really a friend of that little bastard Xiaoyan? First lead the way. If there are any problems we will talk tomorrow. The matter is urgent, I must see the Xiao family steward immediately, Yun Songshin urged. Yun Songshin's attitude made Xiaoyu a little nervous as she whispered, then follow me. What exactly is it? That little rascal caused trouble? Hiss. Not right. Listen to this tone. Why with a bit of dislike? I remember Xiaoyu and Xiaoyan aren't siblings. Yun Songshin was puzzled. He completely forgot that the early youthful and frivolous version of Xiaoyan was a full-fledged hooligan, and Xiaoyu's relationship could only be described as chicken and dog jumping. It was later when the Xiao family suffered. Canaan college siblings who depended on each other for their lives were reconciled, and it was only then that affection melted away the original unpleasantness, not really causing trouble. Xiaoyan has made a big splash this time. However, he acted too ostentatiously and caused some trouble, and it is precisely because of this that the old patriarch ordered me to come to the Xiao family to help you out. Old patriarch? Yes, you don't know yet, right? Xiaoyan defeated Cloudland's sect young patriarch Nalan Yenran and gained the old patriarch's appreciation. The old patriarch gifted him a guest jade pendant with words engraved by the old patriarch himself. Holding this card is like the presence of the patriarch himself. So powerful? But isn't that a good thing? Yes, it was originally a good thing. Yun Songshin sighed. It's embarrassing to say, but the sect has been negligent over the years, and the arrogance of the Yunlan sect's disciples is already a well-known thing. Now there are assholes who want to step on the Xiao family to win the hearts of beauties. And there are more grandsons who are holding back bad water who are flirting with stupid groundlings. All waiting to see my Yunlan sect make a fool of itself. The wolves are all around. Ah, is it that serious? Xiao Yu couldn't help but worry. It's more serious than you think. That's why the old sect master sent me over to eliminate the trouble. Yun Songxin lied without changing his color. But this time, with the Yunlan sect backing you up, these troubles are not yet opportunities. While talking, Xiao Yu brought Yun Songxin to an elegant room in the deep courtyard, which had a dog at the door, a cat lying by the window, and flower gardens in the courtyard, making the atmosphere of life very rich. Xiaozhen still raises dogs. Hey, this dog is really well raised, fat and strong. Yun Songxin muttered in his heart while signaling Xiao Yu to knock on the door. Yun Songxin hid his hand in his sleeve, and the fighting chi swirled silently in his palm, like a leaping elf. The wind was so gentle that it muffled all sound, and both the cat and the dog slept so soundly that they heard nothing. Chapter 15 Conspiracies have been savored enough. Knock, knock, knock. Not hearing a dog barking, but hearing a knock on the door. Xiao Zhan woke up from his sleep and was startled out of his sleep at all. He sat up violently as surging Douqi roared out, forming a solid Douqi armor. Uncle Xiao, it's me, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's voice, who had just returned from Canaan Academy to visit his family, came from outside the door, and Xiao Zhan sighed in relief as he cursed the dog for being sleepy and then asked, "What's the matter at this late hour? There are honored guests coming to find you, saying that they are Xiao Yan's friends and have important matters to discuss." Xiao Yan's friend? Coming to see me this late? Could it be that something happened to Yan's son? Xiao Zhan hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door to greet him without even changing his pajamas as he anxiously asked, "Is it Yenner's friend who came to find me? Did something happen to Yenner?" "Of course nothing will happen to your son. He is exceptionally gifted and has the help of noble people, and nowadays, he is in the limelight in this Gamma Empire and is a famous young talent for a while." Yun Songxin smiled and arched his hand. "My name is Yun Shan. I am Xiao Yan's friend. Meet Clan Chief Xiao." Although this mysterious person in front of him claimed to be Xiao Yan's friend, his strength was unfathomable, causing one to be cautious. Xiao Zhan returned the salute with a respectful and guarded arch of his hand and said, I don't dare to. Mr. has come from afar. Mr. Xiao has missed the opportunity to welcome you, so I'm sorry for being rude." Yun Songxin smiled sagely. "Where? It's only when Mr. Yun disturbed me late at night and came uninvited that I should make amends with Patriarch Xiao." "Patriarch Xiao? The matter concerns the Xiao family and my Cloudlan sect. The situation is urgent, so don't be so formal about these manners. Yun Shan has come here this time to discuss important matters." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan hastily perked up as he made a gesture of invitation. "That's natural. Please also discuss in detail inside the house." Yun Songxin nodded as he grabbed the wrist of Xiao Yu, who was ready to bolt, and said, "Let's go." "Ha? There's still something about me?" Xiao Yu was pulled inside by Yun Songxin and said with some confusion, "As the saying goes, things are accomplished by secrecy and words are defeated by leaks. Sister Xiao Yu knows so much, it's better not to act alone." Yun Songxin naturally sat down on a chair and said anticlimactically, "Don't be so formal. Everyone, be casual, be casual." Xiao Zhan gave a bitter smile and said that this was a strange person. No wonder such a strong strength could still be friends with Yenner. Xiao Yu, being a girl and a junior, naturally couldn't sit on Xiao Zhan's bed, so she had to sit on the other chair beside Yun Songxin while Xiao Zhan sat on his bed. Once everyone was seated, Yun Songxin then graciously flicked his fingers, and the light green colored fighting chi gathered into a small tornado that dissipated before the eyes of the three of them, forming a soundproof barrier. "The matter is so confidential that if it leaks out it will inevitably startle the snakes. Do some defense measures. You all are not to blame." After saying that, Yun Songxin then told all the causes and consequences in their original form, starting from Xiao Yan's fame, to the great victory in the 3 years promise, to the internal reorganization of the Yunlan sect, as well as the cloudy and treacherous situation in the entire Gamma Empire. In this, he focused on detailing how the Yunlan sect had severely punished the domineering children led by the Grand Elder, and briefly brought up the fact that the Yunlan sect had let them off the hook all these years. In his mouth, it was as if the Yunlan sect had turned into a power that had the intention of righting its wrongs, but was tailing off. Yun Songxin hoped to be able to salvage the image of the Yunlan sect in Xiao Yan's as well as the Xiao family's hearts by cutting justice with the rowdy treasonous disciples. Then, he went into detail about the machinations of the Gamma royal family, about how the Gamma royal family had taken advantage of the Yunlan sect's laxity over the years to create trouble for the Yunlan sect. As if the Yunlan sect disciples who would come to cause trouble in the future had all been compelled by others to share the black pot of the Yunlan sect for the Gamma royal family to carry. Finally, Yun Songxin spoke of his plan. "So, Instead of waiting for them to fool my clan's disciples into making a mistake, let's make it a trick. Didn't they come disguised as my Cloudland sex people and trick the Galleys and the Oba family? Aren't those two families both eagerly waiting to pick up the pieces now? Good. Then we will let them have their wish. On the other day, I will come disguised as a raid on the Shao family and take away all of the Shao family's grand dosher, so that they will feel that your Shao family has been dealt a heavy blow. Let's lure the snakes out of their holes and focus on the Gal family, killing the Gal family's leader, crushing the Gal family, and plundering away all of the Gal family's family funds. As for the Oba family, we will use coercion as the main focus, forcing them to empty out all of their family treasures and acquiring away the Shao families and the Gal families' marketplaces. Wait, Mr. Yun, the workshop market? If we sell all the workshop markets, what will my Shao family live on in the future? Xiao Zhan hurriedly said. Yun Songxin smiled and said, and now that Xiao Yan is at the tip of the storm, there can be people who, for various purposes, want to punch him in the face. His whereabouts are uncertain, but the Shao family is solidly rooted in Yuten City. Patriarch Xiao might as well think about it. If you're the one who wants to strike Xiao Yan, is it easier to confront a fourth-grade pill refiner who comes and goes without a trace but can attract countless strong people in the blink of an eye? Or is it easier to take out the Shao family which only has a mere dosher? Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly. He had to admit that the energy contained in the current Xiao Yan had actually exceeded the entire Shao family. Then what Mr. Izumo means is, moving. Trees move to death. People move to life. Yuten City definitely can't stay any longer. Instead of waiting to be struck by guys from unknown sources, it's better to take this opportunity now to move away. After eating up the Gale family and the Oba family's home base, with the Shao family's strength, settling in a large city must not be difficult, right? But, where will we move to if we venture out like this? At that time, we will inevitably have to compete with other forces for the land of survival. And I am afraid that with the strength of the Shao family today, we will have to suffer heavy losses. At that time, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the Shao family to gain a foothold, said Xiao Zhan with a bitter smile. Cloud from the heart laughed. In the new city based on the problem completely do not have to worry about. Shao Patriarch is not forgotten. Shao family now has a fourth-grade alchemist, which can be far more valuable than the family with some doling tua. As for warfare, if an unusual family relocates, it does need to fight for land and resources. But what if the family has an outer deacon of the Cloudlands sect? Oh, what Mr. Yun means is, Xiao Zhan stood up excitedly. Yunlan sect's outer door deacon. How can he not understand how much oil and water this position possesses and how much convenience it represents? It was as if a pie was falling from the sky, and in a few words, a heavenly fortune was going to fall on the Shao family's head, so how could he not be excited? Don't be so excited. Sit down, sit down. Yun Songxin said calmly, I'm here on behalf of the old patriarch. Naturally this is also the old patriarch's intention. After the Shao family settles in the new city, Patriarch Shao will be my Cloudland sect's outer sect deacon. I think that the Lin city at the foot of Yunlan mountain is not bad. It is the backyard of the Yunlan sect, and there are no very powerful groundlings present there. I think it would be excellent for the Shao family to settle there. Chapter 16, Yunlan sect outer sect deacon, Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan now had a feeling of happiness of being stunned by a pie falling from the sky. Yun Songxin had generously offered extremely tempting conditions on behalf of the Yunlan sect, making it completely impossible for him to refuse. Which of those who were able to be the Cloudland sect's outer door deacons were not high-ranking families who started out as doling? Which one of them was not a huge giant in charge of a large city? Even back when Xiao Lin was still alive, the Shao family had never reached such heights. What's more, the condition given by Yun Songxin was the Lin city at the foot of Yunlan mountain, which was a good place located next to Yunlan sect and the imperial capital. With a lot of traders and merchants traveling to and from the city, it was a truly affluent place. How many clans that had already been outer sect deacons for many years lined up to pay homage to the Yunlan sect's grand elder without ever having the honor of being an outer sect deacon in Lin City? And how many Yunlan sect elders were willing to lower themselves to go to Lin City to preside over the big picture? But now, it was just given to the Shao family so lightly by Yun Songxin. Although Xiao Zhan's voice was trembling with excitement, he was no longer blindly accepting Yunlan sect's good intentions. Mister's good intentions are appreciated by the Shao family. But I'm afraid that I can't get anything in exchange for this heavenly benefit. You're afraid of this little favor? Look at you. Yun Songxin smiled. Is Patriarch Xiao afraid that I, Yunlan sect, will cheat you? Xiao Zhan hurriedly waved his hands and said, I don't dare. I don't dare. It's just that the benefits are too great. The Xiao family is really afraid that they can't afford it. Alas, what does Patriarch Xiao think? How talented is little friend Xiao Yan? Yun Songxin sighed and asked. Xiao Zhan froze for a moment and said, Yenner's talent has been extremely strong since. No. Clan Chief Xiao is still underestimating his own child. Young Songshin shook his head and said, my Yunlan clan's young patriarch has now stepped into the Grand Dosher realm. She has the Dan King Guhi planning, the Yunlan clan patriarch personally guiding her cultivation, and the clan's internal techniques and fighting skills are at her disposal to choose from. And yet she is still defeated in Xiao Yan's hands. I watched the battle that day with my own eyes. And little friend Xiao Yan did not use his full strength when he defeated Neilin Yenran. This kind of cultivation talent, honestly, no one in the younger generation of my Yunlan sect can match it. What's more, little friend Xiao Yan also cultivates the art of pill refining on the side. And his talent as a pill refiner is only feared to be above his cultivation talent. A 4th grade pill refiner at this age. Who also possesses a foreign flame. His future achievements will only be above Dan King Guhi. Patriarch Xiao feels that in the face of such a genius, shouldn't there be some sincerity in my Yunlan sect's investment? Yun Songshin was neither pedantic nor looking for a remedy. He said straight, please also look at the long term. Before long Clan Chief Xiao will realize that little friend Xiao Yan is worthy of such an investment. Although Yun Songshin had said that it was an investment, how could the Xiao family really treat this as a business? Xiao Zhan solemnly arched his hand and said, Mister's great kindness, the Xiao family will never forget it. Seeing this, Xiao Yu, who was on the side, also hurriedly tried to get up and salute, but was helped up by a clear wind. Yun Songshin on the other hand stood up and personally supported Xiao Zhan and said with a smile, Patriarch Xiao is overstating things. Didn't he just say that? I am Xiao Yan's friend. Friends, helping each other is the right thing to do. A warmth welled up in Xiao Zhan's heart and he smiled back. Yes, Mister will always be a friend of my Xiao family. Then this matter is settled. I will come back here tomorrow night after midnight. Please also ask Clan Chief Xiao to plan it out and leave me a piece of empty land that I can smash out. Yun Songshin said, tomorrow, I will come and take away all of the Xiao family's grand dosher, destroy a piece of building to disguise it as a battlefield, so that outsiders will think that this is a retaliation from the domineering sons of the Yunlan sect. So please ask Patriarch Xiao to cooperate. Definitely. Xiao Zhan responded in succession. There is another thing. In order to prevent this matter from being leaked, we also ask that Patriarch Xiao not tell the bystanders about our plan, and find some other excuses to sidetrack the Xiao family members. Yun Songshin said as such, Miss Xiao you please help me keep this a secret as well. Both nodded in understanding. Then Mr. Yun will take his leave. Yun Songshin arched his hand and then disappeared like a ghost. Pinch me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Xiao Zhan sat down on the chair and laughed foolishly. Uncle Xiao, don't forget about Mr. Yun's arrangement. Now is not the time to slack off. Xiao Yu reminded. Xiao Zhan rubbed his face violently. I know. Alright, you go back to bed first. Uncle needs to think again. Ha. On the other side, Yun Songshin, who had already left, was also smiling like a little cutie. It was so simple to hook up with the Xiao family, only paying for a small Lin city, and harvesting the friendship of the future imperial family. The Xiao family. This deal had earned a lot of money. Yun Songshin, who possessed the memories of Cloud Mountain, knew that although the Soul Temple forces in the northwest continent were half posing for ancient jade, the Xiao family would still be targeted by them sooner or later, which was why he had persuaded the Xiao family to move into Lin City, which was next to Cloud Mountain. In this way, even if in the future the Soul Palace really made a move and attacked the Xiao family and rolled away Xiao Zhan, could it be that the Yunlan sect on Yunlan Mountain would stand by and watch with folded arms? At that time, my Yunlan sect will also inevitably be bound together with the Xiao family to resist the Soul Palace's attack. At that time, the Yunlan sect and the Xiao family would truly share the same suffering, just like the Mithril family and the Xiao family in the book, becoming inseparable from each other. As for Yun Songshin himself, although Yun Shan had only broken through to Dozong after benefiting from the Soul Palace, Yun Songshin, who had picked up this bargain, could have absolutely no intention of contributing to the Soul Palace. Let's go to the Blackhorn domain to have some fun at that time, and then go back when the Yunlan sect and Xiao clan come looking for me after they encounter an attack. Yun Songshin thought as such. Right from the start, Yun Songshin had thought about it, and he had no intention of being Xiao Yan's bodyguard like Hai Bodong. This would of course allow for a good relationship with Xiao Yan, but not only was it a crisis, but sooner or later, he would have to guard the rear because he couldn't keep up with his rocket-like upgrading speed. Xiao Yan is certainly a person who remembers the old days and has a favor to repay, but he is likewise a busy person who works in a row, and if he guards the big rear like the heavenly flame exalted one, then I am afraid that I will have to wait for him to be idle in the future when I see Xiao Yan again, or I will have to suffer from a calamity of annihilation myself. In the former case, Xiao Yan will come to you to drink and chat, and bring you some pills he specially made for you. In the latter case, Xiao Yan will come to your rescue at the right moment to ensure that your life is not in danger. It seemed like the benefits were not small. but it was far less than the amount earned by having a good relationship with the Xiao family. If the cloud from the heart to save the Xiao family to help the Xiao family, not only the danger of controllable enemy is not strong, and this favor in the heavy feelings of Xiao Yan there will only be heavier. In addition, the cloud from the heart and the Cloudland sect will also harvest the Xiao family's goodwill. Close to say, that can be the future of the Do Xing Do Zun. Far away, that is 1,000 worlds of endless fire domain of the main family. Anyway, sooner or later, he would be left behind by Xiao Yan's terrifying cultivation talent and become a part of the big backyard pensioner army. So it would be better to honestly stay in the big backyard from the beginning and wait for Xiao Yan to bring lie. Chapter 17, Xiao Yan, Brother Yan's Great Kindness. Xiao Yan bears it in mind. In the northern part of the Gamma Empire, Black Flame City, inside a certain rather large restaurant. Have you heard? Recently, Yunlan sect is going to change the sky. A certain black-robed teenager carrying a huge black ruler had just taken his seat when he heard the sound of chatting gossip coming from the table next to him. You don't want to talk about the fact that young man called Xiao Yan won over the young sect leader of the Yunlan sect in front of the ancestral tablets of the successive generations of the Yunlan sect on Yunlan Mountain. Do you? Even the old ladies in the village who are hard of hearing know about this. Xiao Yan let out a bitter smile. How could he not expect that this Bagua actually ran faster than himself? He had only just arrived in Black Flame City, and the gossip about the 3-year engagement had already spread throughout the city. Of course not. The mercenary at the table next to him seemed to be drunk, and he slammed his wooden wine glass down on the table heavily, like a storyteller slamming a shocking tree. Do you know how that Xiao Yan was able to leave unharmed after defeating the Yunlan sect's young patriarch in front of a group of Yunlan sect elders? Hiss. This angle of blindness hasn't been heard yet. Rip it up. What do you mean by nonsense? That's called slightly different gossip. The man rolled his eyes, and then poured out his shocking tidbits of information. The previous ones were quite normal, such as the grudge between Nailin Yanran and Xiao Yan, and the causes and consequences of the 3-year contract did not deviate too much. At this time, the wheat drink Xiao Yan ordered arrived. And after he filled a cup for himself, he continued to perk up his ears to eavesdrop. Originally, the matter ended like this, but that Cloudland sect's Grand Elder suddenly snapped and wanted to forcefully leave Xiao Yan behind. Do you know why? Yeah, why? Xiao Yan cozily took a sip of wheat juice and had a thought. Because he's been secretly in love with Nailin Yanran for a long time, and seeing that his sweetheart was being bullied, he wanted to use his power for personal gain to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the beauty's heart. Cough cough cough. Xiao Yan did not let this mouthful of wheat juice choke him to death as he let out a bitter laugh, thinking that this little piece of news was also too wild. It's okay, it's not the most outrageous version I've ever heard. Someone lamented. Xiao Yan followed the voice and saw that there was a person sitting to the left of the square table he was at. He smiled and greeted Xiao Yan and waved his hand to signal the beauty who was traveling with him to sit down as well. That beauty glared at Xiao Yan and sat down across from him. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yan stiffly swallowed back the expletives that were already on his lips as he laughed awkwardly. If he were to say the word that follows Yun, what would happen? No matter if it was Old Man Yun or Patriarch Yun, he would have to be exposed. Yun Songshin hurriedly interrupted Xiao Yan's words and said, "It's raw Xiao Yanzi. Just call me Old Cloud or Dashin as before." Xiao Yan said in his heart, "When did I ever manage to call you Old Yun Dashin na?" But he saw Yun Songshin's nuclear good smile. He neither dared to refute nor dare to really call the Do-Zone powerhouse who was the sect leader of the Hall of Cloudland sect Dashin, so he could only misplace the topic and said, "Hey, I understand, but how did you two get together?" "Alas, it's a long story." Yun Songshin sighed as he said while handing Xiaoyu the menu. "Let's eat first. After dinner in a while, you'll understand when you meet someone." Seeing that the two of them loosely looked like they had come on vacation, Xiao Yan also relaxed. At this time, the dishes he ordered also arrived. The shopkeeper who sent the dishes over looked at the well-dressed Yun Songshin and Xiaoyu, and said with a smile, "In this hall, we have wronged the 3 honored guests. Just now, there is a table of guests in the elegant room. I'll let someone pack it out for you." Seeing that the Xiao family siblings didn't have any opinions, Yun Songshin then clapped his hands and settled, "Then pack it out, and lead the way." After saying that, he touched his ring and flicked his finger. A golden coin was flicked into the air by him and flew towards the store assistant. The store assistant hastily took it, and immediately smiled. He hurriedly led the way, leading Yun Songshin's 3 people to an elegant room on the 2nd floor. "Then sit down for a few. If there's anything you want you speak." After ordering the food and wine, seeing the 3 honored guests put away the menus in their hands, the store assistant had the sense to leave, and also thoughtfully helped Yun Songshin and the others close the door. "Since when do you drink? And you also want wheat wine with such a high degree of alcohol?" Seeing that Xiaoyu actually took the initiative to order wine, Xiao Yan came over and asked in a low voice with some surprise. "It's up to you. Xiao Yu glared at him and lowered her voice as well. Whatever. So how did you get mixed up with him? That's always telling. It's not to wipe your ass. You went up to the Cloud Lawn sect to cause trouble, only caring about your own pleasure, and not wanting to think about the fact that if you were to cross paths with the Cloud Lawn sect, you could stand it. But could the Xiao family stand it? Fortunately, Mr. Yun was there. Not only did he save us, he also gave the Xiao family a great opportunity. What's all this about? Why didn't I understand? Who is the one who wants to find trouble with the Xiao family? Xiao Yan said in a confused manner. The Xiao family has now followed you to the tip of the storm, and there are many people who want to find trouble with the Xiao family. In the open and in the dark. Those who want to take credit. Those who want to kill with a borrowed knife. Those who want to stir up the water. How many pairs of eyes are staring at the Xiao family? All of them can't wait to come up and take a bite. Where did you learn so many fancy words? Xiao Yan was also an extremely intelligent person, and actually really picked up some flavor from these unclear words. This matter, I have not thought it through well. With the Xiao family's current strength, it would indeed be dangerous to venture out to appear in a ring of this level. Then how is the Xiao family now? Mr. Yun rushed here and crashed through those people's trick. Not only did he give the Xiao family a position as a deacon of the Yunlan sect, he also prepared a new place for the Xiao family to settle down. Xiao Yu said. Uncle Xiao discussed with Mr. Jun and planned to use the trick to disguise the Xiao family being attacked and lure the enemies hiding in the shadows to take the bait. Right now, Uncle Xiao and all of the Xiao family's grand dosher are in this Black Flame City, and if we weren't worried about you suddenly returning and ruining Mr. Yun's plan, we would have already released the news to lure them into the bait. Yun Songxin hemmed and hawed. The idea of coming to Xiao Yan was his idea, because he was aware of Xiao Yan's passive nature of the cardinal points to save the day. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would suddenly appear at that time, shocking the curiosity of the galleys and the Oba family, and at that time, he would lose the reason for destroying the galleys, and lose the cause and effect of the endeavor. In that case, I have to thank Brother Yun for stepping in and protecting the Xiao family for me. Such a great favor. Xiao Yan has no teeth to forget. After saying that, Xiao Yan stood up and was about to salute Yun Songxin to thank him for his righteousness, but he was helped up by a breeze as Yun Songxin smiled and said, Xiao Yanzi has overstated his case. In the final analysis, this matter is that the Yunlan sect has been too loose over the years, and most of the disciples under the door have no one in their sights, which has given the bystanders the opportunity to muddy the water. I'll have to apologize to you at the end of the day, so let's save the messy etiquette. We're all friends, what's the point of being so clear? After saying that, Yun Songxin picked up the wine cup. Come on, let's clink one. These will be considered in the past. Come on, wishing us to catch a big fish and return home with a full load. And also wish the Xiao family a smooth move and prosperity. Yun Songxin said. I would also like to wish Mr. Yun all the best and an early breakthrough. Unprecedentedly, it was actually Xiao Yu who picked up Yun Songxin's toast. After everyone filled a cup, Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Yu with a strange look. She was flushed and refreshed, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, looking like a gentle and virtuous person, a far cry from the crazy woman who had chased herself all over the mountain. This lunatic has changed his nature? Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Chapter 18, Xiao Yu. You're not right. After picking up Xiao Yan, the Xiao family no longer had any other scruples, and they released the news that they were going to close their doors. Rumors spread for a while, and dark currents swirled within Yuten City. Even the most common mercenaries could smell the rust in the air. That's what the storm smells like. However, the Xiao family did not have anyone of sufficient weight to step forward to clarify the misunderstanding, but instead withdrew the manpower stationed in the marketplace and put up a sign suspending business. This confirmed the rumors, which was the same as announcing to everyone that the Xiao family had suffered a great disaster and was now greatly wounded. In less than a day's time, the galleys and the Oba secretly recalled all of the family's stalwarts. The dogged posture of the past days had abruptly disappeared. All the forces were contracting their strength, and the streets of the marketplace that were originally crowded with people were now empty, and the entire Yuten city had gone cold. Things were moving faster than imagined. It seemed like it was a foregone conclusion that the Xiao family would be driven out of Yuten City by the joint efforts of the galleys and the Oba family, and the black-robed quintet from the Gamma royal family had all but begun to open the champagne halfway through the game. In contrast, Xiao Zhan and the others were now extremely nervous, fearing that their setup had revealed a crack, or that the galleys and Obas had caught the scent of a conspiracy, causing them to be like fish that had been startled, releasing the bait that was at the edge of their mouths, and diving into the oceans with a flick of their tails. To everyone's surprise, in the face of such unrivaled temptation, the galleys and the Obas miraculously maintained great restraint. They carefully tried to create conflicts, and tried the current situation of the Xiao family bit by bit in a step-by-step manner. This was the last thing the Xiao family wanted to see. If they were allowed to slowly test the waters like slow razor blade meat, then the price the Xiao family would have to pay could be far greater than a direct duel. For this reason, the Xiao family's great duelists quarreled every day, arguing about what exactly caused the current dilemma and thinking about how to break the situation in order to get the galleys and the obus to take the bait as soon as possible. But unfortunately there was too little to discuss about the latter. And the Xiao family neither wanted to let the Gale family and the Oba family cut their meat with a blunt knife like they were doing now, nor were they afraid that superfluous actions would cause the two families that had already ventured out to quickly shrink back. So in the end the argument turned into a mere quarrel. The elders blamed Xiao Zhan for not informing them beforehand, causing the Xiao family to be ill-prepared. Xiao Zhan stated that this was Mr. Yan's intention. The elders also said that Xiao Zhan was too petty. How could they convince their opponents that the Xiao family had suffered by destroying only a few buildings? Xiao Zhan stated that this was Mr. Yan's intention. The elders also said that Xiao Zhan was too weak. And now that Xiao Yan has returned and we are strong enough to go to war with the galleys, we should just seize the opportunity to exterminate the galleys. Xiao Zhan said that the division would not be worth the loss and would let the big fish of the Oba family get away. Without waiting for the elders to retort, Xiao Zhan immediately added that waiting for the opponent to make a mistake first was also Mr. Yan's intention. In short, no matter what the elders said, Xiao Zhan was very barefaced in stating that this was Mr. Yan's intention. Awesome, you go and blame people for Mr. Yun. He was so angry that the Grand Elder blew his beard and eyes out, but there was nothing he could do about it. Being idle was also idle. And anyway, it was impossible to directly copy and fight back now, since the patriarch's side was blameless. The Xiao family elders consciously split into two factions and began a new round of bickering. The noise caused Xiao Zhan to have two big heads, so he had no choice but to call Xiao Yan, who was searching for medicinal herbs within the Black Flame City, and signaled for him to think of a way to ask Yun Songxin, who was roaming around in the main city, to intervene. Xiao Yan, who had been given the task, was confused, and he could not figure out at all why his father would think that he was able to invite the old sect master of the Hall of Yunlan sect. Could it be because Yun Songxin had hidden his identity and seemed to be friendlier to himself? But Xiao Yan, how chicken thief the eyes of a turn will think of a ghost idea. He secretly went to find Xiao Yu, turned the hand of this errand outsourced to her. When Xiao Yan approached Xiao Yu and told him about his outsourcing plan, he saw that Xiao Yu was as cute as a fried kitten. Xiao Yan, who had never seen this crazy woman so cute, was immediately happy, and found that there were melons to eat. He immediately put on a reserved and entangled look, pretending to say something about Yun Lao being his friend. And now that he thought about it, it would be more appropriate to go by himself, and it was not surprising that he was driven back by Xiao Yu. Then is it you who will go find Elder Yun or me? You give a definite answer instead. Xiao Yan, who had been blasted out, pondered for a moment and decided to add more fire. Bang! A loud bang came from inside the house as Xiao Yu slammed something against the door. Go to hell! Xiao Yu's mortified voice came from inside the room. Hey! Yun old man is now resting listening to the Cloud Xian to listen to the story. To go before it's too late. The satisfied Xiao Yan swaggered away. He was now in a very good mood, so good that he was whistling as he walked away. It was only after 30 minutes that the closed door of the room opened again. Xiao Yu touched her pretty face. Those pretty cheeks were no longer hot. She cheered herself up and locked the door before looking for Yun Songxin. Xiao Yan, who had been hiding on the side waiting for half a day, was feeding the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python while secretly watching Xiao Yu, who had changed her clothes, bounce away. There's a problem. There's definitely something wrong with this. She can't really be fooled by Yin Shan's handsome face, can she? That guy is old enough to be her ancestor. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python did not know what Xiao Yan was muttering about, and the little fellow yawned greatly after eating and drinking enough and drilled back into Xiao Yan's sleeve to sleep. Xiao Yan scratched his head. He indeed could not figure out what exactly Xiao Yu was thinking. Inside the listening Cloud Xian, the storyteller on the stage was passionately telling the legendary story of Yun Badian breaking into the northwest continent to create the Yunlan sect, telling the story of the children's love for the cultivation field, and talking about the heroism of the sand field, pointing out the generals. Yun Songxin sat in the very center of the first row. He kowtowed to the melons and listened to the storytelling, and suddenly smelled a fragrance of flowers. He twisted his head to look and just happened to see Xiao Yu, who was in full attire. The jade in front of him was smilingly looking at himself, resembling a blossoming brilliant red rose. What brings you here? Yun Songxin asked as he smiled and handed over a handful of melons. The invisible, silent wind moved, isolating the sound. Uncle Xiao asked me to invite you. Xiao Yu naturally sat next to Yun Songxin and took the melon seeds he handed him. Oh, something's wrong? But the galleys made a move? Yun Songxin's eyes lit up. Xiao Yu's head lightly shook. No, it's the elders in the clan who are making too much noise. Uncle Xiao would like to ask you to persuade them. Quarrel? What's the noise? Yun Songxin was confused. Aren't the galleys and the obus extraordinarily robust right now? The elders are a bit uneasy, out of breath. Yoon Songshin snorted. I won't go personally for this little matter. You take a message for me, just say that they should wait and see. There are still a lot of people who are more indolent than us. There's no rush. First accompany me to listen to this part before you go. Chapter 19 Nalan Yenron's Shocking Wisdom. Inside Yutan City, Mithril Auction House. Ever since the night she came to Yutan City, Nalan Yenran had never seen her master ancestor again until now. She didn't know exactly what Yoon Songshin had done, yet she still remembered what Yoon Songshin had said when he arrived, that there would be disciples from the Yunlan sect coming to find trouble with the Xiao family. Therefore, Nalan Yenran would go and secretly observe the Xiao family's situation every day, and if there were really disciples from the Yunlan sect to cause trouble, she would teach these untalented disciples a lesson for Yoon Songshin. The Yunlan sect disciples were not seen, but what happened next quickly exceeded her expectations somewhat. The Xiao family suddenly closed their doors and withdrew the manpower that was looking after the market. Immediately after that, the Oba family and the Gale family also withdrew their forces from the outside, and for a time, all of the marketplaces in the entire Yutan city shut down, and a large amount of injury medicines were transported into the courtyards of the three families, as if the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder on the eve of a great war. The atmosphere in Yutan city was now tense to the extreme, like a pile of flammable dry wood that only needed a little spark to turn into a sky-high battlefire in an instant. Everyone understood that something big was going to happen, and the originally lively Wutan city was now dead silent. The idle cultivators and injured mercenaries have all withdrawn from Wutan city, and most of the residents of Wutan city have fled to their hometowns in the countryside to seek refuge. Only a small number of people who really had nowhere else to go and were lucky, also all closed their doors and prayed that the war would not spread to them. During these days, even the Mitre auction house had urgently increased its security staff. Today was the fourth day after the Xiao family closed their doors. The galleys were making more and more small moves, but the Xiao family never carried out any effective retaliation. Not long ago, Nalan Yenran saw a whole team of mercenary corps enter Yutan city. They were cloaked in hardened armor and just waltzed into the sphere of influence that originally belonged to the Xiao family. In the past, this group of rabble that didn't even have a didosher didn't even have the courage to cut in line in the Xiao family market. But now they were raging and smashing in the Xiao family market. They were openly on fire and reckless, and soon blinding flames appeared between the Xiao family's marketplace, and rolling black smoke went straight up into the clouds with arrogant laughter, saying that the ones standing on the backs of this group of people weren't the galleys and the obus. Nalan Yenran wouldn't even believe it. It's come to this point that no one has actually come to stop it. The Xiao family must have suffered. Who could have done it? Could it really be the Cloudlon sect? Could it be that group of black-robed people? Why didn't I even notice the slightest movement? Nalan Yenran was puzzled. Even if it was a strong person at the Do Ling level, it didn't seem to be able to deal a heavy blow to the Xiao family without her being aware of it, right? Could it be a Do Wang powerhouse? It doesn't make sense. The entire Gamma Empire can reach the Do Wang level if powerhouses are counted over, regardless of which force. Sending in a Do Wang powerhouse would definitely be detected by Master Ancestor. Yeah, where's Shifu? Hadn't it been agreed that the reason for coming to Yutan city was to prevent the disciples of the Yunlan sect from acting recklessly in retaliation against the Xiao family? How is it that he himself is still dutifully observing the Xiao family's situation on a daily basis? And instead, Master Ancestor is gone. Could it be that Master Ancestor is trying me out to let me come alone to solve this calamity of the Xiao family? Yoon Songshin never dreamed that his own outrageous behavior of deciding to bring Wutan City with a beat of his head and then turning his head and forgetting people in the Mitre auction house was actually brainstormed by Nalan Yenran on her own to come up with such an excuse. Nalan Yenran was thinking about her countermeasures down the line while cutting the candle wick in front of her short, completely unaware that she was holding the scissors too tightly, and it was already somewhat deformed. The actions of the galleys and the obus today are like the wick of a candle in front of this eye, burning but not daring to let the fire burn too brightly. Because they weren't sure what exactly the situation of the Xiao family was like today, they didn't dare to go on the offensive and push all their bets onto the poker table. That's why they lured the wolves into the house and found this group of mercenaries who acted without fear, even if they did nothing wrong by vandalizing, robbing and killing, and affected the residents of Yutan City. It wouldn't be counted against the galleys, who made them normally side with the Xiao family. And now that the Xiao family is closed, isn't that treating them as outcasts? Shouldn't the outcast be blamed for being blind and on the wrong side in the first place? However, if the Xiao family really made a move, the two families would immediately cut themselves off from this group of mercenaries, and even hypocritically bring a team forward to provide help. Then if a grand duelist appeared in the Xiao family now, a grand duelist who had never appeared in Yutan City before, a 20-year-old young grand duelist, would the energy it represented make these two families even more fearful, thus slowing down their footsteps? Nalan Yenran looked at the candlelight by the window, and the firelight in the distance, and seemed to hear someone crying out in desperation, and the rampant laughter of the mercenaries. Maybe it was because of wearing the ice silkworm face, maybe it was because of the inexplicable annoyance in her heart. Nalan Yenran felt that her face was very itchy. She scratched her face hard and made a hasty decision to force back this group of haphazard outsiders. It is not enough to rely on one's own strength. One has to pull the tiger's skin and pull the banner. Which name is more secure to use? The Cloudlon sect was definitely out of the question. The relationship between the Shao family and the Cloudlon sect could not be described as friendly now on the surface. And the same could be said for the Nalan family. What about the middle family? If it was in the imperial capital, it would still be considered reasonable. But in a remote area like Yuten City, I am afraid that people are still unaware of Xiaoyan's friendship with the Mitre family. The situation was critical, and Nalan Yenran couldn't afford to think too much. She chose the seemingly most secure power, the imperial capital's apothecary guild. Now he himself was one of the helpers Xiaoyan had asked the imperial capital's pharmacist-alchemist union to hire. Xiaoyan, as the champion of the pharmacist-alchemist conference, had also thwarted the conspiracy of the Exodus Cloud Empire, and the imperial capital pharmacist-alchemist guild naturally owed him a favor. If he asked the apothecary guild to take action, the help he recruited would not only be a grand master, but there would be experts afterward. The logic flows smoothly and makes sense. Nalan Yenran had not thought about it at all. This good show in Yuten City had only been staged for less than a week. Xiaoyan had been hanging around in the imperial capital, but it was quite a long time ago. How did he know about it in advance? Could it be that he knows what's coming? This stupid girl, a passionate surge of blood, pretending to find an excuse to convince themselves, then regardless of the charge to the battlefield. What a lack of growth. But Nalan Yenran couldn't care less. She drew her own longsword from Renaissance sacred ring and rushed towards where the fire was. Although foolish, at this moment, she finally had some of the Yun Bao Tian's temperament from back then on her body. 10 years to sharpen a sword. The frosty edge has not been tested. Today, I'm going to show you who's got a problem. Chapter 20, Huma's Wrath. The fire was so bright that half of Yuten City was illuminated by the blazing fire. The Hyena Mercenary Corps, like the unsealed swords thieves' allotment army, is running amok in the city of Yuten. Not even a single healing medicine was left for him in the empty Shao family market. And the angry mercenaries set the Shao family market ablaze and turned their attention to the residents next to the market. The mercenaries crashed through the rooms of the civilians, looting every possession they could see, killing all life in front of them, and finally setting another fire with no end in sight. The roaring fire engulfed the bodies of the inhabitants, bringing up rolls of black smoke and illuminating the scarlet blood. The pampered Nalan Yenran where she had seen such a human purgatory, and she was now angry beyond words. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword, open! There was no nonsense and no harsh words. Nalan Yenran directly danced her sword and moved, and the moment she struck, it was a killing move. Along with her long sword dancing in a semicircle, the brilliant sword light drew an elegant arc, and every time the long sword in her hand moved a distance, it would leap behind a sword-shaped residual shadow that looked like substance. These sword-shaped residual shadows were like the fan bones of a fan, holding up this fan made of sword light, and for a time, the sword chi was all internalized and sealed within the fan bones of the fan. All of this was said to be slow, but it actually happened extremely fast. When Nalan Yenran softly pronounced the name of this Xian-ranked fighting technique, 5 sword-shaped residual shadows were already whistling away, each of them charging straight towards a combat master-ranked mercenary. They were the absolute core of the Hyena mercenaries, and the very foundation on which the mercenaries were able to gain a foothold. Look out! The Hyena mercenary group's boss sensed a murderous aura, and he turned around just in time to see the sword-shaped remnants rushing straight towards him. Earth-cast bronze wall. With no time to hesitate, the Hyena mercenary group boss roared, his body immediately covered by a thin layer of Do-Chi veil. Bright yellow Do-Chi roared out, condensing into a solid wall of earth in front of him, which he presumed to use to defend against Nalan Yenran's Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. But how could a Xian-rank intermediate fighting technique made by a Grand Master be resisted so simply? The sword-shaped residual shadow destroyed the earth wall composed of earth attribute fighting chi, and then rushed straight towards the Hyena mercenary group boss's heart with no loss of speed at all. Under the crisis of life and death, the Hyena mercenary regiment boss erupted in unprecedentedly majestic Do-Chi, and hard by virtue of his strength as a 9-star Do-Shur, he coalesced a piece of bright yellow armor. This was the fledgling of the Do-Chi armor, a precursor to breaking through to Grand Do-Shur, the further step he had dreamed of all these years. But alas, the sword-shaped remnants that came to claim his life were already close to his chest. Clank! The sword-shaped shadow and the armor of the Do-Chi armor collided together, rubbing out eye-piercing sparks. The defensive ability of the earth attribute fighting chi armor was indeed extraordinary, actually blocking Nalan Yenran's strike. The sword-shaped shadow spun itself up sharply, drilling the fighting chi armor clanging. Shatter! Nalan Yenran merged her fingers and spun them together, softly chortling. The sword-shaped shadow exploded in the rapid rotation, and the strong sword chi contained within it scattered out in all directions, turning into a path of sword light spreading out, bypassing the defense of the fighting armor and killing the hyena mercenary leader from all sides. The hyena mercenary leader, who had only condensed a piece of dochi armor could not react as well, and could only rely on the thin layer of dochi gauze on his body to resist. Sword chi streaked across, like countless small knives slashing through. They were exceptionally sharp and easily broke through the fighting chi veil. In an instant, many sword wounds appeared on the hyena mercenary leader's body, and his entire body began to soar with blood as he collapsed helplessly. Wait! He struggled weakly. Nalan Yenran ignored him and slashed his throat with a sword. Up to this point, all of the hyena mercenary corps' do masters were wiped out, and the remaining mercenaries either scattered and fled, or kneeled down and begged for mercy. Begging for mercy in this hell on earth created by their own hands? Those unarmed people, ordinary people who hadn't even cultivated to the level of a fighter, and there were even children and old people among them, who had suffered from an undeserved disaster, must have begged for forgiveness and fled. They didn't even harbor a few gold coins, and I'm afraid the family couldn't save a few gold coins at the end of the day. And what's the result now? Roaring flames were burning their corpses, and the packages of all the hyena mercenaries were filled with their belongings. Nalan Yenran gripped the sword in her hand tightly, the blazing fire reflected in her pupils, illuminating her eyes red. This friend looks unfamiliar. I'm sure he's not from Mutant City? Nalan Yenran wanted to chase after her, but she was stopped by a voice behind her. The visitor's aura was strong, and he was a Didosher powerhouse. Nalan Yenran could only stop her pursuit. She looked back and saw a middle-aged man holding a long spear. He had a narrow scar over his left eye. He looked extraordinarily fierce. When the visitor saw Nalan Yenyan's pretty face that was unusually bewitching because of the ice silkworm face he wore, this middle-aged man even paused in his breathing. He met Nalan Yenran's scrutinizing gaze and puffed out his chest, saying with a wicked smile, "My name is Galaking. I came here to aid the civilians on the order of the Gal Patriarch, and on behalf of the Gal family I would like to thank this friend for his help." "Ha! How can you say such nonsense?" Nalan Yenran sneered. "Rescuing civilians? Without your instructions? Even a small mercenary group with only do masters would have the guts to come to the Shao family's territory to spread wildness?" Upon hearing this, Galaking's face instantly darkened. "So, you're the rescuer that the Shao family invited? Not bad." Shao Yan guessed your trick back in the imperial capital and he asked the apothecary guild to send out a wide invitation. And I was one of the rescuers he invited. The girl does not know that Shao Yan has offended the Cloudlon sect and has already died on the Cloudlon mountain. Galaking said, "He no longer has the means to pay for you, so why not help my Gal family instead? I am also not afraid to tell the girl that my Gal family has the help of a third-grade pill refiner nowadays, so I think I will be able to give you a satisfactory offer." Bull ***** backwards. When did Shao Yan die in the Cloudlon sect? Help you? Help you do what? Help you slaughter civilians? Nalan Yenran pointed her sword straight at Galeking. "Cut the crap. Just based on your strength as a mere 3-star Grand Dosher, you're not qualified to negotiate with me. ****************************************************** little. I've advised you with good intentions, but you really don't know what to do." Garajin laughed harshly. "In that case, don't blame me for not being compassionate. When I tackle you, I'll see if your mouth is as hard down there as it is up there." Galison summoned his emerald green fighting armor as he held his spear in a sweeping motion, bringing up a gust of wind that blew out the flames around him. "Slur, I'll cut out your tongue." Nalan Yenran shook away the blood on the sword with her dochi, and majestic dochi gushed out from her body, forming a light green dochi armor. Waves overlap. The great compassionate wind-tearing hand. Chapter 21 Numerical Power. Kid. Boom. The wind attribute fighting chi converged into a palm half a person high, which had a huge wind whirlwind as its bones and a whistling gale as its surface, and it rushed straight towards Galaking with a violent energy. On the other hand, once he struck out, he used the strongest fighting technique he possessed, the Xian rank low-level fighting technique wave overlap. The emerald green light coalesced at the tip of the spear, and along with Gherking's dance of the iron spear in his hand, it manifested layers and layers of emerald green waves. Every shake of the iron spear brought up a row of wild waves. As if a hurricane was coming, the layers of verdant forests rose and fell, and countless green leaves were swept into the wind. One wave was higher and stronger than the other, and Galeking danced out a full 7 waves. The waves overlapped and the great compassionate wind-tearing hands collided together viciously, and the sound of the impact resounded throughout Uton City. The huge pale green palm easily slapped the first wave and crushed the second. The 5 wind swirls within it were as stable as Mount Taishan, stirring up energy disorders and churning the wind and clouds. A mere Xian rank low-grade fighting skill. And you come to make a fool of yourself? Nalan Yenran didn't even bother with the great compassionate wind-tearing hand after using it, letting Gale King use all of his energy to shake that huge palm. On the other hand, she herself was like a piece of willow fluttering with the wind, not knowing when she had arrived behind Gale King. Vile. The battle-hardened Gale King did not let Nalan Yenran's sneak attack succeed, but he was still so shocked that his hairs stood on end, and he hastily swung his iron lance back to defense, and he could no longer control the wave overlap. The Great Compassionate Wind-Tearing Hand is a senior fighting skill of the Xian rank. After making the fighting chi convergence and the 5 cyclones will not escape. The waves overlap? Gale King knew in his heart that even though he was a 3-star Grand Duelist and his opponent was merely a 1-star Grand Duelist, without the control and support of the wielder, the wave overlap that he was so proud of would be completely incapable of fighting against Xian-ranked high-level Dujitsu, but he had no time for him at the moment. Although this delicate 1-star Grand Combat Master in front of him did not have a lot of combat experience, the fighting techniques she had acquired were simply too high quality. Gale King moves viciously. The angle is tricky and fast. Ordinary 1-star master in his close combat has long been poked out a few bloody holes, but Nalan Yenran relied on a hand of bizarre body fighting skills, such as swaying willow debris, lightly dodged over. On the contrary, Nalan Yenran's attacks were neither tricky nor venomous, and even the fighting techniques themselves were not mastered in a way that was considered pure, but the fighting techniques she used were all too high in level, and they were often crushed by the level of Xian rank fighting techniques who could stand it. To be fair, Gale King's strength was definitely described as strong. As the Gal family's law enforcement captain who was always outside, the number of great duelists who had died in his hands was no less than a handful of hands, of which there had even been a 5-star great duelist. But now, facing the continuous attacks of the district's 1-star Grand Combatant Master in front of him, Gale King was struggling to deal with them. If he wasn't ranked 2 stars higher than Nalan Yenran, he was afraid that he would have lost by now. Damn, what's this asshole's deal? Gale King was suppressed and fell back, like a giant tree struggling under a gale. In a sorry state. No good. Gale King took a step back to dodge a shadow-like swordlight, and then he saw the cold smile at the corner of Nalan Yenran's mouth. He immediately felt a chill in his heart and hastily waved his spear to try to wrestle forward. But where would Nalan Yenran give him the chance to fight for his life? She bellowed. Great compassion tearing wind hand. Fall. Yikes. The shadow of death landed along with the hurricane. The threat of death was close at hand. Gale King roared out and struggled to swing his iron spear, trying to force back Nalan Yenran. But Nalan Yenran's weird body fighting techniques made her speed fast and slow and elusive, making Gale King powerfully unable to use it. Without retreating an inch, she dodged all of Gale King's attacks just by rolling around with her body fighting skills. Gale King was like a huge tree swaying in the wind, seemingly playing all his cards, but in fact all the attacks were hitting the air, but it was just impotent rage. The half-man-tall Great Compassionate Wind-Tearing Hand fell. 5 cyclones surrounded Gale King in the center, and in an instant, countless wind blades struck the Dochi armor on his body. The light green wind blades flew up and down. Each cut on the emerald green fighting aura armor could bring up a burst of sparks. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, the Dochi armor on Gale King's body had collapsed. Without the protection of the Dochi armor, the physical body of a great Dosher wasn't much stronger than that of a Dosher, and the countless wind blades instantly sliced him into a bloodied figure. Trying to kill me? You'll never get away with it either. Galison roared. In a flash, the fighting chi in his body became furious, and from the dense wounds on his body, some light green fighting chi was escaping, but more of it was converged and turned into uncontrollable energy. Watch out for this madman. He's going to blow himself up. In the distance, someone warned loudly. Nalan Yenran's pupils shrunk. How often had she seen such desperate means? There was no time for any unnecessary action. She dropped the long sword in her hand without hesitation, and her hands formed a seal in front of her body, which was an odd hand seal. When it was formed, a green-colored dragon scroll appeared in front of her, pushing Nalan Yenran backward and retreated violently. Boom! Galison blew himself up, the frenzied energy of his explosion rushing across the room, blowing out the remaining fires around him and destroying the crumbling houses. His life wandering in the edge of life and death, since it is not willing to make the fish on the board. Rather than sparing the bones also want to pull Nalan Yenran cushion back. But Nalan Yenran grew up cultivating in the Yunlan sect, and the techniques and fighting skills she acquired were all above the Xian rank. So even if she was inexperienced in combat, she wasn't that easy to be killed. Coupled with the fact that someone was born to remind her, she managed to escape from the center of the explosion with the help of her fighting technique wind push momentum, with only a wild fighting chi hitting her fighting chi armor, making a resounding sound. It seemed to be Gale King's roar of resignation. Girl, is everything okay? The visitor was no more than the strength of a fighting master. He was carrying an iron sword and was not wearing armor. He looked more like a man of the day who slowly reached old age in the wood, rice, oil and salt than a warrior who fought for his life. Behind him, there was a group of young and middle-aged men and women, either holding swords or knives, none of them wearing armor, and none of them had reached the Dodosher realm. You guys are. Nailin Yenran frowned as she looked at this ragtag group consisting of a small number of Do masters with a large number of Do masters and asked in a low voice, Shao family, Shao Wu Gue. The Do master at the head arched his hand and smiled. Thank you for helping the girl. This favor. The Shao family has no teeth to forget. What are you guys doing here? Is this something you can get involved in? Uncle Shao. Where is the Shao family's grand duelist? He. The Shao family now has not a single Dodosher left. The only thing that can be spilled is the blood of the sons and daughters of the Shao family, which can be used to shelter the neighborhood. Chapter 22 The fervor of the older generation of Shao family members. At this time, the Shao family, the lights were on. The atmosphere of the Shao family was now depressing to the extreme. All the Shao family guards were concentrated within the compound. They were sitting on the ground, their heads hanging down like routed soldiers who had lost a battle. Captain, are we really just going to watch our own clan rush out to die? The compound was terribly quiet for a long time before one of the Shao family guards spoke up, his eyes red and unwilling. The hoarse voice attracted the attention of all the guards, and all of them silently raised their heads and looked at the captain sitting in the center with bright eyes. And how could the middle-aged man sitting in the center not know what they were expecting? Not long ago his brother rushed over and scolded him, questioning why he didn't go to save his neighbors. The sound of that roar still ringing in his ears. Shao Wuqi, when you married, who got up in the morning to help you take care of it? Yes, the matriarch valued you. You've made a name for yourself. You've become a captain. You can't look at those honest neighbors. But I, Shao Wu Gue, can't do it. If you don't go to save them, I will. Save with what? Relying on your strength as a 3-star dosher? By the fact that I still have a head around my neck that remembers the good in others. By the fact that I still have a conscience that hasn't been eaten by dogs. Without a second thought, he snatched away Shao Wuqi's usual sword and led a group of Shao family members to rush out regardless. Shao Wuqi smiled bitterly and touched his nose. If according to his heart, why don't he want to be like his own brother, regardless of rushing over? It's just a matter of burning the jade in stone. But he was still carrying the patriarch's mandate on his back. And that day the patriarch had suddenly and mysteriously come to him and told him all about the plan, and had specifically explained that he must not let others know about it. The Shao family had to disguise that they had suffered a heavy blow, to avoid them, to conserve their strength, and wait for the galleys and the obus to take the bait. That was why Shao Wuqi should have reprimanded the Shao family guard who had asked the question. He should have stabilized and should have waited for the patriarch and the grand elder to return. He couldn't just rush out with the middle generation of the Shao family to give it away before the patriarch and the others were ready. But the galley's behavior of inviting wolves into the house ignited the anger of the entire Shao family, like a volcano about to erupt. How long could he suppress it alone? He couldn't wait for the remaining teenagers at home who weren't yet fighters to wake up from their sleep to question him as well. Could he? Alas. Let's go. Let's go save the neighborhood. But you must remember that this operation is about saving lives, not fighting for your lives. Looking at each guard's firm and hopeful eyes, Shao Wuqi, who knew that he was powerless to stop it, sighed long and compromised. Let's go pick up our families and neighborhoods. The Shao family's guards cheered in low voices, then grew long and followed Shao Wuqi in the direction of the Shao family's workshop. At the same time, the Shao family market, the hyena mercenary group had already scattered. Those who ran slowly were caught by the arriving Shao family members. They were all out of fight and did not hesitate to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. And the Shao family didn't hesitate to beat them violently, tying them up and throwing them into the ruins of that building. Nailin Yenran's gaze swept over everyone present. Their cultivation talent was not good. People in their middle age still hovering around dosher abounded. Their combat experience was not rich. Many of them seemed to have gotten used to holding kitchen knives and were rusty at holding combat knives. Their kung fu fighting techniques were also very poor, with only yellow-ranked kung fu letting their fighting chi be shallow and flimsy. Suffice it to say, these men are not battle-ready. In every aspect, they were no match for the inner disciples of the Yunlan sect. They were the multitudes that Nailin Yenran had been ignoring, lining up the dragon phoenix pride of heaven among men. However, Yunlan sect disciples could not say that there was still a blood that could be spilled such words, and Yunlan sect disciples would not stand up in the face of an irresistible enemy. The Cloud Landscape sect disciples were even less likely to put themselves in a dangerous situation for the sake of some neighborhood. They immersed all their lives in faggotry and trivialities, running around for a gold coin. They would. Master Ancestor, did you bring me here so that I could see this scene? To see this foolish courage to die? Somehow, the tip of Nailin Yenran's nose soured. But this courage, it's so desirable. Protect yourself. There were 1,000 words, but the only thing left to say was this. Nailin Yanran reached out her hand and the long sword popped up as if it were alive and returned to her hand. In the distance, a number of grand duelists sped over with their battle-hardened guards, presumably because Galaking's self-detonation had startled them. Prepare to fight for your life. Nailin Yanran took a deep breath as she once again removed the silk scarf that bound her hair, and her hair floated up with the wind like a rushing waterfall. She pointed her sword straight at the enemy in the distance, and the hot light ran down Nailin Yanran's arm towards the long sword in her hand. That light gathered at the tip of the sword like a blazing sun, so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. There were still ripples rippling from the tip of the sword, but compared to the battle against Xiao Yan on Cloudlawn Mountain, it had improved quite a bit, and it was obvious that Nailin Yanran had not forgotten to practice diligently these days. Nailin Yanran's movements were like bending a bow and arrow, and the hard green stone road under her feet was stepped out of cracks, densely packed as if it were a spider web. Winds pull, sunset flare, like the rising sun rising in the east, like a stubborn stone entering the water. The long sword came out of his hand, and then he flew firmly towards the great duelists who were attacking in the distance. Its speed went from slow to fast, its temperature increased, and its light became more and more dazzling. Even the long sword that carried this energy was melted, and the only thing left was the piercing ball of light that shot up into the sky, whistling out with a majestic energy. Nailin Yanran's face paled for a few moments. The strength of a one-star Grand Combatant Master was actually not enough to support her to utilize a high-level fighting technique like this one 2 more times. Facing multiple strong enemies that were higher than herself, she shouldn't have taken such a risk to start with 0 frames. But the courage of the group of Xiao family members behind her infected her, and she didn't want to leave them to face a near lopsided slaughter situation. Therefore, Nailin Yanran chose not to delay any longer, and directly started with her signature stance, striving to score a first strike and take the lead. Pull all the hate on yourself. In the distance, the sunset flare was truly like a round sun falling, loud and powerful. Drink! Someone shouted, and in an instant, a light green-colored tornado rose up, like a giant tree in the sky, toppling the falling sun. Little bastard! That was a vicious hit. That voice was laced with fighting chi, so loud that it pierced through the clouds and struck the rocks, so one could imagine how furious his person had become. Cloud-piercing hand. It was actually another Xian rank intermediate fighting skill. Nailin Yanran's face paled a few more points. She let out a bitter smile, knowing that she had underestimated the depths of this Yuten City's earth bully. Master Ancestor, where on earth have you been? Nailin Yanran took out another long sword from her nascent sacred ring. Her face was resolute, but she couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Chapter 23, Xiao Family and Nailin Yanran side by side? In mid-air, the sunset flare clashed with multiple Xian-ranked fighting techniques, rubbing out brilliant sparks, as if a huge firework had bloomed. It was beautiful to behold. Under its guidance, the Xiao family guards and the first batch of Xiao family members who had rushed here successfully met, and it could be said that most of the young and strong members of the Xiao family were now here. Xiao Wuqi was now nervous because although he was aware of the matriarch's arrangements, he did not have the means to contact the matriarch in the event of an unexpected situation. If the majority of the Xiao family's young and strong men were to fold here tonight, then even if the Xiao family did destroy the galleys and eat the Oba family in one bite, it would not be able to make up for this night's loss. All the beautiful blueprints will turn out to be nothing. Brother, why did you come here willingly? Xiao Wuyo asked with some surprise as he came over to his oldest brother's side. If I don't come, I expect you to bring the clan home? Xiao Wuqi kicked him without hesitation. Don't talk about that useless nonsense. Who is this? I don't recognize it either. But she defeated Gerking and fought off the rebellious thieves. Xiao Wuqi knew in his heart. He arched his hand and said, "This lady warrior. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Please retreat back to the back of the Xiao family's mountain with us." Nailin Yanran didn't even raise her eyelids as she stared intently at the exploding sunset flare ahead of her and asked softly, "Does the Xiao family have a clan protection formation?" No. Then what's the point of going back? Your coming here already indicates that the Xiao family no longer has a grand dosher. Could it be that by relying on a few pieces of bricks and mortar, you can still block the military advances of several great Do masters? Nailin Yanran gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, and because she held it too hard, the knuckles of her jade hand were a little white. Xiao Wuqi opened his mouth. He wanted to say that it would be good to hide even for a moment or 3 more. Wutan City has made such a big commotion. The matriarch must have noticed. As long as the matriarch returned with reinforcements, the offensive and defensive situation is different. Xiao family guards listen. Do masters stay behind. The rest of you, take the clansmen and the neighborhood and withdraw back to the Xiao family. Xiao Wuqi ordered loudly. The lady warrior has a point. I am brazen. I would like to ask the lady warrior to suffer and protect them to retreat back to the Xiao family. Is that alright? What a lot of nonsense. Nalan Yenran said impatiently. You guys can't stop me if I leave? In the distance, the last vestiges of the setting sun's flare dissipated, and the great duelists of the galleys and the Oba family joined forces with a murderous aura. Master Ancestor, where the hell are you? Nalan Yenran murmured in her heart before a hint of determination flashed through her beautiful eyes. She took out a purple-red pill the size of a dragon's eye from her nascent sack and took it in one gulp. Fortunately, before coming out, she had listened to the words of her master ancestor and asked Uncle Gua for more good things. Otherwise she really didn't know how to deal with these grand dosher in front of her. Asshole, I'll kill you. Looking at the messy ruins and combining it with the violent explosion from before, Galabai immediately understood that Gale King had already blown himself up and died. His eyes were red, green-colored fighting chi erupted from his body. If it wasn't for the Oba family's two grand combatant masters desperately pulling him back, I'm afraid that right now, Galabai had already rushed up to fight with Nalan Yenran. Before they could drive the Shao family out of Yutan City, the Gal family had lost another grand dosher. Now, regardless of success or failure, the galleys would be completely reduced to a second-rate force in Yutan City. On the other side, Oba Patton was dangerously close to stifling his laughter. Alas, the snipe and the muscle are competing, and the fisherman gains. This Shao family has suffered, and the Gal family has only one grand dipper left, so it can be foreseen that the future of Yutan City will be the world of the Oba family. 5 grand dosher? Nalan Yenran carried the sword in her hand. The not-so-light weight gave her some sense of security. What a pretty little girl. The leader of these 5 great duelists was not Oba Patton, the Oba family head, but a third-grade alchemist who looked to be around 50 years old. He looked at Nalan Yenran's pretty face in front of him, which had become demonic and abnormal due to the ice silkworm face, and revealed a lewd and obscene smile. 2 patriarchs, catch them alive. Whoever catches this little ninny for me, I'll help whoever becomes the #1 big clan in Yutan City. Upon hearing this, the 4 grand duelists immediately showed fierce glints in their eyes and looked at Nalan Yenran with the greedy eyes of looking at prey. Nalan Yenran sneered. He, you haven't even won yet, and you're thinking about how to divide the spoils? Old me personally pressed the battle. Naturally there will be no accidents. That third-grade pill refiner recklessly sized up Nalan Yenran. There are no rules. When you become old husband's bed-warming maid, I'll personally teach you how to speak. Nalan Yenran laughed back in anger. A mere third-grade pill refiner, who didn't even have the qualifications to speak to her in the Yunlan sect, actually dared to make such a big deal out of it? It was just as well that the elixir was taking effect now, and surging power filled Nalan Yenran's body. She felt unprecedentedly powerful, as if she could sweep away everything with a single blast of her fist. Be careful not to hurt her life or her face, especially this pretty face. Ha, don't worry sir, the Oba family, will definitely deliver this little ninny to your room in one piece. Oba Patton laughed out loud and rushed straight at Nalan Yenran with the 2 grand dosher of the Oba family. Galabai, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment. He did not follow and rush up to help, but rather swept aside, seemingly deciding to give the opportunity away. And behind them, the elites of the galleys and the Oba family came out in full force, strangling with the Shao family guards. Shouting and killing sounds shook the sky. Various colors of fighting chi transformed into all kinds of fighting techniques colliding with each other. The elites of the 3 great clans in Wutan City fought against each other, and as soon as they exchanged hands, they showed all their cards. Blood Light Blade. A scarlet arc-shaped light blade split his head, and although the caster was a 2-star grand dosher, a yellow-ranked fighting technique like this one was just too unimpressive. Nalan Yenran once again used her body fighting technique, her figure once again swinging up with the wind, lightly dodging this attack. No good. Arashikage. Without waiting for that Oba family's 2-star grand combat master to strike again, Nalan Yenran had already killed in front of him. She swung the longsword in her hand and slashed at the blood-colored Do-Chi armor. The power was far greater than before. This was the effect of the elixir she had just swallowed. The Beast Power Pill, which could barely be considered a 4th-grade pill, would skyrocket the power of both the fighting chi and the physical body after taking it. The 2-star Grand Combat Master was cleaved through the Do-Chi armor by Nalan Yenran's powerful brick-flying sword, leaving a deep wound on his chest. And in a flash, blood flowed out, and screams rang out. Cunning thing, eat my punch. Seeing that his own grand duelist had suffered a big loss, Oba Patton's face was also gloomy as he personally pressed on and blasted his fist at Nalan Yenran's abdomen. Boom! The speed of Oba Patton's punch was strangely fast. Nalan Yenran couldn't dodge in time and was blown away by a punch. She was like a kite with broken strings and planted into the ruins of the Shao family on the side. 7-star Grand Duelist? Galabai on the side exclaimed. Old Oba, when did you break through? Chapter 24, Goo. Kill me. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Galabai's surprised exclamation, Obapaton laughed 3 times in triumph. He understood that from now on Galabai would no longer have the mind to compete for the credit. Now he only needed to personally capture this little girl who was only a one-star grand duelist, and then he would be able to obtain the help of a third-grade pill refiner. Oba Patton was complacent and spirited, striding towards the ruins where Nalan Yenran fell down. Ahem! Nalan Yenran peeled away the broken bricks and tiles on her body and stood up in a sorry state. The Do-Chi armor on her abdomen was now cracked like a spider web, which showed how powerful that punch from Oba Patton was just now. Oba Patton thought that his avalanche fist was enough to make Nalan Yenran pass out, but he didn't expect her to actually stand up. Wacky girl! Oba Patton frowned and once again swung his old fist and bellowed. Avalanche fist! Mighty fighting chi wrapped around Oba Patton's fist, wrapping up a ferocious wind rushing straight towards Nalan Yenran, still whacking at her belly. The wind of the fist was like steel, breaking rocks and mountains. At the moment of life and death, Nalan Yenran instead had no distractions. She no longer expects the cloud from the heart to fall from the sky to destroy this group of small people, and no longer expects someone to arrive in time to step on the spot to save themselves. Thoughts clear and blessed, Nalan Yenran roared for the first time in a desperate stance. The wind returns to the earth. In the past, this arcane and obscure hand seal Nalan Yenran nodded extraordinarily rusty, but under the pressure of life and death, as if she opened up the two veins of the general will be rusty in the past the essentials of the integration. The speed of the seal is so fast that it looks like flipping ropes. Phew! Bleak wind sounds like ghost whistles. In an instant in front of Nalan Yenran to condense a like substance of the dancing color wall. If a careful examination, it will be found that it's inside all over the sharp and unparalleled wind blade. Go! The wall of wind sank inward and turned into a tornado, encircling the extremely fast-charging Oba Patton. Densely packed wind blades popped out from the tan-colored walls, and they followed the turbulent air currents as they fluttered like dancing butterflies. Sculpture! Ha! Oba Patton roared, and his majestic fighting chi erupted out into a cloak of fighting chi armor. He ignored the wind blades that were clashing fiercely with his fighting armor, and firmly blasted the wall of wind in front of him with a straight punch. Put! The tannish-colored wall seemed to bounce off soft cotton, unloading most of the force of Oba Patton's blow. Feeling like a ferocious straight punch in the mud, Oba Patton drew his arm back with all his might, knowing that he couldn't stay his hand. This woman has a problem. All of the fighting skills level are not low. Oba Patton has to go all out to fight quickly. Otherwise, if the gutter overturned, he, the Oba family head of the world's fame, will follow the galleys together to go down the drain. Sansi Dynasty beasts. The 7-star grand duelist was on fire, as if turning this small space surrounded by the wall of wind into an hourglass, and only waiting for Oba Patton's command to turn into a blur of beastly form and rush towards the wall. Wind and sand tore together, and the wall of wind quickly expanded outward under the sand and dust, soon reaching its limit. Avalanche fist. Open up for me. Oba Patton rode the wave of victory as he took a step forward, his sandbag-sized fist slamming forward with a mix of fighting aura. Boom! Although the wall of wind did not shatter open, this time, Oba Patton finally felt the sensation of a solid blow, and he couldn't help but look happy as he continued to pound towards it. Avalanche fist. Shattering palm. Wood-splitting strike. Bang! Under Oba Patton's fierce attack, cracks began to appear on the dan-green-colored wall. The cracks converged like a spider web, rapidly spreading outwards, as if the next blow would shatter it. The number of wind blades coming at Oba Patton was getting smaller and smaller, and their speed was getting slower and slower, and their weakness was becoming more and more obvious. Break it to me! Hitting his head, Oba Patton gave it his all as he leaned forward and blasted the already cracked wall of wind with a titanic force. The exhilarating blow that was expected to shatter this difficult fighting technique didn't appear, and the bizarre wall of wind actually disappeared before Oba Patton could hit it. The fuzzy beast shape gathered by the earth attribute fighting chi collapsed, and the only remaining wind blades also dissipated into nothingness. Only the dense scratches on Oba Patton's fighting chi armor told of what had happened. Unable to collect his punches, Oba Patton leaned forward and he stumbled 2 steps in a hurry to steady himself. Oba Patton immediately sensed that something was wrong. His scalp tightened, his whole body sweaty hairs stood up, hastily turned back to look for. But the figure of Nalan Yenran was missing. Wind's pole, sunset flare. In mid-air, Nalan Yenran put her best foot forward as she once again urged her longsword to fall, using her entire body's fighting chi to make her proudest mastery. Damn it! Such an advanced fighting technique is actually only meant to buy time? Looking at the long sword that was coming at him shattering once again, the terrifying energy contained within it was blossoming into a blinding white light. Oba Patton felt bad. He knew that it was already too late to dodge, and could only hurriedly make a seal, preparing to harden himself against this terrifying blow. Serves you right, credit-grabbing assholes. Galabai, who was marauding from the sidelines, watched as the white light engulfed Oba Patton, and thought with no small amount of pleasure. Matriarch, The two Oba family grandmasters who were desperately pestered by the Xiao family's dosher were shocked. They had never imagined at all that the Oba family's leader, who was a 7-star grandmaster, would be pushed to such a point by a young man who only had the strength of a 1-star grandmaster. Seeing that the enemy was too horrified to speak, Zhao's family didn't take advantage of the opportunity to attack, but quickly took off from the battle and dragged back their own wounded. Because everyone could see how weak Neilin Yanran was at the moment, they tried to lean towards Neilin Yanran, trying to protect her. As for Neilin Yanran, she used up the last ounce of fighting chi and strength in her body, and could no longer maintain her figure in midair, and fell down with a black eye. Reckless girl. Yun Songshin appeared from nowhere. He caught the falling Neilin Yanran and looked at the little girl who was nearly unconscious in his arms and revealed a smile. With the strength of a 1-star grand duelist, pushing his 7-star grand duelist to this point, Neilin Yanran was still honored despite her defeat, and did not fall into the name of the Yunlan sect. Gu, kill me. Feeling her lips being touched, Neilin Yanran subconsciously stretched her neck hard and weakly murmured. Yun Songshin, who was feeding her the elixir, cried and laughed. He had to give up feeding it with his hands and instead gently delivered it with the wind. This time, you have done a really good job. Let the rest be taken care of by the Xiao family themselves. Yun Songshin looked at the huge black ruler that was spinning and flying in the distance and said as such. *******ing little. I'll kill you. The light dispersed and a bloodied Obapaton roared with rage. Slur, deserve to be punished. Yun Songshin didn't even look at the wretched Obapaton on the ground. He seemed to have only given a harsh word and disappeared with Neilin Yanran. The invisible blade of wind flashed and cut off Obapaton's tongue. Obapaton's angry expletives were immediately choked back by the gushing blood, and his decapitated tongue fell to the ground without him even reacting to pick it up. Woohoo! The anger that had been rising straight to the clouds subsided, and he fell to his knees in horror, covering his mouth, blood running down the cracks of his fingers and dripping onto his sand-stained tongue. Chapter 25. Like to pop champagne at halftime? Oh, old dog, good fight huh? A large black ruler seemed to have fallen from the sky and landed right between Zhao's family and the elite guards of the two Abigail families. Young Patriarch, it's the young Patriarch, Xiao Wuyo shouted in surprise. Hooray! Long live! Although almost everyone in the Xiao family's dosher carried injuries, they still cheered excitedly. Some of the movements were so great that they pulled on the wounds and bared their teeth in pain. Xiao Wuchi spat out a mouthful of blood and also revealed a smile as if he was relieved. Woo-hoo! Obapaton looked at Galabai with murderous eyes. He covered his mouth and tried to question Galabai but couldn't make a sound. Only a slurred whimper. Xiao Yen? Galabai took a step back. Aren't you dead? You old dog is senile? Xiao Yan bared his teeth and let out a cold smile as he came to the side of the Xiao family Dodi masters and handed Xiao Wugo a nanoring. There are healing medicines in there. Divide it amongst the group and just leave these mongrels to us. Hey! Xiao Wugue nodded vigorously as he took the nascent sacred ring and came over to Xiao Warji's side, signaling him to arrange for the distribution of the medicine. The third-grade alchemist's face paled a bit. What is your relationship with that lord? The lord he was referring to was naturally Yun Songshin, who had just picked up Neilin Yanran, and he couldn't see through Yun Songshin's strength at all. Knowing in his heart that it was an existence he couldn't afford to mess with, Xiao Yan looked at the badge on his chest and did not answer his question, but instead asked in return. Who are you? Old me. Lu Qianju, is a third-grade pill refiner. Lu Qianju, you're Lu Shi's master? Yes, but this little friend, the old man is only here to investigate the truth of my disciple's death. I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding among us. Bull ***** misunderstanding. He's the head honcho. He's the one who organized these two families of dogs to bully my Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuyo, who was distributing the medicine, raised his head violently and cursed loudly. Lu Qianzhuang hurriedly said, that is absolutely not the case. Misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. Lu Shi, I killed him. Xiao Yan tugged up the Xin heavy ruler as he said with a cold smile. Truly, killing the little one to come to the old one is still all the same virtue. Young man, don't do too much when you speak and do things. This is good for everyone. Lu Qianzhu said with a heavy face. A mere third-grade pill refiner is not qualified to say this to me. The green lotus earthly heart flame erupted from within Xiao Yan's body as he said with a cold smile. Today, it is rare for all of you to come to my Xiao clan's marketplace as guests, and to make this place so bustling. Since all of you like this place so much, why don't you simply bury it here? Arrogant brat. You're no stronger than a single person. We have 5 grand doshers on our side. It's not certain who will lose or win. The 2-star grand dosher who was cleaved through the do chi armor by Neilin Yanran's sword said loudly. Oh, so you're planning to outnumber them? Xiao Zhan smiled as he walked from the ruins, and behind him were 3 Xiao family elders, all of whom had the strength of grand dosher. Behind them, There were several high-star dosher. Their eyes were fierce and murderous. And they were all the helpers Xiao Yan had invited from Black Flame City. As a pharmacist, shaking people is a basic skill. That little ninny's scent has disappeared. This is a different fire? The Xiao family kid came so fast and brought so many helpers with him. The situation is not right. Hurry! In the distance, the old man who was relying on his senses to watch the show in one of the attics noticed that something was wrong, and his face changed drastically as he hurriedly commanded, "Ha! What's wrong?" Although he didn't understand what the old man was talking about, the burly man dutifully did as he was told and stood up ready to leave. Stupid! For that little fellow to come back with help. It means that he already knew that there would be a change in Newton City. The palace-suited beauty opened the door while turning back. We were exposed. When would it have been? It hasn't been hidden since the beginning. Yung Songshin's voice came from outside the door, and he stood with his arms folded, just standing in the doorway coldly looking at the four people inside the room. Yung Songshin stepped into the room, and the beautiful woman in palace dress who still maintained the action of opening the door froze. Her whole body was stiff and unable to move, as if she was a maid who was specialized in opening the door for Yung Songshin. Yikes! It was still the strong man who was tough. He used his Do Chi to transform his spirit, and his water attribute Do Chi converged into a huge python that lunged towards Yung Songshin. Yung Songshin didn't even bother with the flailing python and walked forward, treating the burly man's attack as if it was nothing. Without a sound, the azure-colored python collapsed into water attribute fighting chi, wetting the beautiful woman's palace dress and staining the old man's gray robe, but not even a trace of water vapor touched Yung Songshin's body. Unbridled. Back off. Seeing that the strong man was still going to make a move, the gray-robed old man's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted to stop. One attack, and it can still be regarded as unawareness, but the second time can really be a death wish. Late generation Gatling MO. Meet Patriarch Yun. The gray-robed old man saluted, while signaling with his eyes for the palace-suited beauty to serve tea. Yung Songshin sat on the main seat, crossed his legs and said, "Tell me, whose idea was it?" "It was the late generation's idea, and it has nothing to do with the others. I hope that Patriarch Yun will be merciful and spare their lives, and I am willing to take all the blame for my sins and kill myself in public in the imperial capital." Elder Gar. The burly man tried to say something, but was intimidated back by Garimo with a look. Yung Songshin sipped his tea and said without lifting his head, "You can't. You're not qualified to take this matter on." The gray-robed old man's face changed, and just as his body's Do Chi began to revolve, his body was bound by the ropes that the wind had transformed into. The old man felt a sudden grueling sensation, as if the fighting chi in his body was out of control. 10,000 winds entanglement. The gnome murmured. "Recognize?" Yung Songshin skimmed off the froth with the tea lid while saying, "If you know each other, you should know something. Don't play the suicidal thing in front of me. If I let you Do Ling Juniors die in front of me, where would I put my face?" Yung Songshin took another taste, and he sighed. "It's not even if you can't do the job, but you can't make the tea either. At least it's the royal family of the Gamma Empire, but this is all you can do. Is it possible that you really intend to gnaw on your old age to the end? That's just it. Come with me. It's also time to clear the bad water in that old man's stomach for Gargantuan." After saying that, Yung Songshin poured out the tea and snapped his fingers. None of them noticed when Yung Songshin had activated his Do Chi, and the wind attribute transformed into a rope that seemed to appear out of nowhere, binding all four present. Yo, it's still X armor binding. Preachy. Looking at the effect of the wand foam binding on the palace-suited beauty's body, which was very different from that on the next person, Yung Songshin thought with some surprise, "This Yunlan sect, how come there are still such immodest fighting techniques?" Chapter 26, Settling the Dust. When Nalan Yenran woke up again, she was seeing a pair of round and slender legs. "You're awake? Don't move. The injuries you sustained are not light." Xiao Yu, who had all but stood up and was ready to leave, saw Nalan Yenran open her eyes and hurriedly sat down again. She said with some surprise, "It's Mr. Yun who asked me to take care of you for a few days. You don't have to worry. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? I'll ask someone to make you some food," Xiao Yu said enthusiastically. "There's no need to be troublesome," Nalan Yenran said breathlessly. "Dare I ask if you are?" "Ah, my name is Xiao Yu. I'm Mr. Yun's friend." "A friend of Shifu's?" Shifu was friends with a fighter? Nalan Yenran, who had just woken up, was in a daze, and if it wasn't for the pain in her body reminding her that she had woken up, she would have thought that she must still be in a dream. "Not to disturb, can you tell me where I am now?" Nalan Yenran came back to her senses as she asked as such. "Us? We're in Black Flame City." "Black Flame City? Why am I here? I clearly remember that I was in." Nalan Yenran rubbed her aching head. Her last memory was still stuck in the fierce battle in Yuten City. She only vaguely remembered that she was picked up by someone, and she didn't have any more clues after that. It was Mr. Yun who saved you back. Seeing Nalan Yenron's doubts, Xiaoyu explained. After mentioning Yun Songshin, Xiaoyu was surreptitiously observing Nalan Yenron's expression. Seeing her bitter smile, which seemed to be slightly reassuring. You and Mr. Yun, what kind of relationship is it? Subconsciously, Xiaoyu spoke the question in her heart and her heart lifted. Just pure curiosity. Oh, I see that Mr. Yun is quite worried about you. Ha, me? Nalan Yenran blinked as she thought seriously for a moment and said sincerely, I'm Master Ancestor's handmaiden. She actually wanted to say that she was Yun Songshin's disciple's grandson, but remembering Yun Songshin's disappointment in her earlier on Yunlan Mountain, she was afraid that Yun Songshin would disown her as a disciple's grandson who had discredited the Yunlan sect, so she only had to retreat to an identity that Yun Songshin would never deny. A maidservant? Xiaoyu smiled a little reluctantly, her complexion a little bleak. Such a delicate girl that I feel sorry for. Can be described as a heavenly gift? If it were to change the men of Yuten City, I'm afraid that they would have already taken her into the room as a concubine. Such a young Dido sure. See her talent. This kind of endowment in Xiaoyu seems to be when any one of the powers of the successor is not in the words, but just a maidservant. If she's as perfect as she is, what does that make her? Nalan Yenran didn't know Xiaoyu's complicated entangled mood at the moment as she looked at the unfamiliar ceiling and asked, how's it going over there in Yuten City? Don't worry, there won't be any problems over there. Mr. Yun made that guy Xiaoyan hire quite a few helpers in Black Flame City. They won't be able to turn over the sky. Just as Xiaoyu had said, Xiaoyan had utilized his identity as a pill refiner to hire quite a few helpers in Black Flame City. And not only were there a few high-star dosher who were exposed in the open, there were also several dosher who were lurking around to prevent Galabai and Abapaten from escaping. This time, the Xiao family had a big appetite to wrap up a big dumpling and eat the two nemeses in one bite. That night, the only thing that exceeded the Xiao family's expectations was Oba Paten's breakthrough to a 7-star Grand Combat Master, forcing out the Grand Combat Masters that were lurking around and causing some trouble for the Xiao family. It was a night of chaos, and only at the rising of the sun was the situation settled. The Xiao family market was strewn with corpses, and all the great masters and elite guards of the Oba and Gal families had perished here. Oba Paten died without resting in peace. That night before the situation was great. The galleys were greatly injured and no longer able to struggle. The Xiao family also closed their doors as if they had suffered a serious injury, and there was also the help of a third-ranking alchemist. At that time, he felt that this would be the opportunity for him to dominate Yuten City, a chance for the Oba family to dominate. He had even seen the dawn of the rise of the Oba family, but after one night, it all went to hell. I wonder if, in the last moments before his death, Oba Paten regretted his choice. The sun rose, and Xiao Zhan stood in front of Oba Paten's corpse as he frowned inside as he looked at the unwillingly grim face of his old rival in front of him. Alas, if I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Xiao Zhan removed the nascent ring on Oba Paten's finger and helped him close his eyes as well. The moment of reckoning has arrived. Compared to the aggressiveness and calamity of the two families when they attacked, the Xiao family's retaliation was much more restrained. They did not rush into the two families' pants to smash and loot, but were led by Xiao Yan and the Xiao family elders to notify the two families' men of affairs to come and collect the bodies of their patriarchs and elite guards. Come to Zhao's house to collect the body. It was a gift, but more than that, it was a naked threat, as if 9 feet of white silk had been passed into the hands of two families and affectionately reminded them of it. You're decent people. Their own family's previous actions against the Xiao family had long ago cut off their path to playing the emotional card, sending both righteousness and excuses to the Xiao family's hands. Now people for the knife and chopping board, eye for the fish meat. Even if how unwilling, they can only break their teeth into the stomach. Choose to decency to send everything hands, and humbly thank the Xiao family did not catch up with the extermination. 2 days later, the old men from the two families came to the Xiao family, and the Xiao family's grand elder stepped in to receive them. This time, there would be no more war of words, and there would be no more deceit. The old men of the three families talked to each other as if they were long-lost friends, and there were even bursts of laughter coming from within the hall. Laughter traveled out of the house, echoing in the yard where the bodies were displayed for a long time. Inexplicably bleak. Eventually, the two families carried their respective late bloomers home, and half of the city of Yuten was draped in plain white. Families wear mourning, but not much crying can be heard, and even come to the funeral of the two heads of families are from the simple and fast. On the other hand, the Xiao family also got what they wanted. They seized almost all of the wealth of the three great families of Yuten City and sold all of the three families' workshops and handicaps to others, earning a huge amount of money. Xiao Yan was not involved in all of the above, as he was busy refining medicines to pay the helpers of Black Flame City. Only when the dust had settled did he come to the Shao family's council chamber, just in time to see the elders of the Shao family hugging and crying, wailing. The long-cherished wish of the Shao family for many years was finally realized today. They have brought down the great enemy of generations. They have gained wealth like never before, and they are about to rise. Xiao Yan laughed helplessly. If it was in the past he would have definitely laughed out loud due to the comical behavior of these few elders of his family. But after this period of experience, he has grown up. He can do not change his face. He tensed. Chapter 27, Knocking Garrett's Bamboozle. Gamma Empire. Imperial Capital. Imperial Royal Garden. Gradient is always a little distracted lately. I don't know because Yunlan sect has a dozone. Its strength from now on formally over the Gamma royal family. Or because he can't break through for a long time. And now he is already old but even the threshold of breaking through the dozone has not touched. Anyway, he decided to come to the back of the Imperial Garden to take a break. The royal family's Imperial Garden has a pond in the back of the hill, connected to the living water of the underground river, where fish often pop up. Today, Kajintan got up early, wore a bucket hat and a straw raincoat, and brought fishing gear and bait, specially for fishing here. Fishing is the most home state of mind, because the fish will not be as well behaved and understanding as people, whether you are a country or a side of the king or a titan, the Air Force or the Air Force. The drizzle was fine and crackled cheerfully on Kajintan's bucket hat and straw raincoat. Kakintan sat withered all morning, wasting a lot of bait for nothing, and didn't even look at a fish shadow. He couldn't help but sigh, looking at the gray sky, and muttered, "The heavens are not in our favor." In the sky above, a small black dot was approaching rapidly, and the visitor did not hide his aura, just strutting in. Some of the imperial family's Do Wang powerhouses sensed the aura of danger, and their figures flashed as they opened the Do Chi transforming wings behind them. Several Do Wangs had wanted to charge up into the sky to go and find out what was going on, but they were slapped down by a mighty pressure that fell from the sky. Alas! This old man, Gargantuan sighed. Now the entire imperial capital's powerhouses had sensed that someone had recklessly trespassed into the royal back mountain. Logically speaking, Gradient should have seen it and rushed up to stop this arrogant guy to properly theorize and maintain the dignity and decency of the Gamma Empire's royal family. But Yun Songshin didn't just come by himself. He also kidnapped the quartet that Gaping Heaven had secretly sent to do some dirty work in Yuten City, which made Gaping Heaven feel short of breath. This guy deliberately tied up the royal family to fly so slowly. Does he want to parade them? Even though he knew he was in the wrong, Gargantuan was still a bit angry. Not even a little bit of decency left. Is his Cloudland sect that clean? Can't you find any faults at all? Yun Songshin descended through the air, and behind him, there were 4 floating ribbons made up of pale green winds swinging upwards, and tied to the end of each one was a person sent by Gargantuan to Yuten City. They looked like 4 floating balloons, and they looked extraordinarily ridiculous. Farewell, Sect Master Yun. I wonder what is the purpose of coming to my back mountain. Gargantuan put on an air of calmness as he turned his back to Yun Songshin and held his fishing rod in his hand without moving, as if he was really an old man who was concentrating on fishing. Don't pretend, old man. You know in your heart why I'm here. Yun Songshin neither negotiated nor mediated. He casually untied the 4 men with a wave of his hand and sat down next to Gargantuan. What have you few done to cause Patriarch Yun such displeasure? Gargantuan continued to feign confusion. Why don't you make amends to Patriarch Yun? The quartet flopped down towards Yun Songshin's back, and Yun Songshin laughed and said, "Old man, you don't really think I'm here to amuse you, do you? They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What kind of chatty game are you playing with me? With these 4 goods of theirs, even if I borrowed a few of their guts, they wouldn't dare to hit my Yun Lansek's head." Gargantuan naturally knew that this kind of perfunctory pretext could not get rid of Yun Songshin, and he only said this to buy some time to think about just how much to pay in order to make Yun Songshin satisfied. Remove the elite regiment at the bottom of Cloudland Mountain? This old man has already been promoted to Dozone, and even if the legion at the foot of the mountain stays there, it's just a piece of meat on the lips of Yunlan sect. I'm afraid he doesn't care if this regiment is withdrawn or not. Open up the treasury of treasures and let him seek out an earth-ranked fighting skill or technique at will? A little needy, but barely acceptable. Gargantuan laughed dryly while drawing a bottom line in his mind, then said, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." After saying that, he threw his fishing rod and turned around to reprimand in a feigned manner. "You bastards." At that time, the old man was only saying that he was worried that that little guy from the Shao family's behavior would cause trouble. How dare you run off to Wutan City to cause trouble? Yun Songshin didn't bother to watch the guy's performance. He watched the pattering drizzle fall on the lake, striking out layers of ripples. The picture was broken and beautiful. "Old man, don't pretend. I haven't even said where they went to get into trouble." Yun Songshin picked up the fishing rod that Gargantuan had thrown away. "This was originally just a small matter. It wasn't worth me personally making the trip. but your people have gone a bit too far. Just fanning the flames is fine. After all, these years, my Yunlan sect has been lax in its imperial control all these years, and there will always be some mischief. Letting your people catch an opening counts against you, but to instruct the natives of that Wutan city to injure the former young patriarch of my Yunlan sect, isn't that a bit too much of a disregard for me? What? Gargantuan finally broke, and he exclaimed, Yen Yen? That girl from the Nayland family, why would she appear in Yutan City? People from the Cloudlan sect have to admit when they've done something wrong. She ran off on her own back then and stepped on the Shao family's face, so now she naturally has to personally go and make amends and admit her mistake. Yun Songshin said, but I didn't expect that. Ah, your people are really bold and actually wanted to fold my Yunlan sect's young patriarch in Yutan City. That child Yen Yen was besieged by the natives of Yutan City, and if it wasn't for the timely arrival of the old man, I'm afraid she would have perished. Right now, she is seriously injured and is lying inside the medical center in Black Flame City. If I can't do her justice, how can I have the face to hear the disciples within the sect call me old patriarch? Gargantua opened his mouth, but the words didn't come out. Although he was initially bluffed by Yun Songshin, but after all, he was an old fox of 1,000 years. He quickly came back to his senses. Bull ****** to make amends. Back then she knew to bring a deacon from Yunlan sect when she went to stomp her head. But now she doesn't understand this? It must be that this old ghost had seen through his own setup and had prepared this play long ago. Had to hemorrhage money this time. Gargantua muttered bitterly in his heart. Older brother. This is really a misunderstanding. Gargantuan said. You know, I've always been fond of that child Yenran. How could I send someone specifically to harm her? It must be that Wutan City's natives who have taken matters into their own hands and acted recklessly. In that case, old brother, I'll personally ask President Fa to come out and heal Yen Yen's injuries, and make sure she's safe and sound. Seeing Yin Songshin holding his fishing rod without moving like a mountain, Gargantuan let out a bitter laugh. The drizzle would automatically slide away when it fell to a distance of about half an inch away from Yin Songshin's body, as if he was wearing an invisible poncho. Gargantuan could feel that Yin Songshin did not utilize his fighting chi, and the raindrops could not fall on him because the power of space that he had dreamed of mastering was at work. Is this the strength of a Dozong powerhouse? This matter is a negligence on the part of my royal family, and I am here to make amends to my old brother. Chapter 28, Getting Over It. GIF. The proclamation that Yun Songshin threw out was so explosive that it easily made Gargantuan break through the bottom line he had just set up. This was because Gargantuan understood that intending to provoke the relationship between a fourth-grade alchemist and the Yunlan sect was nothing more than a small fight, but presumptuously plotting against the future heir of the Yunlan sect, that would be a big deal. This reason had too much weight, and it was enough for the Yunlan sect to use it to declare war on the Gamma royal family. In the short span of 2 sentences, Gabianton's brain raced as he briefly deduced the direction of the situation within the Gamma Empire if the Yunlan sect declared war with the Gamma imperial family. Yun Shan had already stepped into the Dozone. Even if he and the imperial family's protector Divine Beast put their best foot forward, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to fight against them. In terms of strength, Yunlan sect had the upper hand, with the Cloudland sect declaring war due to the future heir being killed by the imperial family's conspiracy, and with the greater good on their side. It was feared that the clans within the imperial capital would all stand on the sidelines, and that the Gamma imperial family would be left isolated and unsupported. The result was obvious. The Gamma imperial family would be removed. The Yunlan sect would win a great victory and become the sole master of the Gamma empire. The only good news is that Yun Songshin still personally came to the back of the royal family's mountain to see himself. This old patriarch, who had spent his entire life seeking the development of the Yunlan sect, actually chose to coexist in front of the great temptation of being the only one, giving the royal family a chance to eliminate misunderstandings. Gargantuan didn't understand why Yun Songshin chose this way. If it was him, he would have thought that the Yunlan sect's military front would have arrived at the imperial capital by now, but he knows how to seize the opportunity. Since the cloud from the heart handed the Gamma royal family a no-blame opportunity, then he has to seize it. Therefore, Gargantuan offered very high conditions. He personally made amends and was willing to open the royal treasury to take what he wanted. He was also willing to withdraw the legions stationed under the Cloudlan mountain and cede the trade of several large cities of great value to the Cloudlan sect. It's hemorrhaging money, so to speak. The float drifted and Yun Songshin jerked his rod up, catching a big fish. He removed the large fish from the hook, carrying the constantly struggling live fish, and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Agree to the Cloudlan sect's 3 conditions, and I'll forget about what happened before. Old brother. Just say it, not to mention 3 conditions, even if it's 3,300, the Gamma royal family will definitely agree." Yun Songshin smiled smugly. Firstly, the Yunlan sect is going to own an enclave in the imperial capital. Let's call it the Yunlan sect counselor's pavilion. This place is regarded as the Yunlan sect's clan territory, and my Yunlan sect disciples will be responsible for security. In addition, I will put a Cloudlan sect elder here to make it easier for everyone to communicate with each other. Gargantuan froze for a moment, then hurriedly agreed, fearing that Yun Songshin would regret it. He couldn't figure out at all why Yun Songshin let go of the economy and resources of several large cities and chose to ask for an unrelated enclave in the imperial capital. Secondly, I heard that there is a pair of sisters among the young people in your family who are quite bright now, a pill refining genius and a cultivation genius. Both are very talented. Listening to Yun Songshin's compliments to the young knight and young moon sisters, Gargantuan's heart thumped. I've heard that their looks are also excellent, and having grown up in this imperial capital, I think their manners should also be decent. Yun Songshin continued, it just so happens that I've just come out of the customs, and I'm still lacking some worthy maids around me, so I think they're very good. This, Gargantuan hesitated, not because he couldn't part with these two granddaughters, but the pearl of the royal family was gifted to someone else as a maid of honor. This was simply stepping on the face of the royal family. Older brother, I remember that you've always been high-minded and not close to women, blinked Gargantuan, and with a brainwave, he began to put a high hat on Yun Songshin. Yun Shan doesn't get close to women, what's it got to do with me? Yun Songshin? Yun Songshin hemmed and hawed, indicating that he did not eat the set. No need to praise me, no need to praise me. It's useless to praise me. Seeing that kissing ass didn't work, Gargantuan immediately changed his tactics. But Xiao Yuer, they are at least my granddaughters, the pearl of the royal family. Is it a bit shabby to be a maid? If there is a lack of serving maidservants by old brother's side, I will personally select a few with excellent looks and decent demeanor for old brother. And I will make sure that old brother will have enough face when he takes them out. Do I look like I lack beauty around me? Seeing Yun Songshin's softness and hardness, he was determined to have the pearl of the royal family go to the Yunlan sect to be his personal maid, and Gargantuan also came to be angry. But he didn't dare to have a seizure, and could only give a bitter smile. Yin and Yang, why does the old brother recognize those two girls in my house? Ah, is it possible that he is looking at these two milquetoast girls? For what? What else could it be? Could it be for stamp collecting? Yun Songshin glanced at Gargantuan, who was smiling bitterly, and said after handing him the fish he had just caught, this little pool is nice. How long have you been fishing here? Gargantuan froze for a moment, not understanding what Yun Songshin meant by this. It's been a few days. What is the geometry of the harvest? Very few. Yeah, very few. Because this pool is so small, even if it does work well, connected to live water, and people like you who fish come and sprinkle bait to feed the fish. It's fishing, muttered Gargantua mentally. But this pool is ultimately too small to raise a few big fish. Keeping this 1 acre of land, one's whole life will never turn into a big fish that can leap the dragon gate. What the old brother means is, the Gamma Empire is like this small pool. Even the strongest geniuses can't turn into true powerhouses. Yun Songshin paused for a moment and continued. What's more, the current small fishes are happily lying down and eating bait under the shelter of the big fishes. So if this goes on, they will only turn into pigs that are being bred, and won't be able to become dragons that soar. But what does that have to do with being a maid of honor or not? If we don't suppress their identities, what's the point of the royal heir pairing up with the young master of the Yunlan sect? Yun Songshin frowned and buried another reason in his heart. After all, this body is not my own, so I can only look at some sexy things first, just for the sake of my eyes. Gif, look at that Xiao family's kid. If you have such a character in your family's younger generation, are you happy? Yun Songshin asked. Gargantua couldn't help but let out a hefty giggle as he thought about it. The heartache of highly talented juniors, to protect them as a baby boil, holding in the hands for fear of falling, in the mouth for fear of melting, can cultivate a truly strong person? Is this Gamma Empire going to rely on you and me, these old men, to hold on? To take a step back? How many more years can you hold out? Yun Songshin continued. I've finished saying what I need to say. I hope that I can see these two ninjas when I leave. And this little pond won't be calm for much longer. Fishers will be coming, and it won't be fishing that comes then. It's electrofishing. Chapter 29, The Sisters of the Gamma Royal Family. In fact, Yun Songshin's words were only believed by at most 60% by Gargantuan. This life has been spent in the deception and deceit. How can Gatling Heaven believe that there will really be people making a big cake for mutual benefit and win-win situation? Instead of playing the old game of gaming with one set of mouth and one set of heart as in the past, and the current royal family backstabbed the once royal family, and the once royal family overthrew the even older dynasty, week after week, as if caught in a cycle of time, as it was in the past, as it is in the present. How could Garrett believe that it would not be so in the future? In the end, it is still the people of the Gamma Empire who have been living in a corner for too long, and have long forgotten how vast the Dochi continent is, with only a few cities within the Gamma Empire remaining in their eyes. Jaya Jinshin sighed in his heart. The words had already been said to this point, and to refuse would be ungrateful. So even if Jia Jintian, no matter how much he valued the face of the royal family and Yao Yu's talent as a pharmacist, he could only bear to give up his love and admit it with his nose pinched. Alas! If Yunshan, this old man wants only young knight, not to mention as a maid, even as a bed-warming maid I do not even blink an eye. Directly arranged to fake death out of mourning will be given to the cloud from the heart of a set of silky smooth small moves. At least then seed a few big city resources and wealth to be stronger. Yuera, her future achievement is about the 5th grade alchemist. This price the royal family can afford. Moreover, if you go to Yunlan's sect, you are also a member of my family. A family whose bloodline is connected, and who breaks the bones and connects the tendons. Gargantua's heart was dripping blood as he kept consoling himself in his mind and agreed with a sad face. Only when Gargantuan instructed the black-robed quartet to invite the young knight and young moon sisters over did Jin Songshi nodded in satisfaction and spoke his third condition. Thirdly, Yunlan sect disciples shall participate in the garrison. In the future, the Yunlan sect will all arrange for disciples within the sect to participate in the border garrison. Whether to form a legion to listen to the tone or to listen to the announcement, or to break up and disperse to integrate into the border army. Let us leave these details to be discussed by the young and strong and intelligent people from both sides. But there is one thing, if a Cloudlan sect disciple wants to quit Cloudlan sect to join the border army, I won't stop them. Similarly, if any of the border army wants to join the Yunlan sect, you cannot stop them either. Yun Songxin turned his words around and said, in addition, my Yunlan sect will agree to the disciples retaining their positions in the Yunlan sect while remaining to serve in the border army, as well as encouraging the border army to continue garrisoning the borders with an additional Yunlan sect disciple. Gargantua opened his mouth, stunned and speechless for a moment. Compared to this third one, the first two don't seem so hard to accept. Gargantuan frowned and pondered, but felt that the matter was too big. The changes brought about were numerous and complicated, and he couldn't even come to a conclusion for a while. The Gamma Empire's border guards had always been elite and heavy soldiers, and the imperial family had invested a lot of resources in them, so it could be said that more than half of the empire's strongest men had fumbled in the border army. On the surface, this was giving the Yunlan sect a fair chance to compete with the imperial family. It was foreseeable that in order to compete for these future powerhouses, the Yunlan sect would inevitably invest a large amount of resources. In contrast, even if the treatment of the border troops is raised, the pressure on the royal family's supply will be much less. Is this going to be good? Negatives. Garma Heaven did not doubt the loyalty of the border troops to the imperial family. The Gamma Empire had been raising soldiers for 100 years, and the sturdy city walls that had been forged were not something that the Yunlan sect could cut corners on by throwing in some resources and moving their mouths. Similarly, the Cloudland sect had cultivated its disciples for so many years, and it wasn't something that the imperial family could shake by relying on benefits. This old geezer Yun Shan wouldn't not understand this, so why would he still be doing this kind of out-of-the-blue thing? Gargantuan thought as he did. In his opinion, the most likely outcome of this would be that the border army would be split into two factions, implicating both the imperial capital and the Cloudland sect. Countless elders and secretaries would waste their time and energy in the never-ending internal conflict, and the border army would also be divided into two factions, greatly reducing their combat power. Older brother, it's not that I'm unintelligent, but this matter involves too much. Aren't you afraid that some juniors won't know any better and place spies into the Cloudland sect? Gargantuan politely expressed his concern. Yung Songxin shook his head and said, why don't you just say it? You're worried that I'll send someone to stir up your elite border army, aren't you? Gargantua smiled bitterly and avoided answering. Alas! Yun Songxin sighed, thinking that this old man deserved to be stuck in the Do Huan for the rest of his life and could not move. What a rat's eye! But on the contrary, he still didn't know how to explain it to Gadiant. Could he directly tell him that he had traveled across and knew that the Izumo Empire next to him was about to produce a stunningly beautiful heavenly poisonous, and that she would lead an army to attack the Gamma Empire in a big way at the behest of the Hall of Souls? Even if he had said this, I'm afraid that all of Gargantua's words would have fallen on deaf ears. Therefore, Yung Songxin could only state in a tough manner that this matter was not negotiable, but he would restrain the disciples of the Yunlan sect and harden the fighting forces of the Gamma Empire first. Only in this way could the Gamma Empire minimize its losses when the allied forces of the Exodus Cloud Empire came to attack before too long. Yun Songxin's mind is already decided. Jaya Jinshin also has no way. The only thing is to agree first, and then find a way to delay in the future. It was at this time that the sisters of Young Night and Young Moon were let in. Ah, girls, come here, meet Patriarch Yun. Gargantuan even had a much older voice. Little Princess Yao Yu had always been a character that was not afraid of the sky and the earth. but it was still hard to avoid constraints and fear in front of a dozong powerhouse. She hid behind her sister, her small hands gently pinching her sleeves, carefully peeking out and secretly observing Yoon Songshin. On the contrary, it was young knight, pavilion and generous, like a rose with thorns, worthy of being sisters, imperial sister plus lowly, also a classic combination. Yoon Songshin muttered in his heart, Patriarch Yoon has just come out of the gate, and there is no one around to serve tea and welcome guests. Gadgetian coughed and said, he values my Gamma royal family's people's demeanor to enter and exit, so he chose you two girls. It's an honor for you. Go pack up and follow Sovereign Yoon. After saying that, he saluted Yoon Songshin before leaving with the fish Yoon Songshin handed him, as if he wanted to appear determined and ruthless. Young knight seemed to be at peace. She had known this day would come. She just didn't expect it to come so soon. Young Moon was a different story. The heartless little princess was excited that she finally didn't have to be subjected to all the red tape and didn't have to listen to the old grandmothers lecturing her every day about how the royal family had to pay for the royal family. Although she looked timid and somewhat restrained, Yoon Songshin still saw the light of excitement in her beautiful eyes, like a small child about to visit an amusement park. Go and pack up. From now on, you will be the Yoon Lan sect's registered disciples. Yoon Songshin said as such. Chapter 30, the ancient clans only designated Do Huang. Yoon Songshin took away the two sisters from the imperial capital, Yaoi Yaowe, and brought back Nailin Yenyen, who was recuperating from her injuries, from the Black Flame City. In this way, the shelf of the Gamma Empire's talented ascetic group that he had planned was sort of set up. This team was luxurious with Nailin Yenran as the head, Young Knight as the deputy, and the third-grade pill refiner Young Moon as the logistics. On Yunlan Mountain, Yoon Songshin sighed as he looked at the three girls in front of him. That disciple of Mr. Gu he was not bad. But his own plan to brave the Blackhorn domain was too dangerous, and in all likelihood, Gu he would not agree to let his disciple go. What about the three great families of the imperial capital? Their names were so loud. Did they have any genius characters worth mentioning? Yoon Songshin recalled half a day, but only remembered to recall the wooden war that battle cool. The problem is that this guy's talent is also not good. Moreover, Yoon Songshin always felt that he had a bubble in his brain, belonging to the table of mediocre talents next door who didn't dare to cause trouble. Alas, the huge Gamma Empire is really depleted of talent, and can't even put together a galactic battleship. Master Ancestor, what's wrong? Seeing Yoon Songshin sigh long and hard after looking at himself and his royal sisters for half a day, Nailin Yenran was puzzled. Nothing, just feeling very frustrated. Yoon Songshin lamented in his heart, the talents of the Gamma Empire all of them have been abducted. The doomed poison body ran next door to the Exodus Cloud Empire to become the Gota boss. The blue-eyed triple blossom pupil let the heavenly serpent mansion snatch it away. And if it wasn't for the fact that he had arrived just in time, even Xiao Yan would have been expelled by the Cloudlon clan from the Garma Empire. And which are the talents left behind by the great powers of the Gamma Empire? Wooden warrior? Nailin Yenran? Alas. Yoon Songshin sighed again. You guys just stay here for now, cultivate well, and I'll take you guys to see the world after a while. Yen. Especially you. Find more elders in the sect to review your battle in Yutan City. You were more new than vicious, like you were fighting in a ring. You need to improve more. I have business to attend to, so I will come back to you all in a few days. Hopefully I'll see you all refined by then. That's it. Disperse. Before the words left his mouth, Yoon Songshin laughed. I didn't expect after so many years, this poor countryside actually produced another dozone, but also from the Cloudlon sect created by Yin Badian. It's a pity that it's just a small dozone that barely broke through. A little bit of Yun Boshan's skills have not been inherited. In Black Flame City, Linging sat on the roof and watched the vast procession of Xiao family members arrive at the square where the flying magical beasts were rented. And he was so bored that he muttered in a low voice to himself. Is it true that all his skills have been lost? He didn't leave any for his descendants? Should not be. Linging will dark attribute fighting chi needed into a small black ball. In the hands of back and forth inversion. At least is also the Northwest continent in the years of the reigning party of the Great Evil. That strange body fighting skills unique rivers and lakes. How to lose it? What has been lost? Yoon Songshin's voice suddenly came from behind her, and Linging almost jumped up in shock. When he was still far away, Yoon Songshin instantly recognized the identity of this mysterious person who had been hiding in the shadows. Dark attribute Do Chi, a Do Huang powerhouse that did not belong to the Gamma Empire, and had been lurking in the shadows secretly observing Xiao Yan's movements. Who else could it be except for Linging, the only designated Do Huang of the ancient clan? What man? When it was too late, Linging struck out like lightning, and the small ball of dark energy that he had been needing for a long time turned into a black lance in an instant, stabbing straight towards the source of the sound. 10,000 winds of entanglement. The lance broke the wind and came Its speed was so fast that it almost brought out residual shadows, and it stabbed in front of Yun Songshin in just an instant. But it ended here. The light green colored rope seemed to condense out of the air. The 4 ropes came from 4 directions, locking the black lance firmly in front of Yun Songshin, making it difficult for him to advance an inch further. He stretched out his right index finger and gently pointed it at the tip of the spear. Right at the moment of contact, the lance immediately collapsed. This friend looks unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from the Gamma Empire, right? Yun Songshin said smilingly as he pretended to understand. What? If you're not from the Gamma Empire, you can't show up here? Ling Ying was extraordinarily cautious, and his words were very also nonchalant. Oh, that's not true. I don't know how it is on the royal family's side, but the Yunlan sect has always welcomed friends from the continent as guests. Yun Songshin arched his hand and said, introducing myself, I, Yun Shan, am the sect master of the Cloudlan sect. Cough. Under me Ling Ying. Seeing Yun Songshin being so polite, Ling Ying, who had just been bad-mouthing him, was also a bit embarrassed as he coughed and said with an arch, this friend, listening to what you just said, it seems that you are familiar with my Yunlan sect seniors. Yun Songshin said in a straightforward manner. Cough cough. Ling Ying coughed twice awkwardly and began to backtrack to make up for it. Back then, Yun Badian had made a heck of a name for himself in the northwestern continent. So who doesn't know who knows who? Yeah, just listen to that name and you'll know it's no ordinary person. Who's a good person who dares to call himself a name like Broken Sky? Yun Badian. Cloud Breaker. Could it be that there's really some treasure left behind in this backdrop? Yun Songshin muttered in his heart. Is there really another mystery within the life and death sect? Yun Songshin pondered while continuing to say to Ling Ying, as early as when I was in the Cloudlan sect, I discovered your aura, my friend. It seems that wherever Xiao Yan's little friend appeared, you appeared. I wonder if it was a misunderstanding on my part. Alas, being entrusted by someone. Ling Ying sighed. Don't worry, sect leader Yun. I have no ill will towards both the Cloudlan sect and this little fellow Xiao Yan. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out and reminded. I advise Patriarch Yun to stop asking. There's too much involved. Knowing too much isn't good for you or the Cloudlan sect. A strong man from an ancient clan spoke with a hard edge. A Do Huang facing a Do Zong dared to speak like this. Good. Mr. Yun trusts Mr. Ling. Yun Songshin's heart struggled for a moment, but he still asked. Mr. Ling, have you ever heard of the name Soul Temple? Hearing those 2 words, Ling Ying's smile visibly stiffened. Why would Patriarch Yun suddenly mention them? Truth be told, this Do Zong of mine relied on the Soul Palace to break through. Even though he had already made preparations in his mind, Yun Songshin was still nervous at this moment. The ancient clan was never a good bird, and the reason why he dared to open up to Ling Ying was entirely because he believed that Ling Ying and Lavender would not harm Xiao Yan's friends. There was no turning back, and since the words had been spoken, there was no turning back. Yun Songshin gritted his teeth and continued. They have set up quite a lot in the northwest continent, and what they have planned is very big, yet they are very protective of their feathers, and it seems that they are afraid of being discovered by someone, so they have supported many people. Not coincidentally, I am one of them. Chapter 31, Seeing Pill Elder. Regarding the ancient clan and the Hall of Souls, Yun Songshin had considered it for a long time. Although Yun Shan, the Do Zong, seemed to be the only one in the Gamma Empire, he was actually nothing more than a tool of the protector of the Hall of Souls. If he didn't bring in another power of sufficient weight, I'm afraid that sooner or later, he would have to go one way or the other. Just like Yun Shan in the book. Thinking about Yun Shan's final end, the Soul Palace protector was afraid that he had dug a hole for him when he helped him break through to Do Zong. In order not to be eaten by the Soul Palace without even the dregs of his soul left like Yun Shan, he could only wade into the danger of telling the truth, expecting to draw the attention of the ancient clan. Even if it was only slightly good, it would be enough to deter that protector and buy some time for himself and Xiao Yan. Anyway, if you're already in bed with a tiger, you're not afraid of attracting another bear. But in Ling Ying's ears is another layer of meaning. A Do Zong powerhouse suddenly appeared to tell himself that he was a dead enemy to support up. How to look like the next second is going to be 0 frame starting look. So Ling Ying's majestic Do Chi secretly ran, and he couldn't help but tense his body and put himself on full alert. Yun Songshin acted as if he didn't see Ling Ying's little gesture as he continued. But I can sense that those guys are a bunch of people eaters. So I'll tell Mr. Ling what happened in the hope that you'll be careful of them. I've known Mr. Ling since we first met. So a word of advice, this northwestern continent won't be quiet for much longer. So if you don't have to come, Mr. Ling would be better off avoiding it. The Hall of Souls is indeed a man-eater. Ling Ying said vigilantly. Does Patriarch Yun know what they are plotting? What are you planning? Of course it's plotting to rob the Xiao family's ancient jade just like you guys. Yun Songshin shook his head and said, Mr. Yun is not sure what they are plotting. They act in secrecy and never contact me when they have nothing to do. The only thing I can ascertain is that they seem to be searching for something. Something. Ling Ying pursued. Does Patriarch Yun know what kind of thing it is? Can't say too much detail. Mustn't say too much detail at this time. Yun Songshin is only a one-star dozone. When the Soul Palace Protector is not qualified, how could he possibly learn about such a confidential matter? Therefore, Yun Songshin could only pretend not to know, so as not to steal the chicken. I'm not sure about that. They act cautiously and never explain anything to outsiders. Ling Ying's expression grew more and more grave as he arched his hand and said, "Thank you, Patriarch Yun. We accept this kindness. I still have things to do, so I will leave first." Yun Songshin knew that this matter was almost considered done. He arched his hand in return and watched Ling Ying leave. Alright, the personnel who drove the tiger and swallowed the wolf have already done their part. The rest is to listen to the fate of heaven. Yun Songshin stood before Ling Ying and secretly observed the position of the Xiao family members, looking down at the Xiao family members who were boarding the flying magical beasts one after another. Next, it's time to fix itself. Only after all the Xiao family members had boarded the flying magical beasts and the vast flying brigade took off and stabilized did Yun Songshin move. He could hint that the ancient clan Soul Temple was going to make a move against Guyu to draw their attention, but would never feel comfortable treating the ancient clan as a lifesaver. Giving Ling Ying the bottom line was because he had no choice, never because he believed in the character of the ancient clan. On the Do Chi continent, the only ones who could go against the Hall of Souls and hook up themselves were the ancient clan. Iron still needs to be hard. Counting on anyone is not as good as counting on yourself. This reasoning Cloud from the heart still understand. So he had to find a way to unlock the Soul Temple's secret method. Otherwise everything was a poor endeavor. Patriarch Yun? Why is he here? Yun Shan's figure suddenly appeared in the hut on the back of the flying magical beast Xiao Yan was in, which made Xiao Yan very surprised. Originally, Xiao Yan had planned to give full play to the traditional artistry of the Rolling King and take advantage of this time in the sky to cultivate, so he asked for a separate flying magical beast. Now this helped Yun from the heart. Little Yanzi, hello again. Yun Songshin said with a smile. Elder Yun, what brings you here? Xiao Yan touched his nose and arched his hand. My cousin is on the back of another magical beast. Your cousin? Yun Songshin froze for a moment. What does it have to do with your cousin? I'm here to find you and your teacher. Teacher? Xiao Yan's entire body stiffened. What is Patriarch Yun saying? The kid did not understand. Yun Songshin let out a bitter laugh as he arched his hand and said, Don't pretend when it's this time, little Yanzi. There is a senior hidden in your nascent soul ring, isn't there? Although it's a soul body, it can still maintain at least Do Huang level strength. I'm afraid that in his lifetime, he was at least a legendary Do Zun powerhouse, right? Elder, senior has no ill intentions. It is really because I have a difficult problem that I have come to ask for advice. Yun Songshin bowed his hand very solemnly. Please also ask senior. Do not begrudge me your advice. The room quieted down and Xiao Yan looked blankly at Yun Songshin, who was saluting, somewhat at a loss for words. Spending days like years, Yun Songshin felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Even in the huge gamble with Ling Ying translucent just now, he wasn't this nervous. May the world be well and the medicine shelf be dusty. Of course, Medicine Old Man is a good man with a kind heart. But being a non-relative, being a good person doesn't mean he'll help himself. What if he had doubts about himself? What if he saw that he had relied on the Hall of Souls to advance to Dozone? What if he had the aura of the Hall of Souls on him? Yun Songshin rambled on, and was actually a bit distracted. Alas, how did you discover the old man? The short time of 3 breaths was so long in Yun Songshin's eyes that it seemed like it would never pass. It wasn't until Pill Elder's voice came out from the nascent sack that he breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of relief appearing on his originally tensed face. It was found from the remains of the Mo clan. I have investigated the incident of the Mo clan, so I think it must have been Senior who brought little Yanzi to do it, right? Yun Songshin immediately spoke the answer he had prepared long ago. Elder Yun, the Mo family that time was. Xiao Yan hurriedly explained. I know. I investigated the Mo family. They deserved to die. Now the Xiao family is also considered as my Cloudlon Sect's outer deacon. This matter can be characterized as cleaning up the house. You don't need to be so nervous. So what is it that you're looking for Lao Fu for? Pill Old Man asked as he burrowed out of his nascent sacred ring. Looking at the somewhat transparent old man in front of him, Yun Songshin told the matter of his breakthrough to Dozone with the help of the Hall of Souls once and for all. So, you feel that your body has been left behind by the Hall of Souls, and you want old man's help to probe a bit? Exactly. As long as Senior is willing to help, I, Yunlan Sect, will take whatever I can get, and as long as Senior needs it, I will never say anything. Alas, forget it. Seeing as you've helped my disciples so many times, I'll put in some effort to help you out. Chapter 32, Dozone? 10-star Do Huang. Don't resist. Wait for the old man to check it out. At Pill Elder's gesture, Yoon Songshin sat down as he stretched out his right hand and allowed Pill Elder's soul power to rush into his body. Pill Elder's soul power was majestic and powerful, and several times it provoked Yoon Songshin's Do Chi to instinctively try to strike, but he carefully flicked it down. Sensing Yoon Songshin's sincerity, Pill Elder was relieved. He shot up his spirits and began to probe carefully and meticulously. It's really the Soul Palace's handiwork, Pill Elder said with a grave expression on his face. As the soul power receded like a tidal wave, Pill Elder frowned and contemplated for a moment before slowly speaking. This is a Soul Temple secret method. At least a Soul Temple Protector level fellow is qualified to master it. It's very difficult to deal with. After thinking about it, Lao Fu has 3 methods that can help you get rid of it. Yoon Songshin's face was grave. I wish to hear more. The first is to break through the Dozun. Although the secret method is bizarre, it isn't considered powerful in front of a Dozun. If I can advance to Dozun, I think I can break through it with force and forcefully refine it. Yoon Songshin let out a bitter smile. How easy was it to break through to a Dozun? One must know that Jin Shan had paid such a huge price in order to be promoted to Dozon, let alone Dozun. It was not like he was Xiao Yan, the one who was openly hung. Seeing that Yoon Songshin only laughed awkwardly without saying anything, Pill Elder then had an idea in his heart, and he continued. The second method is to master a type of foreign fire. The foreign fire, a rare treasure of the Dochi continent, is the most cool and overbearing. If you can get a foreign fire to protect your body, this secret method will not be able to help you. Yoon Songshin straightly scratched his head. This kind of thing like foreign fire could be encountered but not sought. It seemed that none of the foreign fires he knew of were ownerless. Which of those forces that possessed foreign flames weren't Dozone powerhouses to begin with? Hiss. Wait, wasn't Han Feng right in the Blackhorn domain? He only had the strength of a Do Huang, and he also happened to possess a foreign flame. Isn't that a coincidence? Kill Han Feng and take his sea heart flame? Yoon Songshin pondered for a moment and decided that the risk of either killing Han Feng or devouring the foreign fire was not small. The former was because Han Feng was a near 7th grade pill refiner, and if he couldn't do it himself in a single blow, there were plenty of Dozones in the Blackhorn domain who were willing to shoot down a 1-star Dozone with a flimsy fighting chi to sell him a big favor. The latter risk is even greater. The fire is the world's most fierce and strongest treasure. How many capable people want to take possession of it for themselves, but led the fire to burn themselves? Not to mention that Yoon Songshin is also a wind attribute Dochi Dozone. I'm afraid that it can't refine the foreign fire at all, and can only suppress it. It's better to hear the third option first. The third method is the most difficult. It requires 3 alchemists with foreign flames to enter the body with 3 foreign flames, 1 to refine and 2 to capture. I think I can expel this Soul Temple secret method. Where's the difficulty in this method? This method is great. This disciple of mine possesses a green lotus earthly heart flame, and although it is not ranked high, it can still be captured and killed. I also have a foreign fire named Bone Spirit Cold Fire, so I will leave the matter of refining to me. It's just that there's still one more foreign fire missing, but it's a bit difficult to do. Yoon Songshin's eyes rolled in understanding, and he immediately followed Pill Elder's meaning downwards. Pill refiners are already rare, and pill refiners with foreign flames are even more rare. If that's the case, it's indeed a bit tricky. Cough. But the good thing is that the sky is the limit. Things still have a turnaround. Pill Elder coughed and said with a twist of words, this disciple of mine is a bit special. He has the potential to carry many kinds of foreign flames, and if we can let him take in one more foreign flame, it will be considered enough. Sure enough, Yoon Songshin blinked, but exotic flames are as rare as they are, and just searching for them is as difficult as climbing up to heaven. I'm not questioning Senior's judgment, I just feel like I might not even live to see that moment. Seeing Yoon Songshin so uptight, the corners of Pill Elder's mouth rose slightly. There's no need to worry about that. As far as I know, there's a foreign fire hidden within the Canaan Academy in the Blackhorn domain. Canaan Academy is a famous academy that is renowned on the continent, and the continent is full of powerful people who once studied there. Elder wouldn't be planning to rob them, right? It would stir up a hornet's nest. Ahem. I'm just giving an example. Even though foreign flames are rare, there are still traces to follow. Having been poked through in his mind, Pill Elder coughed awkwardly. Alright, I understand. During this period of time, I'll take care of the affairs within the sect as soon as possible, and then I'll join the two of you in making a trip to the Blackhorn domain. Alas, just dozed off on a pillow. Yoon Songshin was worried about what excuse to find to travel to the Blackhorn domain with Xiao Yan. This reason will find itself over. Then, Mr. Yun will not disturb Senior's rest. I'll see you in Lin City. Yoon Songshin arched his hand in farewell and disappeared into the room. Teacher, is that what secret method really so difficult? Xiao Yan blinked. After Pill Elder probed and confirmed that Yun Songshin had gone far away, he hemmed and hawed and laughed. How can that be? What good things can a mere protector use? That secret method is indeed bizarre, but it will take some time for old man alone to banish it. Then why did you still say that with Patriarch Yun said that 3 foreign flames were needed? Xiao Yan said in disbelief. Alas! You little fellow, only a small city has bought you off? The Pill Elder saw through Xiao Yan's thoughts and said, Don't worry, although this Patriarch Yun is pure in nature, he is also a first-rate intelligent person. He will not be able to suffer any losses. The Blackhorn domain isn't a good place, and we still have to figure out how to take care of the foreign flames, which is a troublesome pile of work. If we have a Dozone powerhouse traveling with us, the success rate will be much higher. That's why I spoke out to test the waters, to see if he would accept such an offer or not. And for this Patriarch Yun, cracking the Soul Palace secret method is the top priority, so it's cost-effective to be our bodyguard for a while for this matter. Xiao Yan's small mind was pierced through as he let out a bitter smile and said, Elder Yun has shown great kindness to the Xiao family. I do feel not too comfortable if I have to count on him. What do you mean by calculating? This is called euphemistic negotiation. Pill Elder rolled his eyes. Learn well. Pill refiners should learn more than just pill refining. Moreover, this Patriarch Yun's Dozone breakthrough was very reluctant, and his Gong method wasn't good enough, resulting in a very serious Do Qi deficiency. His current state is much worse than a normal Dozone powerhouse. By following us, we can still help him to keep a check on him and build up his base well, which will greatly benefit him in the future. More than that, you'd better worry about whether or not you have all your herbs ready. If you really have the chance to devour the foreign fire at that time, but you don't have the required pills because you're missing a few herbs, and you can only watch the opportunity slip away, that would truly be a regret. Chapter 33, 1000-Year Prime Pine. Immortal Cloud Lan Sect. 1000-Year Prime Pine. Immortal Yun Lan Sect. On the square of the Yun Lan Sect, Yun Songshin stood with his hands facing that sky-high ancient tree. He looked at the lush ancient wood and murmured in a low voice, Teacher, what did you say? Yun sensed his aura and hurriedly arrived just in time to hear Yun Songshin's sentimental remarks. Rhyme. Why do you think this tree is still so thriving when it has lived for more than 100 years? Yun Songshin asked. Yun stood beside Yun Songshin and followed his gaze to the giant tree in the sky and said softly, with the disciples carefully tending to them, repelling insects and watering them, and trimming their branches and leaves, these trees have been well cared for and naturally thrive. Yes, watering and repelling insects, trimming the branches and leaves. Yun Songshin nodded. The tree is still like this, let alone the clan? Teacher? Yun could see that Yun Songshin's mood was a bit off. She softened her voice and said softly, I'm fine, let's get down to business. Yun Songshin shook his head and said softly, I went out this time, and thought of some ways to make that old man gargantuan give in. Our Yunlan sect will also participate in the border garrison in the future. Let these juniors who are idle out of their asses get moving, and compete with the jousting competition of the geniuses and powerhouses of the northwest continent such as the Azumo Empire. Yun Songshin snorted, lest they spend all day wondering how to fight for power and seek personal gain, not growing at all. I'll let the elders within the sect confirm the specific matters. You don't need to worry about that, but the first time we go to the border, we still need to leave a good impression on the border troops. Rhyme, let's have you personally lead the team. Be safe. Yun Songshin thought about it and still emphasized. Yun smiled and said, Don't worry teacher. Yuner is now a strong Do Huang. What danger could threaten me? Do not be careless. The Dochi continent is full of strong people. Your little strength is not enough to look at. Yun Songshin gently knocked on Yun's forehead. Also, I'll be entering the sect of life and death once more recently, so let the elders within the sect get ready. Yun was puzzled. Life and death gate? Why do you suddenly remember that place? There are some things to confirm, said Yun Songshin without explaining too much as he waved his hand. Ever since overhearing Ling Ying's extremely high opinion of Yun Badian, Yun Songshin had always had a problem he couldn't figure out. He Ling Ying at least is also the ancient clan Missy's guards. No chance in Gu Yuan can get on the line. That have not eaten pork has not seen a pig run? Why would Yun Badian a district dozone this impressive? To know, the ancient 8 tribes has always been a dozone all over the place to go dozone more like a dog. Cloud breaks the sky and then extraordinary. Can still be more than Xiaoyan. This hanging wall is still outrageous? What makes him remembered by the ancient clan? Yun Songshin couldn't help but recall listening to the commentaries told by the storytellers in Black Flame City. And those storytellers, who hadn't even seen much of the Do Wang in normal seasons, had actually imagined Yun Badian to be an unorthodox legendary figure. In the commentary, Yun Badian possessed a pair of gorgeous 7-colored feathered wings, and had also created his own earth-ranked feats and fighting techniques. He once formed an army of one man and routed incoming enemies. and in the climactic passage he even used a divine stick technique to block a weapon that had already landed on his body. The storyteller blew it out of proportion. What with the sword wounds that had been slashed strangely disappearing, the weapon that had fallen being blocked, and the disdain in the eyes of the enemy turning to horror. But to summarize it all in one sentence, Cloudbreak had turned back time. At that time, he heard it without thinking, but now Yun Songshin wondered if it could be that there was really such a battle back then, where Yun Badian defeated a strong enemy with his godly body fighting skills and skillful spatial power. This battle was passed down from mouth to mouth, but instead, the more it was passed down, the more evil it became, so much so that it was distorted? Then why didn't Yun Badian pass down such a powerful body fighting technique? Could it be that Yun Badian did not die a normal death as written in the dossier within the sect? Yun Songshin clenched his fists. He was a Dozone powerhouse right now, and knew what kind of exuberant vitality he would possess after breaking through to Dozone. Even such a strong man will sit down one day? Yun Songshin was half convinced, so he decided to go to the legendary Life and Death Gate where Yun Badian sat down to find out what was going on. After the Shao family enters Lin City and all the affairs of the Cloudland sect are prepared, I'll go and see what's going on. After making up his mind in his heart, Yun Songshin relaxed instead. Although the shadow of the Hall of Souls still loomed over the Yunlan sect, it was good that there was now this old patriarch of his own who was hanging on by a thread, as well as Xiao Yan and Pale Elder's help, so he believed that everything would be fine. Alright, I'm really fine rhyme. Looking at Yunyan's pretty face as a worried look surfaced, Yun Songshin smiled helplessly and said, "Go and get busy, and by the way, help me call Yun Sha here." "Yes, Sovereign." Yun retired, leaving Yun Songshin alone to look at the prime tree in front of him in deep thought. Just crossed over. In fact, Cloud from the Heart is quite happy. This is the heaven and earth of a duckweed. He felt where to live is not live. Here he is still the master of a clan, but also has the strength of the Dozone level. Although both the Great World and the Dochi continent Dozone is not considered a strong person, but should be enough to let themselves live very comfortable right. However, the more he understood the situation, the more Yun Songshin felt that a crisis was looming. Whether it was the guillotine knife hanging over his head that was the protector of the Soul Palace, or the Azumo Empire watching from the sidelines, all of them made him feel tricky. In the past, when I read the book, I brought in Xiao Yan's perspective, and Cloud from the Heart regarded them as dirt chickens and dogs, but now from the perspective of the Yunlan sect, these stage bosses that didn't even last a single book in the original text are each and every one of them a great danger to the heart. Old Patriarch, you called for me? Cloud Shade has arrived. Yun Songshin nodded with a heavy heart. Prepare yourself, bring along some of the more resourceful elders of the sect, and go to the imperial capital to negotiate with the royal family. It's about Yunlan sect's participation in the border army, and we can be more generous in terms of resource investment. The border army produces talents. Don't be petty and push people out, then we'll have wasted our efforts. Yun Songshin instructed. Also pay attention. Can't engage in infighting at the border. No matter which side of the empire and the empire have to make good relations. We are not there to wreak havoc. Don't mention the words that destroy the unity. Do you understand? Yes, Sovereign. This will be a great beginning. My Cloudland sect will unite all the young talents and benevolent people of the Gamma Empire around us. This is a time of opportunity for our Cloudland sect, and we must learn to see the strengths of every power and talent, and tolerate the flaws that aren't fatal, rather than being condescending. You know, everyone has their good points, don't they? Except for the royal family. Cloudshade smiled knowingly and catered. Except, even the royal family. Chapter 34, Shooting at the Sun to Get Rid of Worms. For Yun Songshin, the Yunlan sect was a mess. It was like an already old tree. Although on the surface it appeared to be springing into fruition because it possessed Yun Songshin, a Dozone powerhouse, it was actually already dead. It had really been too long since anyone had taken care of it, and there were even many vines attached to this old tree of the Cloudlands sect. They plundered the resources, destroyed the roots, and often even drew fire. Watering and repelling insects and cutting down vines are imminent. That was why Yun Songshin sought to have the Yunlan sect intervene in the border army. On one hand, to allow the juniors to experience on the battlefield, and on the other hand, to salvage the image of the Yunlan sect. The former is to repel insects, and the latter is to water, so as to attract to right the wrongs of the Cloudland sect, and to attract more geniuses. As for cutting down the vines, go ahead and get ready. Also call Yunsu over. Yun Songshin commanded. Yes, Sovereign. Cutting down the vines could not be rushed, and Yun Songshin flipped through Yun Shan's memories and decided to let Yunsu, the most withdrawn of this group of elders, do it. Greetings to the old patriarch. Moments later, Yunsu arrived. Yun Songshin turned to look at him. This was a serious man who did not smile and possessed the powerful strength of a 7-star Do Wang. and no one was out of his league among the group of elders of the Yunlan sect, which was one of the major reasons why Yun Songshin chose him. If someone who is not strong enough to do it is afraid that he or she will soon be hit by dozens of knives and commit suicide. The Salt City Mo family. Ever heard of them? Unlike the warmth of the cloud Shakti that dispatched the watering and insect repellent, Yun Songshin had a cold face and a fluttering voice that made people puzzled. Back to Sovereign. I have heard of it. Yun Su thought for a moment and said, the Mo family's grand elder, Mo Chang, with the strength of a Doling, is the outer door deacon of my Yunlan sect. With this status with its strong strength became a hegemon in Salt City. He has done his best for the sect over the years, and the offerings he sends to the sect every year are among the top 3 of the outer door deacons. At last year's assembly, the Grand Elder had even personally praised his. Yes, under the banner of Yunlan sect, they were dominating in Salt City, scraping the land out of sparks, so how could the offerings sent up be less? So, you think highly of him? Yun Songshin spoke very calmly, making Yun Su completely unable to guess what was on his mind. It's not good to say. After hesitating, Yun Su decided to tell the truth. Why is it not good to say? Yun Ling is very optimistic about them, and if nothing goes wrong, next year Mo Chang will still be able to get a title of elder for good measure. Yun Songshin casually made it up. Yun Su was silent, his expression constantly changing, as if he was a traveler struggling to pull his legs out of the mud. Yun Songshin was not in a hurry for him to answer. He just quietly observed Yun Su's expression, expecting him to give a satisfactory answer. Bang! With a soft sound, Yun Su actually directly knelt down. He bowed to Yun Songshin and said in a firm tone, Old Patriarch, Mo Chang is by no means as docile as he appears. Never praise him. Oh, Yun Songshin spared his words. I met them at the bottom of the mountain that year when he brought the Mo clan to Yunlan Mountain to deliver offerings. I once saw with my own eyes that the people of the Mo family plundered the merchant caravan under the mountain, and some people took pleasure in killing them. And the bystanders not only didn't stop them, but they all looked like they were watching a good show. It is evident that the Mozi family people are by no means as gentle and respectful as they appear to be. They are a completely different face underneath Yunlan Mountain, a pack of wolves in human skin, Yun Su said as he maintained his kowtow posture. No surprise, Mo Chang was so bold that he dared to drug Nalin Yenran, who was still the young master of Yunlan sect at that time. What else would he not dare to do? In just 3 years, from an unusual family transformed into a hegemon of Salt City, the Mo family is so inflated that they want my Yunlan sect to return their offerings. They are certainly a pack of wolves in human skin. If it wasn't for this group of wolf cubs, it's not a good thing that Qing Lin would have been discovered by the other outer sect deacons and joined the Cloudlan sect. At that time, the Yunlan sect would have a truly talented young patriarch, and Yun Songshin wouldn't be constrained in every way like he is now. The blue snake 3 flowers pupil ah. The entire Dochi continent refers to a number of hang-ups. More than the Erdnase poisonous body are with the power of the hang-ups. She was born in the Gama Empire, right under the eyes of an outer deacon of the Yunlan sect, and it was simply God's way of rewarding the Yunlan sect with food. And the result? Because of the Cloudland sect's depravity over the years, she has met a person in human skin. The rice that God sent to the mouth of the Yunlan clan froze and allowed Mo Chang to pick it out. When he thought that the blue snake triple flower pupil that might have originally belonged to the Yunlan sect had been cheapened to the heavenly serpent mansion for nothing, Yun Songshin hated his guts. Under the Yunlan mountain, outside the imperial capital. Thinking of this, Yun Songshin's expression became even uglier as he continued to put pressure on Yun Su. How many pairs of eyes are looking at such an important place, and they dare to do wrong? My subordinate is in no way false. If Patriarch doesn't believe me, how are you? I will go to Salt City myself, and if I can't find the evidence, I won't return to Cloudland Mountain for the rest of my life. Oh, that's not necessary. Yun Songshin helped Yun Su up and nodded in satisfaction. The Mo family has been destroyed. It was done by my Yunlan sect's new outer door deacon, the Shao family. Cleaning up the family is a great pleasure, isn't it? Shao family? Yun Su's face was puzzled. He didn't remember when Yunlan sect had the Shao family as an outer door deacon. Yes, the Shao family. Yun Songshin emphasized. The original Wutan City Shao family. The family of the kid who defeated Yen Yen on the Yunlan mountain not long ago. Shao Yen, that little fellow, is capable. He personally went to Salt City and searched for a large amount of incriminating evidence of the Mo family, and he also personally cleaned up my Yunlan sect. This guest secretary is a competent person, Yun Songshin said, but the matter is not over yet. My Yunlan sect still needs to investigate itself internally. The Mo family is a dog that bites at every sight. Who made them the outer deacon of the Yunlan sect? Yun Songshin's eyes showed a fierce light. Even his smile became murderous. I'll leave this matter to you. Dig him out and hand him over to me. Furthermore, How many of this group of old people on Cloudland Mountain have received filial honors from Mo Chang? And how many of them have received filial honors from other families? Yun Songshin instructed Yun Su. How many heartless outer sect deacons like the Mo family are there? Who are all the wolfish assholes like Mo Chang? You have to find out about all these. Yun Songshin patted Yun Su's shoulder. After this matter is accomplished, you will be the grand elder of the Yunlan sect. Yes, sovereign. Both to get rid of the assholes among the outer sect deacons, and to shoot down the son that they look up to. Yun Songshin suddenly thought of a certain entomologist as he took out a piece of meteorite iron from his nascent sack and personally carved 4 words on it. Worm removal shoots the sun. I'll leave this matter to you. Show this sign to Yun Yun when necessary. She'll be your solid backing. Oh, right. There is also, if there is Xiao Yan did not deal with clean Mo family people. For him to deal with clean, children do things to think out of the box. It is inevitable that there are omissions. Chapter 35, Lin City. Xiao family. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day for the Xiao family. Today, it was the day they officially entered Lin City. The day Xiao Zhan officially became an outer door deacon of the Yunlan sect. And it would also be the day Xiao Yan obtained the 4th grade apothecary badge. Such a happy event, of course, must be greatly organized up. Even the most stingy Xiao family elder, this time also rare generous up. So the head of the Xiao family waved his hand, and the Xiao family members came out in force, booking banquets, renting venues, purchasing supplies, and spending gold coins like running water. Under Yun Songshin's authorization, everyone knew that the Xiao family was sitting on a 4th grade pill refiner, and they also knew that the Xiao family's becoming the Yunlan sect's outer sect deacon had been granted by the Yunlan sect's patriarch personally. Thus, both the forces interested in competing against Lin City and the local natives of Lin City had put away their thoughts of confrontation and instead sent people to Lin City to congratulate them, hoping to form a good relationship with the Xiao family. Even Xiao Ding Xiaoli and his brothers, who were far away in the desert, had rushed back from a long distance and brought the Xiao family's invitations to the Cloudland sect and the imperial capital respectively. As for Xiao Yan, he once again became a shirker and casually found a reason to avoid these trivial matters. All in all, Lin City was extraordinarily lively today, and within the Xiao family's new mansion, Xiao Zhan had changed into a brand new customized dress and was greeting every guest. Miter family, Patriarch Fujiyama has arrived. The little boy at the door glanced at the invitation and shouted in a loud voice. Xiao Zhan hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him with an arch of his hand, and the fellow, Fuji Shan, smiled as he returned the salute with an arch of his hand and said, "Congratulations to Patriarch Xiao. The Xiao family is doubly blessed today." And the old man ranting about forgiveness. Wherever, Clan Chief Fujiyama quickly come in. Xiao Zhan was now in his glory and looked as if he was 10 years younger. Even the head of the Miter family is here. This Xiao family has such a big face? Someone was surprised. You don't know about this, do you? The young patriarch of the Xiao family is the champion of this year's Pharmacist-Alchemist Conference. And I've heard that he's left quite a few affairs in the imperial capital, among which there's the famous flower of the middle family. Champion? Isn't the champion someone named Rocklord? Silly Rocklord Xiao Yan. Nian does not understand? Without waiting for the awe amongst the crowd to subside, the boy was heard shouting again. Master Fa Ma has arrived. As a 5th grade alchemist, Fa Ma was simply a humanoid signboard. He didn't need a prefix or an introduction. The name alone could bring up an even more drastic piece of shock than Fujiyama. The Do Wang powerhouse. Good boy. Even Master Famous Mammoth is here. It's rumored that the last time the Nalan family celebrated the healing of their family's old man, they didn't even invite Master Famous Mammoth. The Nalan family is nothing. Xiao Yan defeated the people from the Exodus Cloud Empire on that occasion, but he has ruthlessly raised the face of our Gamma Empire. Speaking of which, even Master Fa Ma owes him a favor. Black Rock City Apothecary Guild. Master Otto and Master Frank have arrived. The door was full of distinguished guests, and the porter's shouts were uninterrupted, calling out the names of either the leader of a party's forces, or a strong person at the Do Wang level, or an alchemist of the 4th grade or higher. Listening to the crowd of onlookers are somewhat numb. They cannot help but think of the same question. When did the Gamma Empire come out of a family with such a strong network? Nalan family head. Nalan Su has arrived. Looking at Xiao Zhan who had come to greet him, the smile on Nalan Su's face could be described as rather bitter. Originally, the relationship between their Nalan family and the Xiao family could be described as cordial. If they had not withdrawn from the marriage, the two families would have tied the knot, and the Nalan family would not only have a son-in-law with an unlimited future as a 4th grade pill refiner, but would also have such a powerful in-law as the Xiao family, the Lord of Lin City. But now, not only was the marriage contract voided, even the relationship between the Xiao and Nalan families had become awkward because of that withdrawal. All of these beautiful visions had naturally turned to ashes as well. Looking at Nalan Su whose smile was a bit stiff, Xiao Zhan was also a bit embarrassed. After he invited Nailan Su to the VIP seat, he did not wait to exchange a few pleasantries to ease the awkward atmosphere before he heard the voice of the little boy at the door trembling. Yun, Cloudlon sect patriarch. Yun Shan has arrived. Brother Xiao, how have you been? From a great distance, Yun Songxin saw the embarrassed Xiao Zhan and the bitterly smiling Nailan Su, and he arched his hand and said in a loud voice. For a time, both inside and outside the Xiao family were quiet. Whether it was the seated guests or the crowd watching outside the door, they were all too stunned to speak. All eyes gathered on Yun Songxin, who was valiantly dressed in a gown, and all of them couldn't help but stand up from their seats. Xiao Zhan let out a bitter smile as he excused himself to Nailan Su before quickly stepping forward to greet Yun Songxin. Nailan Su also knew in his heart that the Yunlan sect patriarch being in front of him, and Xiao Zhan even apologizing to himself before going to greet him, had already given the Nailan family enough face. However, he was still a bit despondent. According to the past affection between the two families, Xiao Zhan would never use such a raw title as Nailan clan chief. You are. Seeing Yun Songxin's appearance, Xiao Zhan was so shocked that he stuttered in his speech. What? Clan chief Xiao doesn't recognize it? Yun Songxin shook Xiao Zhan's outstretched hand and said, Mr. Yun came here uninvited. Clan chief Xiao is not to blame. No. How? But, Xiao Zhan's mind still hadn't turned a corner. He could not figure out why the hallowed Yunlan sect patriarch would personally rush to Yuten City to relieve the Xiao family. And even more so, he could not figure out how Xiao Yan had become friends with the Yunlan sect patriarch. Thinking of Yun Songxin's easygoing demeanor in Black Flame City, Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly and whispered, Mr. Zhao's eyes did not recognize the height of the mountain. And I actually did not recognize Patriarch Yun. So I hope that you will bear with me if I have offended you. What did Patriarch Xiao say? Friends? They are all friends, aren't they? Yun Songxin patted Xiao Zhan's arm with his other hand as a sign of closeness, then loosened his grip and raised his hand to the guests who stood up. Everyone take a seat. This isn't the Cloudlon clan. There aren't that many rules. Be casual. All be casual. Although he said so, if Yun Songxin did not take his seat, who among the people present would dare to sit down? Patriarch Yun's visit to my humble abode has brought honor to the Xiao family. Please, Xiao Zhan, whose brain had already been shaken to the point of being a bit down, repeated the speech he had prepared long ago and invited Yun Songxin to the most honored position of the guests. Brother Xiao doesn't need to be so concerned about me. There are still big names coming in a while. Seeing how this uncle was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands, Yun Songxin almost didn't burst out in joy, and in line with the principle of watching the fun, he spoke out to remind him. That's right. See Cloud from the heart into the seat. Everyone has just sat down. This stool has not yet sat hotted. If there's another big shot, won't we have to practice squatting in the new Xiao residence? Gu, Master Guha has arrived. Chapter 36 Elder Xiao Zhan of Yunlan Sect. Master Guha's visit to my humble abode. The Xiao family is overwhelmed. Under the tremendous impact, Xiao Zhan's brain had completely gone down as he mechanically repeated the prepared lines and arched his hand to greet Guhi. Ha ha ha. Seeing Xiao Zhan stiffen up like he was doing a mechanical dance, Yun Songxin completely failed to hold back and burst out laughing. Elder Yun, why did you personally come? Xiao Yan, who had run away and slacked off early, was grabbed back by Xiao Yu, and when he looked up and saw Yun Songxin, who had not tensed up and was snickering, he scratched his head and said. Yun Songxin sniffed and looked over, just in time to see the embarrassed Xiao Yan and his surprised Xiao Yu behind him. He hurriedly coughed twice to put on a fake serious look and signaled Xiao Yan to quickly go save the scene. When Xiao Yan saw his own old man stiffen up as if his joints had rusted, he immediately understood and quickly stepped forward to relieve Xiao Zhan. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, was flustered with the naked eye. Her pretty face flew up in 2 red blushes, and her entire person squirmed, and she was a different person from the pugnacious appearance of Xiao Yan who had just gone to pull out the lazy Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiao Yu at a loss for words, Yun Songxin thought that it was caused by her hearing her snickering at her own elders, and he hurriedly explained. Cough cough. Misunderstanding. It was because just now, Clan Chief Fujiyama told 2 interesting stories that were very funny that I laughed. Don't you think so, Fujiyama Clan Chief? Yes. It was me who told some jokes made by my niece at home that caused Patriarch Yun to laugh. Under the threat of Yun Songxin's eyes, Tu Shan hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. Why is you are all here? Have you packed everything for returning to the academy? With Xiao Yan relieving the situation, Xiao Zhan, who was able to get out of the trap, invited Gu He to Yun Songxin's table as well, and he said with some surprise when he saw Xiao Yu, who had a young daughter's demeanor. College? Canaan Academy? Yun Songxin suddenly recalled that normally speaking, Xiao Yu should already be in Canaan Academy at this moment, right? It must be that she would have originally gone back before Yun Ling attacked the Xiao family. but changed her schedule because of her sudden arrival. Not yet. That's a good feeling. In fact, I haven't finished cleaning up yet either. At these words, Xiao Yan, who had found another good opportunity to be lazy, brightened up, and he hurriedly picked up the conversation. Here are all the elders of each family. It's not appropriate for us juniors to come, so let's go and pack our bags first. Elder Yun happens to be going to the Black Corner domain as well. We will be on our way then. What is there to say that is not urgent to say at this moment? Xiao Yan moved to Xiao Yu's side and said in a low voice, since he knew about his cousin's little thoughts. Xiao Yan looked at her much more pleasantly. After all, a young girl who could think of spring is always much cuter than a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. The relationship between the two siblings has also quietly changed a bit. Although they still meet each other will damage each other, but at least it is no longer like the previous tit-for-tat. After Patriarch Yun broke through the dozong and returned to his old age, his charm has really increased. Watching the young people of the Xiao family retire, Guhi sat beside Yun Tsongshin and marveled in a low voice. What big rise! Yun Tsongshin, who was eating fried peanuts without stopping, looked back at Guha and asked. Guhi smiled and shook his head, thinking that it was true that Patriarch Yun had unloaded many burdens after his breakthrough. Not only was his temperament no longer gloomy, even his nature had become unrestrained. I mean, since Patriarch Yun regained his youth after his breakthrough, he has already transformed back into the #1 beauty of the Gamma Empire back in the days when he threw fruits in the car. Thank you. Yun Songshin scratched his face somewhat awkwardly as he changed the topic. I heard Yuner say that Mr. Guha had personally traveled to the depths of the desert in search of a foreign fire. I wonder what the result was. Upon hearing this, Guhi immediately laughed bitterly. I am not afraid of Patriarch Yun's jokes. The foreign fire that I went in search of at that time was the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame in the hands of little friend Xiaoyan. We fought with the Snake People tribe for half a day, but in the end, it went to this kid. Heavenly treasures, those who have the destiny will live there. After Yun Songshin comforted him, he said seriously, but Mr. Yun still knows of a foreign fire and intends to go and fight for Mr. Guha. Since this trip to the Blackhorn domain was going to be a trip, it could not be in vain. Anyway, that bastard Han Feng was considered dead after crashing into the hands of this fiend Xiao Yan, so why don't he just help him speed up? Hai Xin Yan is quite aggrieved in his hands, so I'll be a little tired and take it for him. Is this true? Hearing Yun Songshin's words, Guhi was so excited that his voice tone changed. Don't get excited. Yun Songshin smiled as he poured a cup for himself and Guha, and began to talk about the conditions. Over the years, Mr. Guha has been a friend of my Yunlan sect, and Mr. Yun has always valued his friendship with Mr. Guha, but as you know, the foreign fire is very dangerous. It's hard to say whether this can be done or not. Guhi cupped his cup with both hands, clinked his cup with Yun Songshin and then drank it all in one go, saying, as long as I can obtain a single foreign flame, I am willing to join the Yunlan sect and serve Patriarch Yun as a dog and horse. Hey, overstated. We are all friends. How meaningless to say such raw words. Yun Songshin knew that Guha had always been a loyal person, so he said with a smile, such a thing as a foreign flame was very chicken ribs for himself, and at most could only be used as an add-on, unable to shine as much as it would have placed in the hands of a pill refiner like Xiao Yan, coupled with the fact that devouring the foreign fire was just too dangerous. Yun Songshin did not intend to keep it for himself at all. In his opinion, this kind of chicken-ribbed and dangerous thing would be the best use of it to bind a promising high-level pill refiner like Guhi to his worship. Taking this opportunity, the two of them, Yun Songshin and Guha, talked for a long time, and in the end, the always steady Guha decided to put up a fight and head to the Blackhorn domain together with Yun Songshin. Yun Songshin was so happy that he couldn't help but drink a few more cups. Patriarch Yun, it's almost time. You see, it so happened that at this moment, Xiaozhan personally came to invite Yun Songshin to come up to the stage to say a few words, and then the feast was about to begin. Come and have a drink. Yun Songshin smiled as he picked up the wine pot to pour wine for Xiaozhan. He wasn't actually drunk. He just wanted to show the Yunlan sect's regard for the Xiao family in front of everyone. Hey, don't dare. I'll pour. Xiaozhan hurriedly took the wine pot from Yun Songshin and said, ha, Patriarch Xiao is too polite. Under everyone's gaze, Yun Songshin clinked glasses with Xiaozhan and then drank it all in one go. He laughed loudly and said, from now on, you'll be an elder of my Yunlan sect. We're all family members. Don't be so formal. Elder? Aren't they the outer deacons? The guests in the audience looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what Yun Songshin was up to. Patriarch Yun, this doesn't seem to be in line with the rules of the Yunlan sect, does it? Guhi thought that Yun Songshin had drunk too much, and fearing that Yun Songshin would make a fool of himself, he hurriedly reminded him. What rules? I am the rule. Yun Songshin steadily walked up to the stage. his gaze clear without any drunkenness, and said earnestly, "Everyone's invitations were not wrong. The position that was originally to be awarded to Patriarch Xiao was the position of outer sect deacon. However, we have recently found out that the Mo family of Black Rock City has committed treason. Their family's grand elder, Mo Chang, deserved to die without a trace of conscience. Luckily, the young patriarch of the Xiao family reacted quickly and reported to the sect as a guest secretary of the Cloudlands sect to clean up the clan, so that it didn't lead to a major disaster. Therefore, the Cloudlands sect has decided to honor the Xiao clan chief Xiao Battle with the position of elder of the Cloudlands sect." Chapter 37 Preparations before heading to the Blackhorn domain. Yun Songxin's words shocked everyone and could be described as a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. If one was an elder of the Yunlan sect, one would be qualified to enter the deliberative hall of the Yunlan sect, and was already considered to be in contact with the core of power of the Yunlan sect. Because of this, Xiao Zhan, who only had the strength of a Didosher but was not surnamed Yun, and who also held the position of the family patriarch, was able to become an elder of the Yunlan sect to everyone's surprise. In everyone's opinion, Yun Songxin was so willing to lay down his capital, it was no longer the frame of mind to pull in a 4th-grade pill refiner. However, in Yun Songxin's opinion, this was nothing more than changing the name to a louder one, and what the Yunlan sect had paid for was actually still just some of Lin Cheng's resources. Xiao Zhan was only a Didosher anyway. Did he really dare to participate in the deliberative decisions of the Yunlan sect? It was just one more chair in the council hall, and one more listener when Yun Songxin spoke in the future. Moreover, after paying for this elder position and taking the opportunity to finalize the destruction of the Mo family, no one would be able to use it to stir up the relationship between the Yunlan sect and the Xiao family. After today, under the word of mouth of the guests and the deliberate publicity of the Yunlan sect, this elder position would also have the effect of buying bones with 1,000 pieces of gold, attracting young pill refiners to join the Yunlan sect. See, Xiao Yan had defeated Yanli and saved face for the Garma Empire and the Apothecary Guild, yet they were not even willing to give a little more. However, Xiao Yan had helped the Yunlan sect clean up the gateway, and the Yunlan sect was then willing to give the Xiao family a position as an elder as a token of appreciation. Until the banquet ended and the guests left, they were all still discussing the new nobility of the Yunlan sect like the Xiao family, thinking about how to strike a good relationship with the Xiao family. Yun Songxin, on the other hand, flossed his teeth in satisfaction and arrived at the backyard of the new Xiao family residence. "When do you plan to leave?" Inside the small courtyard, there were only Xiao Yan Pill Elder and Yun Songxin. Yun Songxin looked at this master and disciple who were in no hurry at all and asked as such. Xiao Yan heatedly smiled and said while pouring tea for Medicine Elder and Yun Songxin, "This matter is not urgent. There is still some time before the end of the vacation that I have requested. Elder Yun has an arrangement? There's a bit of business to take care of within the clan, but it shouldn't be delayed for too long." Yun Songxin nodded. He received the tea handed over by Xiao Yan and said, "Come to the Cloudlands sect after you guys have packed up. In as little as 1 day or as much as 5 days, we will be able to depart. The Cloudlands sect has specialized flying magical beasts, and their speed is still considerable, so we will just get on the bus directly from the Cloudlands sect. How many of you are on this trip?" "Just 3. Me, my teacher, and my cousin." Then there are more of us and we need more flying magical beasts. I'll make the arrangements." Yun Songxin sipped his tea and smiled bitterly. "Your tea-making skills are not good." "Ha!" Xiao Yan also took a sip and said after smashing the flavor, "Isn't this quite good?" "Alas, forget it." Yun Songxin sighed as he put down his cup and excused himself. "Then I'll leave first. You guys just come directly to the Cloudlands sect when you arrive. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. I'll see Elder Yun off. Stay back. This is just 2 steps away from the Cloudlands sect. Just lift your foot and you're at Cloudland Mountain." Yun Songxin left and only Xiao Yan and Pill Old Man were left in the small courtyard. Xiao Yan scratched his head and looked at Pill Elder with a look of help. "Teacher, don't look at me. I'm a spirit body. I can't drink tea. Is it really that bad? This tea brewing is like pill refining. It's a job where practice makes perfect. It's normal that you can't do it well." Pill Elder symbolically consoled a sentence before talking about business. "Let's get down to business. The Blackhorn domain is a place full of dangers and opportunities. If you're lucky, you can encounter any treasure. Are you really ready?" Xiao Yan froze for a moment and replied naturally, "Of course, I have also specially prepared a good night clothes." "Not about that. I mean, is your wallet ready?" Pill Elder rolled his eyes, thinking to himself who this kid had learned from during his slumber. Is he planning to rob by force at the drop of a hat? He coughed and continued, "There are a lot of good things inside the Blackhorn domain's auctions and herb stores. So how embarrassing it would be if we bumped into a medicinal herb or treasure that we need but we can't afford it. Let me see. There are still 130,000 gold coins." Xiao Yan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. These are still the share from the sale of the healing medicine in Newton City at that time. Pill Elder said breathlessly. Our goal this time is the 14th ranked Fallen Heart Flame. The preparations needed have to be even more thorough than when we devoured the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame. How can we take care of the medicinal herbs and magical cores without gold coins? Xiao Yan knew that this was not going to be cheap as soon as he heard it, and he asked stiffly, then what do we need to prepare this time? Without thinking, Pill Elder said, 6th grade elixir, Earth Spirit Pill. The medicinal herbs needed for the materials of this pill are not many though, only 4. They are the Earth Heart Flame Cheese, the Dragon Beard Ice Fire Fruit, the Greenwood Immortal Vine, and 1/6th stage Water Attribute Demon Core. All of these materials are very rare, so we have to seize the opportunity and give it a take whenever we come across it before we can do so. How much would all this cost if we bought it all? All 3 medicinal herbs. Xiao Yan had never even heard of their names. Moreover, it also required a 6th order Water Attribute Demon Core, which sounded like it had a price. Conservatively, these 3 herbs alone can't go down without $1 million or $800,000. Pill Elder said with a smirk. $1,800,000. No wonder such a profitable profession as a pharmacist is often poor. The gold in the hands of the pharmacist simply cannot hold. I just worked hard to make some pills and put them up for auction, and the gold coins have not even warmed up yet, so I bought 2 high-level medicinal herbs, and they're gone. Also fretting about the foreign fire was Mr. Guha. Ever since he had gotten the news of the foreign fire in the cloud from the heart, he had tossed and turned, and on the next day, he had wandered through the medicinal herb storehouses of both the imperial capital and the Yunlan sect. However, unlike Xiao Yan who was still obsessed with the gold coins not being spent, Mr. Gu had long since stopped using gold coins to settle his bills. He directly exchanged the elixir for. As for Nalan Yenran and the sisters of the Young Night and Young Moon, they had all gotten the news that they would be traveling to the Blackhorn domain with Yung Songshin and Dan King Gua. In response to this news, Nalan Yenran appeared calm, as she was now concentrating on honing her fighting skills, seeking to shed her ring match style tenderness. Young Knight, on the other hand, was a little worried, not sure what she was worried about, perhaps about her sister who was jumping up and down with excitement at the idea of going out. Up to this point, everyone except Xiao Yu had begun to prepare in earnest. The Blackhorn domain, the sewer of the Dochi continent that was sandwiched between a bunch of empires but was expanding at a rapid pace, forced everyone to deal with it cautiously. Chapter 38, Asking at the Life and Death Gate, the Sect of Life and Death, the place where the successive patriarchs of the Yunlan sect took their throne, and the place where the successive old patriarchs sat down. Legend has it that this is the place where Yun Badian passed away back then, and the rule that all generations of old patriarchs of the Yunlan sect have to be seated here was also said at that time. Yun Badian, oh old senior, are you really dead? Yung Songshin asked as such in his heart. Now that he was here once again, he easily felt the resonance between himself and the entire sect of life and death. It's truly magical. Yung Songshin reached out and marveled as he felt the Do-Chi in his body resonate with the life and death gate. It was a magical feeling, as if this space had come to life, and every ounce of energy was dancing along with Yung Songshin's thoughts. Although Yung Songshin had never seen the setting of the life and death sect in the text, Yung Songshin had seen the inheritance of the life and death sect in Yin Shan's memories, and knew that this marvelous resonance now was the only thing Yin Shan had experienced back then when he had received the inheritance. And now that he was back here, he was surprised to feel a far stronger resonance as soon as he entered than when Yin Shan received his inheritance back then. Is it my problem? Or does Cloudbreaker have other arrangements for the descendants of those who break through the Do Zone? With such doubts, Yung Songshin pushed open the door to the first level of the life and death gate. The expected battle puppets did not appear, and the frequent and staggered spatial fluctuations caught Yung Songshin off guard. He hastily tried to stabilize the space around him, but found that he couldn't actually move. What is this? Isn't Yun Badian only a Dozone strength? Is this something a Dozone can do? Yung Songshin roared in his heart as he tried his best to break through the confines of space, but every time he was just about to get a hold of it, it would slip away like a frightened little fish. No, it's not slipping away. It was his own hand loosening. This can't be right. The horrified Yung Songshin was sucked into the spatial rift and fell into a strange space. In the distant central state, in the belly of the heavy ground of the superpower Sound Valley, which was ranked among the 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 quadrilateral pavilions, the Grand Elder of Sound Valley, who was in seclusion, violently opened his eyes. A light-like substance stirred up the space in front of him, and he said in an incredulous tone, "The inheritance left behind by the ancestor. Opened? Where did this come for me? Is this still within the clan?" Yung Songshin climbed up in a sorry state as he looked around and realized that he was on top of a narrow platform. It was a small 4-square platform that was made up of unusually sturdy heavenly foreign objects. Outside of the platform, There was a wild spatial turbulence, and Yun Songshin could sense what kind of violent energy it contained, and if an ordinary Do Huang fell into it, he was afraid that he would be torn to pieces in an instant. In the center of the platform was a 3-meter-high finial, the top and bottom of which were carved with grotesque reliefs that looked like clouds and sunrise, but exuded an eerie aura. How did I get in here? Yun Songshin looked at the spatial turbulence and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. What is the way? There were voices coming from all directions. What the? Who's talking? What a way? Could this be the test left behind by Cloudbreak? Yun thought about it from the heart. He did not explain it from an esoteric perspective, mainly because he was afraid that the circle would not come back, but instead he spoke in layman's terms. Tao. The Tao is the method, a proven system made to solve problems. It involves ideas, tools, specific operations and theoretical foundations for solving problems. The ultimate goal is to have a reproducible path that has been traveled by those who have gone before and can be traveled by those who will come after. And this is the Tao. Therefore, Gongfu is the Tao. Fighting techniques are the Tao. Medicine refining is the Tao. And fighting Qi is also the Tao. After a short period of silence, the voice sounded again, and the words spoken were tantamount to a stone's throw in Yun Songshin's ears. Methodology. You're not from the Dochi continent. Bam! Thump! Thud! Yun Songshin never dreamed that one day he would hear the 3 words methodology in this world, much less that someone would rely on it to determine that he was not a native of the Dochi continent. What is Elder saying? I can't understand. Yun Songshin decisively chose to play dumb. Hear it or not? Yes or no? We'll know when we try. Before the words fell, the huge roof pillar actually rose up and swung round to smash down towards Yun from the heart. 10,000 winds of entanglement. Yun Songshin bellowed, and dozens of light green-colored ropes whistled out in an instant, binding the huge club and hard stopping its might. Who is this who has spread out all of my X in the middle techniques? How can I meet people in the future? The voice was all of a sudden louder, and seemed to have burst into a rage. Kid, where are you from? Late generation Yun Songshin, from the Yunlan sect, is a descendant of Yun Badian. Almost subconsciously, Yun Songshin used his real name. Cloudbreaker? Do I still use this vest? A puzzled voice rang out, and it seemed that the mysterious man lurking in the shadows was lost in thought. A vest? That's a crossover too? Yun Songshin blinked and muttered in his mind. Also? See, I told you that you're not from the Dochi continent. That voice rang out again. You can hear my heart? Crap, aren't you listening to my heart too? Yun Songshin let out a bitter smile. He now basically confirmed that not only was this grumpy old brother also a traveler, but also in all likelihood, he was from the same hometown as himself. Little Silver, it's time to go. There was a gentle female voice that seemed to be calling out to the mysterious man. Coming. After the man responded loudly, he said to Yun Songshin, I should go. So let's make it short. We're not communicating in the same space and time right now. I guess this small space was created by a strong person outside of the Dochi continent, capable of interfering with the waterfall of time. You should feel it well. Even if you only realize a tiny bit of it, it will be greatly beneficial. This heaven and earth isn't all there is. There are other worlds outside the Dochi continent. Legend has it that all the Dodi of that year disappeared overnight. They should have sensed something and traveled outside the Dochi continent to fight. They took with them the underpinnings of the Dochi continent, and also blocked the passageway to the world beyond. And I guess that's why it's hard for a Do Emperor to be born in this heaven and earth anymore. You keep that stick. It is made from a strange material from outside the Dochi continent, and has the effect of suppressing and hammering Dochi. With it, you will be able to get high on drugs and rush your level without fear. And you no longer need to worry about your Dochi being weak. I can feel that something is missing between heaven and earth. It must be the key to breaking through to the Dodi. So I have sought a different path. And if I succeed, I will see you downstream at the Falls of Time. Chapter 39, Copper Cloudstick. Cloudbreaker left, and the space quieted down. Without the support of the Cloudbreaker, this huge pillar also lost its power, and it began to become smaller and shorter, eventually turning into a stick less than 1 person high. But at this moment, Yun Songshin couldn't care less about the stick. He was surprised by the words that came out at the speed of cloud-breaking sky-crashing beams, and even subconsciously opened his mouth wide. I never expected it. Yun Badian, such an unheard-of backdrop, actually had the qualifications to feel the existence of source chi? It doesn't make sense. If Yun Badian is so strong, leaking some resources from his hands would be enough to build several Doshangs. How could Yun Lan's sect be this weak? In addition, the time is not right. Dochi continent multiple Dodi coexist, that is the ancient and the ancient. Cloud breaks the sky. I do not see have ancient Yuan born early guy. By what can explore multiple Dodi coexist era of secrets? Yun Songshin stroked his chin. If it wasn't for the fact that the spatial turbulence outside of this strange platform was wrapped in violent energy whistling, He would have thought that this was some kind of dog that was having fun with himself. He also knew words from his hometown like methodology and vestigial, but he didn't know that the missing thing he sensed was origin Emperor Qi. Had he never seen the dueling vaults? Or was he simply not hometowns? Calm down Yun from the heart, don't be led by others. Yun Songshin rubbed his face vigorously and only wrote down these questions that could no longer be verified. No longer wasting his time to fight to the death, he turned to study the stick in front of him, as well as the waterfall of time that Cloudbreaker had mentioned before he left. Ooh! Yun Songshin picked up the stick and couldn't help but marvel. It's so heavy. This stick was truly extraordinary. Not only was its density comparable to gold, but its hardness surpassed all the metals Yun Songshin had seen in his previous life. As soon as Yun Songshin picked up the stick, he immediately sensed the effect of suppressing the hammering of Do Qi that Yun Baodian had mentioned. Even though he now had Do's own strength, he still felt that his Do Qi did not run smoothly when using this stick. This thing is even more saved than the Shen Heavy Ruler. Hey! Yun Songshin lightly drank, and the fighting Qi in his body surged out, transforming into a light green-colored divine steed warhorse. The warhorse hissed, its hooves stepped down, and the fighting Qi transformed into a horse that went straight towards Yun Songshin. Yun Songshin held his breath and swung the club in his hand to slash straight down. Boo! With a muffled sound, Yun Songshin did not invoke his Do Qi, and with just this stick, he easily dispersed the Do Qi transformation spirit that he had personally condensed. Its suppression of fighting Qi was more powerful than expected. The color of brass with clouds engraved on it. Let's call it the copper cloud stick. After that, Yun Songshin did many more tests on the copper cloud stick and deeply realized its extraordinary features. He injected his majestic Do Qi into the copper cloud stick in an attempt to test whether its interior was also so hard, only to find that the copper cloud stick seemed to be a bottomless pit, accepting whatever amount of Do Qi he could get his hands on. After Yun Songshin had instilled enough fighting Qi of one Doling into it, he was shocked to find that the copper cloud stick had actually grown longer, thicker, and heavier without realizing it, as if it had been enlarged in an equal ratio. He roughly estimated that if he wanted to make the copper cloud stick as big as it was before, he was afraid that he would have to charge it up at least 3 times until his current self ran out of fighting Qi. And this copper cloud stick had absorbed so much fighting Qi, but it didn't show any unique features. That is to say that the fighting Qi that had condensed into a liquid that could fill a small pool had actually only gained some weight for it. Who can afford to use this? It's a bit chickenish, murmured Yun Songshin with some regret. Originally thought of picking up a big treasure. This thing can be big and small but also so heavy. How to be a beggar version of Rui weapons Not to say that if you rub it, you'll get hurt and die, but you have to be a bit of a weapon, don't you think? But this thing is good, like a bottomless pit that can't be filled. So much fighting Qi rushed in. Neither saw the destructive energy, nor appeared the mysterious and difficult to understand runes. It actually just got bigger. Is it really just a cultivation aid? Yun Songshin recalled that this stick in the mouth of the cloud-breaking heaven, but also just hammering fighting Qi, cannot help but regret. Forget about it. It's not bad to be able to hammer fighting Qi. It just so happens that one's fighting Qi is a bit weak right now, so practicing with it is just right. Big deal. Just use it as a dumbbell. As Yun Songshin thought so, he was going to put this copper cloud stick into his nascent sphere. The copper cloud stick was sent in smoothly, but Yun Songshin actually found it lying quietly in place when he turned his head. Cloud from the heart a rummage inside the ring, and indeed there is also no shadow of the copper cloud stick. Alive? He tried again with doubt. No, the original jade crest that had been moved has also returned to its original position. Looking at the copper cloud stick that had gotten a little smaller, Yun muttered from his heart, interfering with the waterfall of time. Could it be the reversal of time? Well, that's not right either. Yun Songshin sat down cross-legged facing the copper cloud stick as he lifted it up with his majestic Do Qi and placed it into his nascent sack once more. This time, Yun Songshin's soul power poured out from his brow, scrutinizing every fluctuation of this platform. After the last part of the copper cloud stick also entered the nascent sack, Yun Songshin felt a small but dense fluctuation in all the stable space above the platform that was free of spatial turbulence. This fluctuation began after the copper cloud stick was placed into the nascent sack and ended when it appeared on the ground once more. It proceeded according to a certain pattern, short but staggered. Could it be? Can't take it away? Yun Songshin thought about it and decided to do another experiment. 10,000 winds of entanglement. He used his majestic fighting Qi to condense into a rope, tying the copper cloud stick to push it out of the platform and into the space that was extremely unstable due to the spatial turbulence. A moment later, the copper cloud stick appeared on the platform once more. This time, Yun Songshin sensed stronger and denser spatial fluctuations and vaguely detected some kind of particles between the fluctuations. The spatial fluctuations were like layers of mist that obscured the particle. If the fluctuation had not been so strong this time due to the spatial turbulence, I'm afraid that Yun Songshin wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of that particle at all. It was like a breeze blowing through, making the mists less dense. In that case, let the storm come harder. Yun Songshin, who had discovered the pattern, became excited as he mobilized his fighting chi, no longer wanting to be as careful as he had been just now, but instead, he threw the copper cloud stick into the spatial turbulence with all his might. When the copper cloud stick returned to the platform once again, Yun Songshin nearly jumped up in excitement. I see you. Chapter 40, Grains of Time. Central State. Sound Valley. Elder House. The elders of the Sound Valley had never come so united before. The sudden opening of the inheritance had alarmed every elder, causing them to stop all the matters at hand and return to the Sound Valley to discuss a countermeasure. When was the last time the inheritance opened? Can't remember much, but it's been 100 years anyhow. The discussion among the elders was heated. None of them had ever imagined that the already lost legacy would actually open up again. Do you think the successor will succeed this time? Hard to say. I have a hunch that the successor this time will be able to come out alive and bring out the ancestor token as well. In that case, wouldn't my Sound Valley really have a Valley Master? Isn't it nice to have a Valley Master? Space was torn out of a solid spatial passage, and the Grand Elder stepped out of it with faith, arriving at the center of the Elder's Courtyard. Sound Valley's Elder's Courtyard was repaired like an ancient Roman Colosseum, with the elders lined up in order from top to bottom, and the closer to the center the more powerful the person was. The Grand Elder standing in the center was clearly a Do Shang powerhouse. The elders all revealed a meaningful and bitter smile. The Sound Valley had always shunned the world, which resulted in each of the people in the Sound Valley being a supreme lazy dog that was rare to find in 100 years. To them, if there really came a Valley Master who had received the inheritance of their ancestor, what was the difference between that and parachuting in a top boss? It would be fine if this Valley Master was a pendulum like them, but in case he was an enterprising role king, then the good days of the Sound Valley elders would really come to an end. Ugh! The Grand Elder also knew what kind of virtues this group of contraptions from his own family had. He sighed long and said, "You guys, you're used to being idle and wild during the weekdays. You don't even want to be the Valley Master anymore? Then why don't you simply quit the Sound Valley and go be wild cultivators?" Ha 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 ha! The elders all laughed in embarrassment. This inheritance opening is different from the past. It only took a breath from opening to closing. I'm afraid that successor has truly mastered the secret method left behind by his ancestor. The Grand Elder glared at the several Dozuns who were leading the charge to play dumb and continued. Even if he can't fully master the secret method this time and bring out the ancestor's token, but in time, he will definitely be able to do so. My Sound Valley. I'm afraid that we really need to possess a Valley Master. In the past, it was fine for you all to cheat, but from now on you must all get in the spirit. Spread out your men. And if you come across the successor, immediately send word back to the valley. Do you understand? Understood. Grand Elder. Yun Songshin didn't know how many times he had tried until the fighting chi in his body was depleted and he couldn't lift the copper cloud stick anymore before stopping. The soul power was greatly consumed. The fighting chi in his body was nearly depleted. His whole body was sore and painful, and even his consciousness was a bit blurred. Sleepiness was constantly eroding Yun Songshin's sanity, but he didn't fall back to sleep. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and ran his gong method to absorb the energy of this place, because Yun Songshin found himself entering a marvelous state. Ever since he discovered the mysterious particle, he had been trying to capture it. Although he had been unsuccessful, he had still managed to bring back the mysterious energy it had emitted into his body. All of this energy was now converging in Yun Songshin's mud pill palace, golden and glittering. What the hell is this? Yun Songshin's gongfu level was really too low, and the speed of absorbing energy was completely unable to keep up with what was needed for Dozone. So he had to guide the energy into his body and then refine it while thinking about what exactly to do with this golden energy. It is neither eerie nor overbearing, but stays in Yun Songshin's mud pill palace and emits golden light. It seems that in addition to the cloud from the heart of the shiny brain, this energy will have no other role. Yun Songshin attempted to capture it with the spatial power that was intertwined within his fighting chi. It didn't resist, so it was honestly taken out of the mud pill palace, and then followed the do-chi as it flowed through Yun Songshin's body and escaped, like water mist in the forest in the early morning, dissipating in the mild sunlight. Just like the copper cloud stick that kept returning to the platform, it also re-entered the mud palace and continued to peacefully and quietly emit a golden radiance, wrapping this energy in a circle in the body. Yun Songshin keenly noticed that his body became less sore, and the fighting chi in his body also became more unknowingly. Those extra fighting chi were not the energy of heaven and earth that he had refined. They seemed to have been created out of thin air. However, they were generally the same as the do chi that Yun Songshin had painstakingly refined. As if Yun Songshin had once again traveled to the near future, skipping the process of painstakingly refining it, and directly obtaining the pure and majestic do chi. The falls of time. If such a waterfall really existed, could it be that those particles were tiny drops of water splashing out from the waterfall? I have been trying to capture them, but I keep failing because the water drops have already fallen, and my soul power can only search for the small amount of energy left behind after they flow down. Yoon Songshin seemed to be enlightened as he opened his eyes and pushed the copper cloud stick out of the platform once more. This time he no longer dwelled on the hidden particles, but carefully observed the fine spatial fluctuations. The flow of time alone lacks meaning to the observer. Just as one cannot see the wind blowing by sight without the gently swaying willow, the power of time would inevitably stir up space, like a stone crashing into a lake, and would easily shatter the calm stability. But relying on finding the center of the ripples won't catch the rocks that are thrown into the lake. Yoon observed the spatial ripples caused by the disturbance of the grains of time from the heart, not to look for the grains of time that had disappeared, but to anticipate the future. If you want to capture the power of time, you can't just contemplate the immediate present. Once again, Cloud pushed down the copper cloud stick from the heart. Gotcha. The time particles were firmly grasped by Yoon Songshin's soul power, only to disappear abruptly. A solid spatial rift opened up where Cloud had captured the time particle from his heart, and he found traces of the time falls, again successfully proving his deduction. Thus, he passed the first round of trials and mastered the way back. What a complicated thing. Yoon Songshin stood up. It was getting late. He should go back. Yoon Songshin regretfully glanced at the copper cloud stick on top of the platform and said softly, "I'll be back again." Yoon Songshin walked into the rift as he left this marvelous space and returned to the entrance of the life and death gate. "Old Patriarch?" the elder guarding this place said in surprise. "How long have I been in there?" "Only for an instant." "Old Sect Master," the Cloudlands Sect elder said cautiously. "You went in one foot and came out the next." "Yes?" Yoon Songshin said in surprise. "This is a surprise." Chapter 41, The Great Plains of the Black Realm. Come if you have a job to do. 7 days later, a group of flying magical beasts set sail from Cloudland Mountain. Based on the principle of playing small with one hand, Yoon Songshin dismissed the magical beast trainer's proposal to send everyone away with 2 magical beasts. Who can use such a small number of magical beasts? If the ghosts of the Blackhorn domain see it, they'll think we can't afford to use it. One more. One for each of us. Thus, the vast brigade of flying magical beasts crossed the sky dome of the Garma Empire and flew towards the Blackhorn Great Plains. During this period of time, Yoon Songshin had stayed in the room on the back of the flying magical beast, studying those golden energies in the Mud Palace. Combined with the results of the experiments within that mysterious space, Yoon Songshin summarized a few characteristics about these energies that could interfere with time. First, their appearance and disappearance were very sudden. Although relying on the law of fluctuation of space, Yoon Songshin was able to predict the appearance of the grain of time, but still could not observe the process of its birth. Similarly, its disappearance is also very sudden, like a frame-by-frame animation. In this one, painting on the grains of time still exists, in the next one may disappear. Secondly, although they themselves were jumping off, the effects they caused were continuous. This was true for both the spatial fluctuations it caused and the golden energy that escaped. There was no need to mention the former, but the continuity of the latter only existed in Yoon Songshin's Mudball Palace. It seemed that it would only maintain continuity when it was wrapped by soul power or existed in the Mudball Palace. Once it was out of this sphere, even if Yoon Songshin used the purest and most majestic dochi to wrap it, it would still jump off like a grain of time. It seems that its discontinuity has a cascading effect. The grains of time are the most complete, so that their appearance and disappearance are unobservable, like golden dots on a mist point in a painting on this frame. Its escaping energies are weaker, and therefore only characterized by discontinuities in specific situations, and they cause the weakest effects, so that neither spatial fluctuations nor the sudden appearance of a fighting spirit will have the quality of jumping out of the way anymore. What is this? Is my strength too weak so I can't observe it? Or are these substances and energies themselves discontinuous? Yoon Songshin pondered for a long time and did not come up with an answer until he reached the Great Plains of the Blackhorn domain. But what he didn't know was that the golden energy within the Mud Pill Palace was nourishing his soul without saying a word, making it feel as if it had been in a drought for a long time. Because of this, the shackles of the 2-star Do Zone that were originally as solid as a rock now also had a hint of loosening. This is the Blackhorn domain? Young Knight stepped down from the flying magical beast, glanced at the vast plains in front of him, and asked suspiciously, "Patriarch Yoon, what are we doing here?" Yoon Songshin glanced at her. This girl was clearly his own maid now, but had already acted more like a leader than himself. This distant attitude and cool temperament of Young Knight caused evil thoughts to swirl in his heart. Mainly in the rapid expansion of his desire for conquest, in this moment he made up his mind that he must clean up this nymphette. This is certainly not here, but it's not far either. Yoon Songshin explained. Further ahead is the famous Black Domain Great Plain. See that black line? It is the gateway to the Blackhorn domain. Let's go. It's time for you to experience this vibrant hotspot for yourselves. Yoon Songshin's eyes rolled and he came up with a good idea. He instructed, give you 3 a task. After you enter the Great Plains of the Black Domain, go and find a map to Blackmark City and give it to me. Can you do it? A map? That's not easy. I'll take care of it, the excited young moon said as she patted her chest. The 3 girls all had an indifferent attitude, and even the most composed of them, young knight, did not feel that it would be difficult to get a copy of the map. Only Xiao Yan had some misgivings, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the smile hanging at the corner of Yoon Songshin's mouth was filled with mischief. Since it's all okay, let's get going. Mr. Gu-ha, please. Yoon Songshin smiled as he reached out and grabbed his hand, and the wind attribute Do-chi transformed into a huge wall of wind, pocketing Xiao Yan and the others. As soon as they entered the Great Plains of the Black Domain, the sky became dark and gloomy. The gray dome of the sky connected with the black land in the distance, as if it was a huge pocket waiting for the ignorant and fearless to burrow into it. Yoon Songshin led the young people, while Gu-he vibrated his fighting chi to transform his wings, and the group swiftly flew towards the Blackhorn domain. And behind them, the flying magical beasts also set sail once again, meeting the light straight into the clouds. The strength of these flying magical beasts was not considered strong, and if they were to flaunt themselves so much in the Blackhorn domain, a hotspot filled with berserkers, they were afraid that they would soon be beaten down as fat meat. Yoon Songshin didn't mind giving those ungrateful bastards a small lesson, but he was afraid that their entire fortune wouldn't be enough for a fraction of a flying magical beast, so it's better to let them return. It just so happens there's a tribe up ahead. Go change some maps and come back. Beside a small tribe, Yoon Songshin gently landed as he pointed at the tribe's high fortress gate. I will go with them. Xiao Yan scratched his head and raised his hand. It just so happens that I also need to replenish a little bit of supplies. Yoon Songshin nodded in agreement. He thought to himself, this trip isn't like the one in your book. What supplies do we need to replenish? I'm afraid that we don't want to exchange something with Medicine Old Man for fear of being discovered by Gu-he. Teacher, which play is this? After confirming that he was far enough away, Xiao Yan could not wait to ask. This patriarch Yun's idea still has merit. Those 3 girls are all proud, like spirited little fighting cocks. Letting them engage in trading in the Blackhorn domain, I guess it should be because I want to wear down their pride. Pale Elder hemmed and hawed and explained. Xiao Yan blinked. He did not understand that buying a map was just a map. Was there anything that could be honed in such a simple matter? His doubts didn't last long before they were broken by a flying feathered arrow. Xiao Yan hurriedly dodged and turned around to see that the feathered arrow had easily broken through the black land and was deeply embedded in it. It could be seen that this arrow was not a warning and was aimed at taking his life. Yoo-hoo! Xiao Yan was all but exasperated as he smiled coldly and raised his head to ask Drilly. We are just passing by and want to resupply here. This friend, what is the meaning of this? Ha ha ha, he called you his friend. The high walls of the fortress were laughed at by guys with blades in their hands. Rookie, new here, right? Don't know the rules of the Blackhorn domain? After a burst of laughter, the middle-aged man at the head of the group wiped tears from his eyes and shouted, if you want to enter the fortress, you have to hold the money for the road high above your head 100 meters away. Cut the crap and bring 500 gold coins to buy your way out, or get lost. Chapter 42, Moral Vacuum. 500 gold coins? At those words, Nalan Yenron's face immediately darkened. She wasn't a wealthy alchemist who didn't spend money as money, and her family wasn't a royal family sitting on an empire. Therefore, Nalan Yenran was actually the one among these 4 who had the most concept of gold coins. What does Mr. Furukawa think? In the distance, Yoon Songshin, who was watching the show, asked with a smile. Gu-he thought for a moment and said, since it's the rules of the Blackhorn domain, it's our first arrival. 500 gold coins isn't much, so just give it. Not bad for an honest man, not bad for an alchemist. Yoon Songshin sighed in his heart and said, Mr. Furukawa can't be wrong in saying that, but it's not appropriate in this land. The Blackhorn domain. The dog thieves here are all bone crunchers, the kind that will never steal if they can rob. Being a rule-abiding person here is not much different from being a piece of fat meat in someone else's mouth. Is it that exaggerated? I think that middle-aged man is still quite good and gave Yen Yan and the others a heads up. A reminder? That's a trap. Yoon Songshin smiled and decided to pit Gu-ha against him. Mr. Gu-ha, how about a bet? Seeing Yoon Songshin's certainty, Gu-ha also became interested. Good. What are you betting on? Just bet that even if they hand over the money, this group of bandits won't let them go. Yoon Songshin said with a smile. Insatiable greed is engraved in the bones of the people here. Good. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was pursing her lips at the side, Yoon Songshin said, if I win, I hope that Mr. Guha will listen to me on this trip to the Blackhorn domain. If I lose, I heard that there was an auction in Blackmark City recently, and the Blackhorn domain's auctions always have good things from all over the world. At that time, Mr. Guhi will choose any one item and I will help you take it. How about it? So very good. Just hand it over. We just came here. It's not appropriate to clash with them. Even with the ice silkworm face, Nalan Yenron's face was hard to see to the point where the onlookers could see it. Seeing it, young knight hastened to pacify her and said, "Don't forget Patriarch Yun's mandate. If we make a scene, we won't be able to complete the mission of this trip. This is 500 gold coins. Open the fortress gate." Young knight shouted, taking out a bag of gold coins from his nascent sack and throwing it over. The middle-aged man on the city wall was obviously a bit surprised as he took the bag and after counting it for a long time, he teased, "Open the door." The wooden gate of the fortress slowly opened a crack, just enough for a man to walk through. Xiao Yan saw the mottled bloodstains on it. He raised his guard and the do chi in his body quietly revolved. Ha, kid, let me teach you the most important rule of this Blackhorn domain. The four of them had just entered the tribe when the heavy door slammed shut. Looking at the mercenary bandits who had surrounded him with various weapons in their hands, Xiao Yan let out a cold smile and removed the Xian heavy ruler that he was carrying. The middle-aged man on the city tower gave a strange laugh and shouted, "In the Blackhorn domain, neither act like a rookie nor act rich. Both of these two mistakes are deadly. Enough for you kid to die 7 or 8 times. But you kid is lucky. And today I'm in a good mood, so I've decided to let you off the hook. Hand over everything of value on your person, and leave these 3 chicks behind. And you can get the hell out." The middle-aged man did not place Xiao Yan in his eyes at all as he turned around and greeted the other assholes. "See? These are 3 extremely good ones. Line up in a while and wait for me to have a good time." Before he finished speaking, his scalp suddenly tightened. The middle-aged man hurriedly turned back to look, just in time to see Xiao Yan's violet cloud wings behind his back open up and fly high into the air. Xiao Yan gripped the Xin heavy ruler with both hands and a green-colored flame covered the body of the ruler as he zero-framed his starting hand and attacked blatantly. Bang! Under 1 foot, the middle-aged man who had just been screaming perished on the spot, burned by the green flames to the point that not even his ashes remained. "Unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood today, so be careful in your next life." Looking at the crowd of mercenaries whose lascivious smiles suddenly froze on their faces, Xiao Yan drank in a cold voice. "What are you looking at? Within 3 breaths. If you don't roll, you die." The mercenaries dispersed in a flurry, but the middle-aged man's men changed their faces many times and hesitantly refused to leave. Ha, little fellow, how does it feel to have experienced the rules of the Blackhorn domain firsthand? Pale Elder laughed evilly, but this fool has a good point. Not revealing one's wealth in the Blackhorn domain is indeed one of the iron rules. There are outlaws here. As long as there is the slightest opportunity, they will try their best to attack and rob. It's tiresome and annoying. Don't worry, teacher. I am not some kind of weakling with a soft heart. Xiao Yan swooped down, holding the Xian heavy ruler to kill the bandits who were hesitant to hold their blades. If you want to establish authority, you have to use thunderbolts that are ruthless enough. In the distance, when he saw the green lotus earthly heart flame that was as bright as a bright light, He knew that he had lost. He laughed bitterly. "What's with the people in this place?" Yun Songshin smiled and said, "This is the reason why the several empires have not besieged this area. There are dregs on the Dochi continent that have broken through the lower limits, and it's not exactly easy to clean up these dregs. And no power would be willing to really put in a great deal of effort to go after them because it's both dangerous and there's no oil and water. So if there's a lawless area where these dregs can be gathered together, it's good for everyone. The Blackhorn domain is such a place. As the junkyard of the Dochi continent, normal people here can be harder to find than a 3-legged toad. Mr. Guha is drunk on refining pills. It makes sense that he doesn't know this place." Yun Songshin smiled and said, "Then our bet." Guhi let out a bitter smile. "I do lack understanding of this place. I'm willing to gamble and accept defeat. I'll be obliged to Patriarch Yun for this period of time." Where? Yun Songshin said while looking into the distance. "Oh, they're fighting." This tribe could not be called large, and when they were sent to buy the map, Yun Songshin had explored it, and the strongest among them was only a mere doling, not to mention 4 people. Even if Xiao Yan was the only one, he would still be able to handle it, so he didn't panic in the slightest and continued to eat and watch. Flame-splitting wave-devouring ruler. The energy of the sky and earth suddenly surged, and the light red energy that looked like substance permeated out from Xiao Yan's side, rotating crazily around Xiao Yan's side and eventually converging on the Xian heavy ruler. The huge green-colored ruler mane came out horizontally. Even from a distance one could feel the violent energy contained within it. It was a fighting technique that this heaven and earth were urging. Earth rank fighting technique. Boom! Young Songshin stroked his chin and smacked his lips as he watched Xiaoyan destroy half of the city wall of someone's tribe with a single ruler. TSK, messing up this big. Is this map still accessible? Chapter 43, The Language of the Blackhorn Domain. Out of Yoon Songshin's expectation, that Do Ling had eaten Xiaoyan's flame-splitting wave-devouring ruler heart and actually did not die. What was even more unexpected from Yoon Songshin was that after being slapped with a not-so-light injury by Xiaoyan, who was at the level of a grand combatant master, this guy actually did not berserk and enter the second stage, but instead silky smoothly conceded to slipping and sliding to his knees. A set of conceding, misunderstanding, apologizing and compensating for the silky little streak, not only gave Yoon Songshin a whole expression of soybean sweat, but also gave Xiaoyan a confused look. No, man, really don't want any fame at all. Although this Do Ling's behavior seemed both wretched and comical, it made sense when one thought about it. Although he is injured, but still with the strength of the fighting spirit to retain the power of a battle, there is also the capital to seek peace. It can even be said that this is the last chance to stop. And then obsessive. Eat one more ground-level fighting skills. Can really be a man for the knife and chopping board. I'm a fish meat. At that point it's no longer a plea for peace. It's a plea for mercy. In the Blackhorn domain, there was no difference between begging for mercy and begging for death. And even the latter could die with honor. So, although it was very humiliating to concede in front of a group of juniors, it was a wise move for him. Not for the sake of false fame but in the real disaster. In this point he actually then yearned from the heart to see all thorough. The people of the Blackhorn domain are just bad and a bit of a vegetable. But they're not stupid at all nah. Yoon sighed with emotion from his heart, thinking that he had really found the right place. We should let the geniuses of the Gamma Empire come to the Blackhorn domain after they have formed a solid outlook on the world, to ensure that the ones who go back are all talented and speak well. The sky in the Blackhorn domain always darkened very quickly, and by the time Xiaoyan's 4 people returned, the sky had already completely darkened. Mr. Guha had lit a bonfire, and Yoon Songshin was sitting by the bonfire boredly fiddling with the embers for fun. Patriarch Yoon, we didn't get the map. Young Knight walked forward stiffly and reported to Yoon Songshin. The local gangs are too impolite. You've all torn down someone's fortress door. What do you care if he has manners? Yoon Songshin said as he plucked the fire with the stick in his hand. How does it feel to have personally experienced the customs of this great plain of the Black Domain? Young Knight frowned at the memory and smiled bitterly. It doesn't feel good. Oh, tell me about it. The people here are too unruly. 500 gold coins to buy your way. How is this any different from robbery? In the imperial capital, this amount of money is enough for an average family to live for 5 years. We've put up with this. We've paid the toll. And they're going to come and really rob us once more. Young Knight said indignantly, doing all they can to catch fish like this, knocking on the bones and sucking on the marrow. Haven't they thought about what to do in the future? Obviously they don't need to use swords and guns. They can have a considerable income just by collecting the round-trip tolls. What kind of long-term plans can outlaws have? Today, the tolls are collected and the fat sheep are released. But tomorrow it is still unclear whether they will be alive to collect the money from the fat sheep back. Why don't we just slaughter all the fat sheep that we can see and kill, regardless of whether or not we do everything we can to catch fish, and let the flooding continue after I die? Yoon Songshin smiled. He knew this was a good start. The 3 young girls he had brought out were arrogant but not bad, and it was never a bad thing to dip into their black water in the Blackhorn domain and learn their tactics. Anyway, with him as a dozone touting the bottom, as long as they didn't mess with the old earth demon ghost, at the very least they could run away. So, what are you guys going to do? Yoon Songshin continued to ask. Without a map, how are we going to get to Black Mark City? If we go late, we won't be able to catch the auction. Patriarch Yoon, don't worry. Although we didn't find the map, we met the merchant caravan that is also going to Black Mark City. Young Knight smiled and said, they saw that the 4 of us were able to fight this tribe's leader and wanted to hire us as bodyguards for their merchant caravan, so that we could travel to Black Mark City and make money at the same time. We dare not make a decision without authorization and have come back to report it. Not afraid of being cheated? Yoon Songshin asked succinctly. Fear not. That merchant's guards only have the strength of a dosher. They don't have the strength and qualifications to lie to us. Young Knight said confidently. And I've observed that person's merchant caravan. It's transporting common medicinal herbs originating from the Exodus Cloud Empire. And there are injured mercenaries in the merchant caravan. So I'm sure that what I said is not false. Since you think it's good, then go ahead and do it. Yoon Songshin waved his hand. I'm not going to decide for you guys. You guys will make your own way from here to Black Mark City. Then Patriarch Yoon Yoon Songshin smiled and pointed at the 3 people gathered around the fire, saying, I'll go with Mr. Guha and Miss Xiao Yu, so I won't be traveling with you on the way down. Take care of yourselves and we'll see you in Black Mark City. Xiao Yan blinked. How did he include himself in this once and for all? He only wanted to go to Canaan Academy to see Kaoru as soon as possible, but he did not intend to go to the Black Mark City. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression somewhat different, Yun Songshin used Dochi to transmit his voice and said, "This Black Mark City's auction is extraordinary. There must be treasures to make it so lively. At least there are earth-ranked do skills or techniques up for auction. Are you really not going to go and get together for this lively event?" Xiao Yan's heart was moved, and he immediately pacified himself in his mind. But then again, sharpening the sword is not a mistake. It just so happens that he still has in his hands the pills that were refined in Lin City and is eagerly waiting to be exchanged for money, as well as the medicinal materials that he promised Elder Hai to look for. So a trip to Black Seal City may not be out of the question. Seeing that Xiao Yan was moved by his words and did not come forward to express his desire to leave the group, Yun Songshin also somewhat lowered his heart. To be honest, just throwing 3 big girls like flowers and jade into the quagmire that was the Blackhorn domain, Yun Songshin was still a bit uneasy. But there is Xiao Yan followed by a very different. This Blackhorn domain, Xiao Yan and medicine altogether still cannot solve the trouble, not more than a handful of. I hope that after this trip down, all of you can learn the language of the Blackhorn domain. Yun Songshin then made a final conclusion. Although the people here are bad, each and every one of them is shrewd. You guys have to be careful of the gutter. The Blackhorn domain, which Yun Songshin had called the Florida state of the Do-Chi continent, was no less chaotic and ferocious than the Guangdong Mountains, which were able to get out of one Yin Xuanying. Yun Songshin hoped that they could be like Yin Xuanying, who had learned the language of the Blackhorn domain without changing his base color. The language of the Blackhorn has never been simple, yet brutal. It speaks of hiding, death, darkness, intrigue and traps. The people here live in fear and madness every moment, all speaking the language of the Blackhorn. So this is a good proving ground. Here, the people who create death are cunning and cruel, yet they are not strong enough. Try leaving the shelter of your elders. Geniuses of the Gamma Empire. Only by learning to face malice from all sides can you become a truly strong person. Chapter 44, Black Seal City Chaos. It's counterintuitive that even in a place as chaotic and unsettling as the Blackhorn domain, there would be a large city where people are surging shoulder to shoulder. The destination of Yun Songshin and the others, Black Mark City, was such a big city, and the local snake here was called Department 8, and the famous Black Mark auction house was the property under its name. Instead of saying that the Black Seal Auction House was the landmark of Black Seal City, it would be better to say that Black Seal City was nothing more than a dumpling wrapped in vinegar by Department 8 for the sake of this bit of Black Seal Auction House. The Black Seal Auction House was situated in the middle of the city. No matter which corner of Black Seal City one could see it. No matter which road one took in Black Seal City one would inevitably pass by it. It's spectacular. Even Gu He, who was used to seeing the prosperous Mitre Auction House in the imperial capital, couldn't help but sigh when he saw the Black Seal Auction House. The outer walls of the Black Seal Auction House were all made of obsidian, a stone that was a natural glaze, and although it was black, it could reflect the sunlight. And now it was midday, the sun was in full bloom. The obsidian outer wall perfectly showed what colorful black was. It was both beautiful and not blinding. It appeared that the whole auction house was luxurious and majestic. At every entrance of the auction house, there were dozens of people guarding it. The weakest of these people had the strength of a dosher, and the one at the head was even a high-star dosher, the kind that could become a family head by throwing Yuten City. Even the strength of the gatekeeper was so strong. It was evident that the strength of Department 8 was so strong, and it was even more evident that it attached importance to the money tree that was the Black Seal Auction House. Yun Songshin, Xiao Yu and Gui each put on a wide black robe and stood away from the crowds looking at the Black Seal Auction House, with absolutely no intention of walking in. Just now they had inquired. The large auction that Yun Songshin had been looking forward to for a long time was in 7 days. They had come early. Yun Songshin frowned and recalled half a day before getting the timing right. Although the Xiao family had wasted some time moving, compared to the original article, Yun Songshin's trip had saved them the time of being hunted down and running through the map. They had come directly in a flying magical beast. So one way or another, Yun Songshin and the others actually arrived a bit earlier than in the original text. What should we do? Find an inn to stay in first? Gu He proposed. What? Yun Songshin wasn't listening closely. He was watching an impromptu boxing match on the street. The feuding duo quickly evolving from brawl to fight, punching and bloodying each other. I say, should we find a place to stay first? Gu He said helplessly. Ever since we arrived here, this kind of fighting has been happening almost every day. Aren't you tired of watching it? Yun Songshin hemmed and hawed. It's not quite the same. Look at that kid. Blood attribute fighting chi. The technique he cultivates is a bit weird. I don't see the doorway yet. It was a shame that Yun Shan had spent his entire life huddled in the palm of the Gamma Empire, and his insights were completely incomparable to those of a strong person like Pill Elder, who had truly wandered through the Do-Chi continent. To be able to see that the blood attribute fighting Chigai's cultivation technique was not right was still relying on Yun Songshin's own deduction, not the memories Yun Shan had left behind. This life and death struggle ended quickly, and Gui frowned as he watched the ugly gesture of the blood attribute kid who gained the victory slit the throat of the dead man and drank freely of the blood. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, looked frightened and hugged Yun Songshin's arm. As for Yun Songshin, this guy now finally saw an eyebrow. The blood sex technique? He guessed. This kind of street fighting in the Black Horn domain is simply a common occurrence, and even few pedestrians cast a glance at it. Like Yun Songshin, such as stopping to watch the opposite has become an anomaly. What are you looking at? The man looked up, his face covered in blood menacingly. Seeing that he had seen things by watching the play, Yun Songshin did not hesitate. A silent wind blade flashed by, taking away this person's life. Yun Songshin hooked his finger, and the dexterous wind removed the nascent sacred ring from his hand and sent it to Yun Songshin. Let's go and stay at the hotel. Flipping through the person's nascent sacred ring, Yun Songshin easily found the desired technique from it, and he casually threw that nascent sacred ring away as he said so. After Yun Songshin's trio left, another not-so-small fight broke out here in order to compete for this nascent sacred ring with very little storage space. This is the Blackhorn domain. In other places this is called chaos, but here it can only be called everyday. Innkeeper, stay. Arriving at an inn that was also the property of Department 8 sect, Yun Songshin walked up to the front of the stage and said as such, "Guests a few. How many rooms do you want?" The shopkeeper asked without lifting his head. 3 rooms, 3 people, 10 gold coins per room per day. How many days will the guests stay? Haven't thought about it yet. Let's stay for a month first. Yun Songshin threw a card onto the stage and said as such. The shopkeeper looked up, saw the card in front of him, and his original arrogant attitude immediately disappeared. With a fawning smile on his face, he said, "Your guests have come to the door. The small store is flourishing. The sect master has ordered that all VIPs above the second level of the Black Seal auction house will be exempted from room charges. The villain has eyes to recognize the high mountains and has been more than a little slow. Forgive me and pardon me. Arrogance is a laughing matter." The reason why the shopkeeper's attitude had shifted so drastically was naturally because what Yun Songshin had thrown over was a grade 1 VIP card. Those who held this kind of card were either above the dough wine strength or above the 5th grade of pill refiners. After Yun Songshin came to Blackmark City, he immediately pretended to be a casual cultivator with only the strength of a dough wang to go to the auction house to identify treasures. And it was this convenience that he wanted. "Mr. Yun, why are all the hostels here so expensive?" Xiao Yu asked in a puzzled whisper. The head of the shopkeeper who led the way heard, and hastened to explain, "This young lady does not know I 8 doors open store unlike others. As long as it is our guests, in our store we'll have absolute safety and security. Whether it is the street thieves and robbers, or the bandits, do not dare to make waves here. Therefore the price is naturally slightly higher. You see the door of the several doucher friends. If there is no financial guarantee, will not have such a strong and thoughtful defense is not it? The stores in this Blackhorn domain are a messy mess. Not to mention the black stores that rip off customers, physically. Just the ordinary stores that are mixed with fish and dragons. There are quite a few strong people living in them. In addition to these hotels under our 8 doors, which back door of the garbage heap on weekdays do not have a few unlucky people who have just died? Which store isn't strewn with blood? Of course, with the strength of your few, you naturally don't need their protection. You must have chosen us for the sake of peace and quiet. Have I not guessed wrong? The Blackhorn domain is full of crazy people who don't want to die. Even if they are as weak as mosquitoes, it is ultimately unpleasant to always be disturbed by such mosquitoes. Here, I can guarantee that group of annoying bugs will definitely not disturb a few lords. Door 8 will let all the guests have a good experience as if they were living outside the Blackhorn domain. Up ahead is the room for the 3 of you. If you please. Chapter 45, The Gamma Geniuses in Luck. Beyond imagination, what Department 8 provided for the first-class VIPs were not any rooms. After arriving at the small courtyard that belonged to him, Yun Songshin's soul power whistled out from his eyebrows and searched the spacious room in detail. Only after ensuring that there were no abnormalities here did he feel relieved and took out the book of merit law he had just obtained from his nascent sacred ring and flipped it open to read it. It's not the blood sex technique. Yun Songshin was a little surprised, and after he double-checked it again, he marveled in his heart. No wonder that kid has made himself inhuman. This is the remnants of the heavenly underworld sex technique. The heavenly underworld sect, one of the infamous great forces in the central state. Yun Songshin still remembered that the bloody and cruel cultivation methods of this sect had been introduced in the original article. The heavenly underworld sex gong method was extremely evil and cruel. Anyone who practiced the heavenly underworld sex gong method could forcibly devour another person's fighting chi. But there was a prerequisite for this convenience, and that was that it had to be accompanied by blood and flesh in order to be devoured. Simply put, Its uncle Pluck's special version of the sucker punch. Correspondingly, the heavenly underworld sex fighting techniques were all very bloody, and compared to them, the magical beasts in the demonic beast mountain range were considered to be classy. In addition, the way the heavenly underworld sect cultivated its disciples was also very cruel. As the saying goes, bring your own onions, ginger, and garlic when you go out. So don't make it too difficult for the young zone. Drinking a little wine before a battle. The young zone doesn't have to marinate for too long. Anyone who was a true disciple of the heavenly underworld sect would enter the heavenly underworld sect's forbidden ground after cultivating to a certain level, where they would begin a tense and exciting chicken eating contest. These senior brothers who usually spent time together and discussed their skills of being a human being together would start bloody killing each other at that time. The last person to walk out of the forbidden land alive would become the core of the heavenly underworld sect, becoming a future elder or even patriarch. As far as this process is concerned, raising parasites is considered friendship first and competition second when compared to them. Yoon Songshin couldn't figure out how an organization dedicated to killing each other could be sustained. Just like he couldn't figure out how exactly this heavenly underworld sex gong method could take other people's flesh and blood in fighting chi for itself and still rapidly raise its own level. Wicked. Yoon Songshin let out a long sigh. That blood attribute fighting chi kids in human appearance once again surfaced in Yoon Songshin's mind. This time he finally understood why the heavenly underworld sex disciples were so good at being human were still human-like, but this kid had practiced himself to be like a dry corpse. This heavenly underworld sect technique scroll remnant. The chapter break was just too perfect, stopping right before the most crucial part. Just this contraption. It's really thanks to that kid not refining himself to death. Yoon Songshin threw the technique back into his nascent sack and muttered with some regret. He wasn't really interested in practicing such evil ways. He was just a little curious as to how this Uncle Bart's special version of the star-sucking technique actually worked. Not to mention the fact that the heavenly underworld sex technique was extremely flawed, and the original text had clearly mentioned that those who had practiced this technique to the extreme over the generations had all died miserably in the midst of the backlash. Just Yoon Songshin's current state. There is no need to risk universal condemnation to cultivate this evil method. Cultivating this stuff. Might as well go and eat pills for dinner. 3 days later, on a windy and sunny afternoon, Xiao Yan and the other 4 people finally arrived at the Black Mark City. When they found Yoon Songshin was lazily lying on a rocking chair in the small courtyard, sunbathing. Elder Yoon? Xiao Yan looked at Yoon Songshin, who was sleeping soundly with his face covered by a gongfu. He rubbed his nose with a bitter smile and softly called out, Yoon Songshin was awakened as he peeled off the gongfu on his face and said lazily after glancing at Xiao Yan, coming? Is it still going well? Looking at the guy in front of them who was enjoying life like a retired grandpa, both of the young Night Sisters subconsciously clenched their silver teeth. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly. Even he felt that these few days were simply nightmarish and terrifying. Cloud from the heart of these 3 days eat sleep eat. Occasionally go out to taste the local characteristics of the Black Horn domain, and then take some time out to study the golden energy in the Mud Pill Palace and the hands of the heavenly underworld sex technical law scrolls. The life of the days of the gods. As for Xiao Yan, they lived these 3 days with a small gap between them and Yoon Songshin. It was falling into a pit during the day and being robbed at night, all the time exchanging heated opinions with the bandit gangs of the Black Domain Great Plains. Together with the mercenaries hired by the merchants, they fought off the outlaws of the Blackhorn domain, repelling 6 sizable, large-scale attacks in 3 days. On top of that, there were countless skirmishes and raids that kept people up at night. It was not known what the charm of the cart of ordinary healing medicinal raw materials that the merchant had brought with him was that it had attracted so many desperate bandits. To add to the weariness, the salary-only mercenaries went on a decisive strike due to the high intensity of the battle and the far more strenuous nature of the usual escort. Halfway there, they demanded that the merchants had to double their money again or else they would simply throw in the towel and go home. This directly led to the convoy being forced to stop halfway down the road, and the sound of the 2 parties exchanging words attracted the biggest attack of the 3 days. In the end, looking at the shiny swords in the hands of the outlaws of the Blackhorn domain, the merchant who wanted money but not life still gave in. He agreed to the mercenaries' demands and guaranteed to give the mercenary group an extra fee for each additional attack in the future. Xiao Yan, who was originally all set to run away with his people, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. No wonder the profits of the Blackhorn domain are so high. I won't be greedy for this cheapness from now on if I die. The businessman who almost gave his life away said as much. In addition to Nalan Yenran who couldn't see her face with the ice silkworm face, the remaining 3 people were now all haggard and had dark circles under their eyes, like social animals who had worked overtime for several days in a row. Tired? If you're tired, go rest first. If there's anything you want to talk about, wait until dinner time. Don't disturb my nap. Yoon Songshin covered that gongfu over his face again. You three's room is in the side room over there. Xiao Yan's room is in the next courtyard. I've opened them all. Xiao Yan shrugged indifferently and looked for his own room to rest. We live here? Looking at Yun Songshin, who had been acting like a grandpa from the beginning to the end, young knight was furious as she furrowed her brows and said, or else, you are now my maidservants, not princesses of the Gamma Empire. Did Galing Tian not tell you this point? Yun Songshin remembered that he wanted to fix this ninny's idea, so he lazily said, where else can I live if I don't live here? Do you want me to personally go to the hotel? Oh yeah, since it's all been said and done, just make me a good pot of tea before you go to bed. Nailin Yanran sympathetically glanced at the lightly biting her lips with a defiant face. Yao Wei, who was already too sleepy to open her eyes, and pulled her to the side room to sleep. Yes, Patriarch Yun. Young knight almost uttered these words through clenched teeth. Chapter 46 Local gangs are too polite. Yun Songshin sipped his tea, and the aggravated and grudging eyes of young knight appeared in front of his eyes again, and his desire for control and vanity were greatly satisfied. Could it be that I really am a very strange pervert of XP? Yun Songshin reflected in his mind for a moment, then quickly denied this conjecture anymore. In a good mood, he carried his teacup and walked lightly towards the small courtyard where Guha was, and the teapot floated noiselessly to follow him. Mr. Furukawa, are you there? Yun Songshin knocked on the door. Gu He, who was studying the Dan formula, obviously didn't expect Yun Songshin to make a sudden visit, and he rushed to open the door, even forgetting to put the Dan formula in his hand back into his nascent sack. Mr. Furukawa is really using his strength, worthy of being the #1 pill refiner in the Gamma Empire. The door of the small courtyard was open, and Yun Songshin saw the Dan formula in Gui's hand at a glance, then smiled. I have nothing to do lately, just killing time. Gui smiled bitterly. Patriarch Yun please. Yun Songshin nodded his head in greeting as he walked into Gua's small courtyard and asked, since Mr. Guha is drunk on research, why not start a furnace and try it out? The time needed to refine the medicine is not short. For days later is the auction that Patriarch Yun cares about, the most Patriarch Yun cares about. I'm worried about missing out on Patriarch Yun's big event. Cloud from the heart smiled and said, just hot hands is good. Refining some grasp a little more 4th and 5th grade pills can be, as long as the movement is big enough on the line. Sovereign Yun is thinking, creating some momentum is just a matter of creating some momentum. This time we are here to purchase goods. If we are bent on hiding our names and pretending to be pigs, it is inevitable that there will be guys who don't know how high the sky is stirring up trouble. Yun Songshin smiled and said, a 5th grade pill refiner who has never appeared before in a Do-Wang powerhouse. Such weight is enough to make the local gangs hold us up high. Oh, so that's how it is. Patriarch Yun really is far-sighted. After thinking for a moment, Gui took out an elixir formula and handed it to Yun Songshin, saying, in that case, this elixir should be the best choice. The 5th grade pill, wine walking pill, is not too difficult to refine, and the herbs required are not particularly rare. When it becomes a Dan, the Dan's fragrance is so strong that it can turn into a substantial energy mist, and at least half of the city's powerhouses will be able to detect it. What about time? Can you get it done in 4 days? Don't worry, Patriarch Yun. Within 3 days, Guhi will make the fragrance of the Dan fill the air. Guhi said with great confidence. Yun Songshin smiled and said, since that's the case, then I will protect Mr. Guha. Guhi wasn't ambiguous either. He took out his own Dan furnace, sat down cross-legged and started to refine pills. The flames leapt out from his fingertips and turned into a blazing fire in an instant after being flicked into the Dan furnace. Yun Songshin, on the other hand, stood on the side with a cup of tea and watched with interest. This was the first time he had watched a pill refiner refine pills since he came to the Do-Chi continent, and he was very curious about it all. As a 6th grade pill refiner, Guhi's operation was very skillful, as he skillfully grasped the timing of the herbs entering the Dan furnace, and quenched every ounce of essence within it with his pure fire control technique. The flames within the Dan furnace seemed like an orchestra of orders, and under Guhi's old-fashioned command, the entire process of refining pills was coordinated to the point of near elegance. At some point Xiao Yan also woke up, but in the way of the tradition of not being able to steal masters amongst alchemists, he could only honestly stay in his own courtyard, with no way to watch Guhi marshal the flames like a concert conductor from such a close distance as Yun Songshin. In less than 3 days, the Dan will be ready. When collecting the Dan, Guhi concentrated all his soul power to control the flame, making it like a torch in the center of the Dan furnace to wrap the soon-to-be-formed Windwalking Dan. The Windwalker Dan spun itself up at high speed in the flames, the last of the impurities and excess energy being forced out and burned. The 5th grade elixir was about to be completed when the vision suddenly appeared. The rich fragrance of the Dan drilled out from the Dan furnace, bringing up slight ripples of energy. Dan incense from invisible to tangible. I do not know where to dye a trace of azure. It's like curling smoke, straight up to the sky, hovering in the small courtyard of the sky for a long time. Mr. Guha is being modest. How could this be detected by more than half the city's powerhouses? At least everyone within the entire Black Seal City will notice. Yoon Songshin sniffed the intoxicating aroma and looked up at the Dan fragrance floating in the sky above, revealing a bad smile of triumphant conspiracy. Because he sensed that quite a few guys in Blackmark City who had come here specifically to participate in the auction had sensed something strange, and they had gathered towards this side, like sharks that smelled blood. Yoon Songshin flexed his fingers and a light green-colored translucent wind barrier rose up from all around the small courtyard, completely wrapping it up. He summoned his Do-Chi to transform into wings, and with a shock of his wings, he flew into midair, fighting Chi transformed wings shaking rhythmically. Yoon Songshin levitated under the azure-colored Dan incense and swept a glance at the crowd that had already gathered in front of the inn. He saw among them a young Do Ling with a pale face as handsome as a vampire, as well as a gray-robed man dressed in a printed skull. Oh, and there's the flirtatious woman from the house of the Heavenly Serpent over there. A group of wise men. Yoon Songshin scanned the circle and laughed to himself in his heart. The ones that came were all small fry at the Do Ling Do Wang level, and the only one that wore a green skirt was the woman from the Heavenly Serpent house who was a low-star Do Huang, which made Yoon Songshin a little disappointed. I remember the blood clan here under the blood of the how to extort only a fighting chi floating fighting spirit, and other forces did not come to what big person. Is it only the blood sect thought of robbing if you cannot shoot? Other forces do not have the slightest intention to do so? Yoon Songshin muttered in his heart, it shouldn't be, except for the stupid woman of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion who really intends to run away after the auction. Which of the forces of the Blackhorn domain didn't start a passionate fight on the spot after the auction? Although the effect was not as expected, the audience did not come too much, but the play has been played here. Naturally, it is necessary to finish it. Yoon Songshin droned in a cold voice, those who approached the wind barrier, die. Ha ha ha, this friend please don't worry. In my sect 8 sect's territory, you and your friend won't have any problems. In the distance, a Do Huang powerhouse sped over, and he stopped with great sincerity about 30 paces away from the wind barrier, arching his hand and saying, in my place, Sect 8 Sect Master, this friend is Mount Garrett. Yoon Songshin lied without changing his face. Brother Galing, feel free to rest assured. My Sect 8 Sect has always been happy to make friends with pill refiners and the strongest people on the continent. As a sign of sincerity, I am willing to personally escort your pill refiner friend. The 8 Fan Sect Master smiled and said, I also have a nice restaurant at this auction, and the seats are still described as excellent. I wonder if your friend would be able to honor us with his presence after collecting the pills. The two of us still have to make some preparations before the auction, and after the auction is over, we will definitely pay a visit. That's natural. Then I will welcome you two at Sect 8 Fan. The Sect 8 Fan Sect Master said with a smile. Chapter 47, giving everyone a bad eye. Not long after, he finished collecting the Dan, and the fragrance of the Dan hovering in midair began to dissipate. Under the Dan incense, the mysterious black-robed man also finally breathed a sigh of relief. He arched his hand toward the converging crowd. His voice had a surprise that was hard to hide. Thank you all for cooperating. I am grateful. Before the words left his mouth, he vibrated his Do-Chi to transform his wings and return to the courtyard. The people from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, the Blood Sect, and the Black Skeleton Tomb glanced at each other scornfully, and each led their teams away. It's a surprise that a 5th-grade alchemist that I don't recognize would actually appear. Have to tell father as soon as possible. The pale-faced youth muttered in his heart. Several major forces had their own agenda, and dark tides surged within Blackmark City. They tacitly began to cleanse the small forces that were close to Yoon Songshin's residence, and they began to constantly friction with each other. This hotel is under Department 8, and was originally quite peaceful and stable. But now, every day, a new body is carried away along with the garbage, and so Department 8 had to send more powerful men here to keep watch as well. A mysterious Do Wang powerhouse, coupled with a pill refiner of at least the 5th grade. Such a combination was rare even in the entire northwestern continent, and was worthy of the attitudes of the major powers. As a result, in front of the hotel where Yoon Songshin and the others were staying, there were many grand duelist figures without saying a word. People from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion and other forces also began to come to this hotel one after another to stay, quickly filling up the nice little courtyard. There are many pairs of eyes around for no reason. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu's siblings began to live in deep simplicity. Even the ancient river and Nalan Yenran and others have reduced the number of times they go out. Yoon Songshin, on the other hand, pretended to be unaware of all the changes around him as he leisurely sipped tea and basked in the sun in the courtyard as usual. It wasn't until the day before the auction started that Yoon Songshin walked out of the courtyard. He wore a wide black robe with an ice silkworm face that completely covered his figure and appearance. Elder Chang, that person has come out. The people from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion were the first to see Yun Songshin's movements and hurriedly reported it to that Heavenly Serpent Mansion's Do Huang powerhouse. Elder Chang was originally feeding his little snake. When he heard this, he hurriedly put down the jade bottle in his hand and commanded, "Pass the order down, keep a close eye on his movements, and create some opportunities for me to meet him alone. You, come here and feed the little one." With that, she sat down in front of the brass mirror to simply touch up her makeup. If I can bring in a 5th grade pill refiner for my Heavenly Serpent Mansion, even if it's just a guest minister, this credit is no smaller than auctioning that item. Elder Ching thought as he drew his eyebrows. The blood sex people weren't slow either. The pale young man pondered for a piece after hearing the news and said, "Set up a banquet. Go tell the shopkeeper that I want the best mat, and have the back kitchen prepare it now. Keep an eye on him. Report immediately once he returns." Yun Songshin of course knew that his movements had been completely grasped by several forces, and wherever he went now, it was like he was standing at the center of the stage, attracting everyone's attention. He walked into the Black Seal auction house unhurriedly and found that there were already elders from Department 8 waiting here. It was a charming woman, who let out a silver bell-like laugh when she saw Yun Songshin, and said in a bone-crushing clip sound, "Mr. Gatling, but you've kept me waiting. Mr. wants to appraise the treasures or auction them today?" "Auction," Yun Songshin whispered. "Please follow me." The woman reached out her hand as an invitation and invited Yun Songshin to a secret room. Department 8 had investigated long ago, knowing that Yun Songshin had traveled with 3 maidens of notable appearance, believing him to be a man of lust. That was why such an elder was sent to interface with Yun Songshin. She smiled as she sat down next to Yun Songshin and asked softly in Yun Songshin's ear, "What is it that Mr. is going to auction?" Yun Songshin's goosebumps rose as he took out a dozen jade bottles from his nascent sphere, saying as he did, "Wind Walking Pill, Green Yuan Pill, Rejuvenation Pill, and Blood Burning Pill. All of them are 5th grade pills." Even with her mental expectations, Yun Songshin's largesse still took her by surprise. There is no such auction. As the saying goes, things are more expensive than they are rare. If 2 or 3 flavors of 5th grade pills appear in one auction, then each one can fetch a high price of millions of gold coins. But if you take out a dozen or so at once to auction like this, I'm afraid that each one will be sold for less. It's not impossible for the total to be off by millions of gold coins. To be able to take out so many 5th grade pills, I'm afraid that an ordinary 5th grade alchemist wouldn't be able to do so. I'm afraid that pill refiner has at least touched the threshold of the 6th grade. As the elder of Department 8 thought as such, her petite body and Yun Songshin got a little closer. "Mr. Gatling, I'm afraid that auctioning off so many pills at once won't fetch a high price. The people who come to the auction all have budgets, and the final price will be much less than if it was slowly brought out for auction. How about this? You take back some of these pills first. We will only auction 1 or 2 this time. How about operating the rest slowly?" Yun Songshin smiled and shook his head, saying, "Just auction it off directly this time. Mr. Gatling is really atmospheric. Can you tell my daughter why she is in such a hurry? If it's an urgent need for money, I, Department 8, can lend you some to relieve your immediate needs. The 2 of my brothers are most fond of collecting things in their lives, and this auction is no exception." Yun Songshin said with a smile, "Rare and strange items, residual scrolls of feats, Xian rank fighting techniques, we are all interested. Then what if it's an earth rank fighting skill?" The little woman revealed a flirtatious smile, but Yun Songshin shook his head and said, "Don't. Why is that? Even if there are more Xian rank fighting skills, they can't compare to earth rank fighting skills?" The woman was surprised. Earth rank fighting skills are too expensive, and most of them are the lifeblood of powerful clans. They will attract trouble. "Don't." Yun Songshin said the reason he made up on his lips, but in his heart, he was thinking of exhausting the good things in this auction. Isn't the blood sect ready to intercept all the treasures? Then he himself came with a hand of the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back. After bluffing with her for a while longer, Yun Songshin got up to take his leave. Odd fellow. After bidding Yun Songshin farewell, the Department 8 elder whispered, "Just the appetizing auction items but not interested in the grand finale. Picking up rags? In any case, I've gotten a good feel for his character. I have to report it to the sect master in a hurry." As soon as he stepped out of the door of the Black Seal auction house, Yun Songshin saw Elder Ching of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion walk over head-on. She went out with light makeup and put on a look of surprise when she saw Yun Songshin, arching her hand to welcome her. "Mr. Gatling, coincidentally, you also came to this auction house for something?" Yun Songshin also put on an appearance of a chance encounter as he arched his hand and returned the salute. "Yes, I just finished this and was planning to go back. Coincidentally, I'm getting ready to go back to the hotel as well." We happen to be on the same route. I wonder if I'd have the pleasure of accompanying Mr. Gatling? Chapter 48. This friend. It seems like you and I don't know each other. Yoon Songshin did not immediately agree to Elder Ching's request to accompany him as he said with a smile. Mr. Gatling scent always makes my concubine feel very kind, with a feeling of being like old friends at first sight. So I'm a bit presumptuous. So don't be offended. Sir, unlike Department 8, which had already set up a frame of pulling together and started to show goodwill, Elder Ching's implicit and hidden opening made Yoon Songshin's heart flinch. He hurriedly went through Yun Shan's memories again, confirming that this old fellow didn't have any close friends in the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Yun Shan, that is the first wooden lump of Yun Lan sect. A lifetime of goods not close to women's colors. From where to come out of a breath, gracious? Definitely she is swindling me. Yoon Songshin's face rippled as he said, that must be the fate that was cultivated in his previous life. I still don't know your name? Concubine, Heavenly Serpent Mansion Elder. Ching Jingwan. Elder Ching smiled and said, Mr. Gatling can just call me Jingwan. Elder Jingwan, please. Hearing the name of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, Yoon Songshin instantly had a good idea of what was going on in his heart, and he reached out his hand as an invitation for this Do Huang powerhouse to accompany him. Most of the powerful people in this northwest continent, my concubine has seen one side of them, but only Mr. is a new face. I wonder where Mr. came from. Elder Chang once again spoke out to test the waters. Worthy of being a strong Do Huang from the Heavenly Serpent House, he was really cautious. Although it was inconvenient to directly probe Yoon Songshin's reality with her soul power, when she stood beside Yoon Songshin, her sharp snake-like perception was still reminding her that this fellow beside her was by no means as simple as a simple Do Wang. To be able to make me feel dangerous with the strength of a Do Wang, it's no wonder that he was able to make friends with a 5th-grade pill refiner. Elder Ching marveled in her heart. She hadn't thought at all that this black-robed person beside her would be a Do's own powerhouse, coming from Central State, just traveling the continent in the clouds. Yoon Songshin lied very skillfully. Both of our brothers are. Oh, I thought that the two of you came specifically for this auction. Elder Chang took the initiative to say in order to show her goodwill. That's fine. Anyway, the auction will start tomorrow, so would it be okay for my concubine to tell Mr. Gatling a secret? May I hear it? This auction can be different from the past. The finale is extraordinary. Elder Chang mysteriously came to Yoon Songshin's ear, and discreetly transmitted his voice with his Do Chi. It's a 7th grade elixir. Oh. Elder Ching's vermilion lips flicked out, originally wanting to use this news to shake Yoon Songshin's heart and make his mind stir so that she could make her next gesture of goodwill. But she didn't expect Yoon Songshin to not change his face, looking cold as if it was none of his business. 7th grade elixir, isn't Mr. Gatling heartbroken? Elder Chang blinked and said with some surprise, get excited. My ass. I knew about this news before you did. Yoon Songshin put on a helpless look as he shrugged his shoulders and said, heartwarming, but the fact that all of you are here in person means that the great powers are interested in it. And we're just a bunch of loose cultivators, so what can we do? It's nothing more than a yellow bird ready to fish in troubled waters. Mr. Gatling is truly a character. A tall mountain crumbles in front of him without changing his face. He has the style of an ancient general. Elder Ching spared no words of praise. Since you're not interested in the grand finale, could it be that Mr. Gazin is here to auction off something? Seeing as my concubine has told Mr. Garten such important news, can you reveal something for my concubine? There's nothing to hide. The two of us came here to enrich the collection. Yoon Songshin spread his hands and repeated the lie he had told to the elders of Department 8 sect before. Rare and strange items, remnants of ancient scrolls, Xian rank fighting techniques, we are interested in all of them. It all sounds like a lot of crap. Elder Chang was dumbfounded as she said, then my concubine will wish you a full harvest for this trip in advance. Borrow Elder Ching's good advice. Yoon Songshin said with a smile. As they spoke, the two arrived at the hotel where Yoon Songshin was staying. Seeing that the road had reached its end, Elder Ching cast a sidelong glance at the people of the blood sect who were hiding on the sidelines, and threw out an olive branch to Yoon Songshin in front of them. Many thanks to Mr. Gatling for sending my concubine back, and if there is an opportunity in the future, my concubine would like to invite Mr. Gatling so that he can go to the Heavenly Serpent Mansion to take a stroll. This ancient book of strange items, my Heavenly Serpent Mansion's auction is also often seen. When the time comes, my concubine will definitely accompany me personally. Definitely. Yoon Songshin smiled and arched his hand. Then my concubine will take her leave. Saying goodbye to Yoon Songshin, she slanted a provocative glance at the blood sect's young sect master on the side before leaving. This damned woman, when the auction is over, I will definitely ask my father to waste her Do Chi. The blood sect's young sect master's temper could not be described as good as he sneered. Yoon Songshin had long since noticed that he was secretly observing him. but still pretended to be completely unaware of it. He calmly walked into the hotel and went straight to his small courtyard. Mr. Gatling, long time no see, the blood-sex young patriarch said in a loud voice. I am the son of the blood-sex patriarch. Fan Ling. Recognize. You're the only one who looks like a vampire in the whole Black Mark City. I recognized who you are long ago. Yun Songshin paused for a moment, put on a look of surprise, and said with an arch of his hand, I, Gatling Mountain, have met the young patriarch. Wherever, sir is polite. Fan Ling was obviously then not as perceptive as Elder Qing, who completely failed to notice Yun Songshin's abnormality and danger, and only viewed him as a regular Do Wang. I have slightly prepared a table of wine and would like to feast on you and your friends. I wonder if I could be free to enjoy your company? Fan Ling said. A feast? What could be at this vampire's banquet? Hairy blood wanton? Yun Songshin said. The young patriarch has invited me. There is no reason not to follow. It's just that my friend has just finished refining pills, and now that he's exhausted, even going to the auction requires me to do it for him, so I'm afraid he won't be able to go to the banquet. So, Fan Ling said with some regret, it doesn't matter. There will be opportunities in the future. Today, I will first receive the dust for you, sir. After 3 rounds of drinking, Fan Ling feigned drunkenness and said, Mr. Gatling, you and I are like old friends at first sight. Mr. Fan has a top-secret message that he is willing to gift to you. What's wrong with you people? Are you all so reluctant to spend money to get people together? Yin and Yang Shin Long Dan's news are used as a treasure to make. I really want to be a fighting king, even if I know what can be done? Couldn't it be that I can compete with these big powers of yours? Yun Songshin pretended to be surprised and drank a cup, then filled it up for himself and said, Then I wish the blood sect good luck in advance for obtaining this treasure. Fan Ling laughed out loud, and after sharing a cup with Yun Songshin, he asked with a smile, I see that Mr. G is not aiming for this, so can you tell Fan Mao what treasure he came for this time? And when he does, Fan Mao will surely give Mr. G a face. The two of us have come here only to collect rare and strange items, remnant scrolls of feats, Xian rank fighting techniques. Chapter 49 Black Seal Auction. First Elder Chang and then the Blood Sect's young sect master. The same words were repeated by Yun Songshin to the people of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion and the Blood Sect. Only after the sky had completely darkened did the lengthy false accusations come to an end, and Yun Songshin returned to his own small courtyard, lying on his recliner and sighing longingly. Alas! If it weren't for the fact that there are too many treacherous people from the Do zones of the Blackhorn domain, and risking to expose their strength would break the balance, I would have just made a direct move to start looting. As for bending with them like this, Yun Songshin said hatefully in his heart, tired old me, more tired than a fight. Master Ancestor, you're back? Hearing the commotion, Nailin Yenran walked out from the side room as she said in a good-natured manner, I'll go make you some tea. There's no need. Go to bed early. You still have to get up early tomorrow. Yun Songshin lay down on the recliner and said tiredly, all of you follow me to see the world tomorrow. He touched the icy silk surface of his face, looked at the dark sky, and closed his eyes wearily. Day 2. The door of the Black Mark auction house has long been a sea of people. The crowded crowd has no order to speak of. The sound of cursing, the sound of fighting and the sound of the collision of fighting chi boiled back to the sky, until the Black Seal auction house guards come out to maintain order. The Black Horn domain heroes only in the 8 doors of the nuclear good physical persuasion reluctantly discharged a long and crooked line. There was someone who presumptuously tried to cut in line, but he was immediately punished. Not even waiting for Department 8's men to come over, he was stabbed in the heart by the team's heroes. This is much more lively than expected. Yun Songshin and Gu He, with Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu, Nailin Yenran, Yao Yu and Yao Knight, arrived in front of the auction house. Looking at this pomp and circumstance, Yun Songshin could not help but marvel. Mr. Gatling, how are you? The crowd had just arrived when a pretty-looking maid came before Yun Songshin under the protection of the guards of Department 8. The elders have specially arranged for this. Your compartment has long been prepared. Please follow me. Yun Songshin nodded, and a group of people followed her through the VIP channel into the auction arena. Young Knight walked on the red-carpeted VIP passageway. She looked at the maid who walked with a twist, and then looked at Yun Songshin. The ice silkworm face blocked Yun Songshin's micro-expressions, allowing her to not see what Yun Songshin was thinking at the moment, but she always felt that Yun Songshin's gaze was falling on that small waist like a water snake all the time. This caused her to blush prettily. Patriarch Yun wouldn't be interested in this. She touched her burning cheeks. Would he order me to walk like her as well? That would be too shameful. What is this woman up to? Xiao Yan followed behind Young Knight. Seeing this woman covering her face again and not walking properly in the manner of a bear rubbing up against a tree, he thought with a bewildered and black-faced face. The group of people with their own thoughts arrived at the reserved box, which was a very spacious rectangular room that seemed like a private movie theater. All of the seats inside were shaped like giant plush balls and were arranged in a staggered fashion facing the transparent glass, ensuring that everyone could overlook everything in the auction house. Yoon Sung-shin and the others sat down and were immediately surrounded by both a soft and warm touch, and everyone praised the magical design of the seat. Young sovereign, what's wrong? The old man who looked more like a vampire in the other box asked suspiciously. Fan Ling frowned and thought for a moment and snorted. Nothing, I just think that the black-robed man behind that Gatling mountain is a bit odd. Makes me instinctively feel some scorn. The old man laughed. The young sect master is indeed perceptive. The old man reckons that he must be that mysterious 5th-grade pill refiner. Most of the pill refiners are armed with scorching flames, which would indeed make those of us who cultivate the blood sex techniques feel less comfortable. Fan Ling laughed coldly. Not quite the same. Although our gong method is ean and cold in nature, none of those pill refiners within the sect can make me feel so, like a thorn in my back. High-ranked alchemists. It's normal for the flames to have some unique characteristics. Indeed, that shows that I have a good eye. Fan Ling then stopped dwelling on it and turned to whisper. I wonder if that news is true or not. We've spent so much effort and made so many arrangements for it. If it's false, I'll have to dig out the person who spread the news and suck the blood out of his entire body. Don't worry, young sovereign. The old man smiled and comforted. So slow. When exactly will it start? Xiaoyu sat on Yoon Sung-shin's left-hand side and said with a yawn. That guy Xiao Yan has started cultivating. Don't be in a hurry. A good meal is not afraid of being late. Yoon Sung-shin smiled, then turned his head and said to his 3 maids. Look at people. As soon as they have time, they seize the time to cultivate and learn more. Heck, it feels good to put pressure on someone else. Putting on an act. What use can a maximum of half an hour of cultivation be? Young Moon rolled her eyes, disdaining Xiao Yan's behavior of being a king of roles. This wait was a full hour, and Yoon Sung-shin was about to fall asleep while lying in the warm and soft chair before the auctioneer from Department 8 came to the stage. Ding! 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 The crisp ringing of the bell overshadowed all the clamor, drawing everyone's attention to the auction table cast in crystal. Gentlemen, welcome to the Black Seal Auction House. In the midst of everyone's fiery gazes of anticipation, the white-haired but hale and hearty auctioneer stood on the crystal stage and said with a smile. All of you have been waiting for a long time, so I'm sure you're already impatient. Since that's the case, I'll stop talking about those scene-stealing words to curry favor. The auctioneer in fancy dress looked at the black-packed heads as he said loudly with a broadcast-like clarity of speech. As a senior veteran auctioneer, this old man was too good at mobilizing everyone's emotions. Before his words fell, thunderous cheers resounded through the auction house, nearly lifting the roof of the auction house. Upon hearing this, Yoon Sung-shin, who had cozily moved his buttocks, preparing to squint for a little while longer, also nodded imperceptibly to show her approval of his decision. We're all here on business. Who wants to listen to your bull As the Blackhorn Domain's annual event, I'm sure that this one contracted by our Black Mark auction house won't disappoint everyone either. The auctioneer pressed his hands together in a vain gesture to silence the cheering crowd, and he smiled as he dropped his hammer on the specially designed tabletop. Under the augmentation of fighting chi, the crisp sound of a wooden hammer striking resounded throughout the entire auction house, a sound that would soon represent the sale of a treasure. But now it marks the official start of the auction. Now, I announce that the Black Mark City auction officially begins. The crystal stage steeply glowed with light, and the light filled the auction stage, isolating everyone's sight. Chapter 50, Auction? Incoming. The light faded, and a blue-colored longsword suddenly appeared on the auction table, with a magical core of a third-rank magical beast in its association with the hilt. Under the professional lighting of the auction house, a pale white frost and snow condensation could be seen on its sword, a trace left by the flow of energy. This sword is cast from 1,000 years of cold iron, with a third-order ice attribute magic core perfectly inlaid within it, and there are even famous masters personally engraving energy patterns for it, so it can be said to be of immense value. Oh, gentlemen, a divine weapon is a must-have when going out. Don't miss it. Divine Sword Frost, starting at a reserve price of 100,000, with a minimum of 5,000 per increase. Gentlemen, please, listening to the auctioneer's vigorous explanation, Yoon Sung-shin made a simple and straightforward evaluation of the weapon. Pure and simple waste of that third-order magic core. But the good thing is that the price is still cheap. Even the value of that third-order magic core itself is not less than 150,000 gold coins in the Gamma Empire. So Yoon Sung-shin simply raised his card and called for a price. He is really here to collect rags. Seeing Yoon Sung-shin participate in the bidding for even this kind of weapon, Elder Ching was dumbfounded. The big powers were not interested in these small fishes and shrimps in front of them. and the retailers below couldn't compete with Yun Songshin. So in the end, this weapon was auctioned off by Yun Songshin for 130,000 gold coins. The subsequent series of auction items, whether it was a treasure armor fighting technique or a Gongfa Dan formula, as long as the price was low enough to look cost-effective, Yun Songshin would raise his card to participate for a bit. Is he here for the auction, or is he here to stock up? Fan Ling watched dumbfounded as Yun Songshin made frequent bids, his voice filled with doubt. Auctioning off so many things and spending enough money to compete for the good stuff at the back, right? What does he need so many rags for? The blood-sex old man also couldn't see through what Yun Songshin was actually doing. He smiled bitterly. People are just rushing to make collections. You have to collect some treasured items too, right? What is there to collect in these broken brass and iron? In the eerie silence of the major powers, a full third of the auction items in the first stage were pocketed by Yun Songshin. Yun Songshin's face did not change. He shot down so many things. The money he spent was not enough for 2 fifth-grade pills, and to use it for the remnants of the pure lotus demon flame was just a small amount of money. Of course he could have waited for Fan Ling to shoot it down and then snatched it along with the 3,000 thunder movements and the yin-yang dazzling dragon dan, just like Xiao Yan in the original article, but that would have looked far less than the present-day move to pay more. All in all, this money was not only spent on the remnant diagram of the pure lotus demon flame, but also on Xiao Yan. The auction has unknowingly gone on for such a long time. I'm sure everyone is tired. Let's invite the next auction item to come on stage to perform a program for you all and relax, shall we? After a faint white light, a huge birdcage appeared on the crystal stage, but within it was not a magical beast, but a girl. No way, big brother. Engaging in such bad taste? Yun Songshin blinked as bad homoerotic memories surfaced. The girl in the birdcage was singing. Her voice was mournful and melodious. Listening to young Knight's mood gradually lowered. She was a high and mighty princess before, and now she is the lady-in-waiting of the Yunlan sect's patriarch, so how could she not be a bird in a cage? A girl of the Gama royal family is an important bargaining chip for the royal family from birth, and unless she can be valuable enough to make the royal family look at her differently, she is nothing more than a tool for marriage. She had originally thought that by cultivating hard and joining the army to fight, she would be able to escape the fate of the Union, but she had never expected that she and her sister would be given away to the Yunlan sect's patriarch by a single word from Gailing Tian. Not even a union. She's just a maid of honor, a bargaining chip, a gift. Oh, Southwest Thin Horse, the very best of the very best. Her talent and beauty is evident to everyone here, so there is no need for me to bother with more words. Base price, 10,000 gold coins. The girl in the cage's pearly, pitiful appearance made the auction house, which was already somewhat dull, boil. Here's going to come out something good for the guys. The price skyrocketed upwards and soon reached a high price of 80,000 gold coins. The old man couldn't hold back his smile. He didn't expect that the skinny horse that was just used to spice things up would actually fetch such a high price. It seems that the guys who lick blood from the tip of the sword in the Blackhorn domain are also small heads controlling big heads. Yun Songshin was torn for a moment. He wanted to be the good guy and shoot her down, but he didn't think she was worth 80,000 gold coins. Just then, Yun Songshin heard a slight trill. He looked back and saw that Yoi was looking down with a sad face. He saw a hint of sternness in Yoi's eyes. 100,000 gold coins. Yun Songshin no longer dwelled on it as he raised his card to bid. 100,000 gold coins. Not bad for a lecher who has to bring 3 maids with him when he goes out. Elder Ching snorted. At least he's a dough wine powerhouse, and he's mesmerized by this? After Fan Ling heard Yun Songshin's bid, Fan Ling instructed the elders under his door. After the auction is over in a while, and send someone to look for someone who is loyal to my blood sect. A big one. Yun Songshin didn't realize that his bid had caused his win rating to be jeopardized. He was educating his juniors. There are always a lot of dirty things in the Blackhorn domain. If you want to be a hero, you have to look at your own strength to see if you are strong enough. Not everything has to be solved with dochi. Don't get hot-blooded and harm others and yourself. Got it? Young Knight knew that Yun Songshin was saying this to herself, and she lowered her head so that she couldn't see its expression. 100,000 gold coins. Anyone else want to bid? 100,000 gold coins once, twice. The auctioneer on the stage dropped his hammer. 3 times. Sold. Since you feel sorry for her, let her worship you. Yun Songshin both wanted them to learn the tactics of the Blackhorn domain and didn't want them to turn into rotten people with no boundaries. So he continued to comfort. Revenge or shame? Can it be done? Can. Young Knight raised her head. She understood that Yun Songshin meant for her to grow into a Dohuan powerhouse like Yun Yun and help that caged girl exterminate Department 8 and take revenge for her shame. Very well, then until it's done, you'll stay in the Blackhorn domain. Yun Songshin was satisfied with Yoi's response. If 100,000 000 gold coins could galvanize Yoi's fighting spirit and allow her to establish a clear goal. Then the money would not have been spent in vain. After this auction is over, take her and set off. Young Songshin took out a jade pendant from his nascent sphere and threw it to young knight. Crush it in a life and death situation and I'll guarantee you once. Alright friends, please take your eyes back. The auctioneer clapped his hands and introduced the next bidder. Everyone, I'm afraid this auction item is rarely recognized today, as it has become very rare due to the loss of the method of making it. Flight fighting technique, Thunder Bat Heavenly Wings. Chapter 51 Remnants of the Cleansing Lotus Demon Flame. The production method was lost? Not really. Young Songshin remembered that the Golden Goose sect of the Izumo Empire had a fighting technique for making wings. He blinked and leaned back, no longer participating in the bidding. Step it up. Young Zong Fan, auction away more of the good stuff so that I can save some effort. Already viewing Fan Ling as a fat sheep to be slaughtered, Young Songshin muttered in his heart. See before no matter what to shoot to get together the cloud from the heart this time actually did not have a little movement. The auctioneer is also a little stunned. But the good thing was that a treasure like the flight fighting technique had no worries about buyers since. The old man shook open the scroll, and the pitch-black bat wings appeared in front of the crowd, with lavender lightning appearing and disappearing around it, attracting the eyes of the great powers. This thing is a bit of a gateway. I like it. Fan Ling grinned as he glanced at Yun Songshin's box again, and seeing that he still hadn't made a bid, he said, this guy is really strange. This kind of really good stuff isn't interested instead. Young Sovereign, this flying fighting skill is very rare. I'm afraid it's worth a lot of money. If we auction it off, I'm afraid we won't be able to compete with others when we compete for that thing. The old man beside him hurriedly persuaded. Whether it was the Blood Sect, the Black Skeleton Tomb or the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, the reason why they had been so silent and didn't participate in the bidding in front of them wasn't just because they weren't interested in those small fishes and shrimps. The more important reason was to compete for the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan. If they didn't hold back on spending money because of these things in front of them, and in the end lost out on it, then it would be too late to regret. It was clearly an auction, but to them, the guys who aspired to compete for the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan, it was like an inch-perfect challenge. What are you afraid of? Father has already brought people to get ready. That thing will be ours sooner or later even if someone else auctions it away. Fan Ling sneered, but that's not insurance after all nah. In case the news leaks, then it's really not worth it. I have my own decision on this matter. Elder Luo can rest assured. Fan Ling said grimly with an air of disregard. On the crystal stage, the auctioneer was tongue-tied explaining the many wonderful uses of this thing for the bigwigs in the VIP lounge, and was on the verge of blowing this mere Xian rank low-level flying fighting skill into the bone wings of the heavenly demon Phoenix clan. Whoosh! Listening to the auctioneer's words, the crowd under the stage realized that this was not something they could bid on. So some people had a crooked mind, and one of the great heroes immediately exerted his subjective initiative, as he executed his body fighting technique, making himself fly out like a stringed arrow, wanting to snatch the scroll in the auctioneer's hand. Without waiting for the man to get close to the crystal table, he suddenly exploded in the auctioneer's eyes as he looked at the retarded, blood splattering in all directions for a while, but not a single drop fell on the crystal table. The black-clothed department 8 men methodically came out to deal with the blood, and within a moment or three they finished cleaning. There are always friends who are hot-headed, so I advise all of you not to take your lives seriously. The old man smiled and said, flight fighting technique, Thunder Bat Skywing. Base price 1 million gold coins. Young Songshin glanced faintly at a certain part of the auction house and murmured in his mind, 4-star Do Huang. Average strength. With young knight's talent, he should be able to compete with it after struggling in the Blackhorn domain for a decade or so. Many forces fought around the Thunder Bat Skywing for a long time, and it was finally taken by the Blood Sect's young sect master at the sky-high price of 2 million gold coins. The old man on the crystal stage's face was almost smiling as he took out the next item in the collection and introduced it. This next auction item is very rare and mysterious, because even we have yet to figure out what exactly this thing does. However, after the expert appraisal of my Black Seal auction house, this should be a fragment of some sort of treasure map. Didn't figure out. Should have. Debris. You might as well just say it's garbage. Boos rose up in the auction room, and even with the determination of a veteran auctioneer, the old man felt a bit embarrassed. He could only harden his heart to draw a big pie, mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm as much as possible. Finally, Yoon Songshin's spirit lifted as he looked at the ancient piece of cloth below. His heart was already happy, but his face still put on an unperturbed look. That's the pure lotus demon flame remnant diagram. Xiao Yan also recognized what this item was, and the same piece of cloth had two other pieces in his nascent sac, which caused his eyes to become fiery. Don't be so excited. Be careful of being seen by others. Yoon Songshin transmitted his voice with Dochi and said to Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan realized that he had lost his temper, and he hurriedly took a deep breath and suppressed the turbulent emotions that surged out of his heart. This rag, is it important to you? Yun Songxin continued to use his dou qi to transmit his voice, pretending to know nothing as he asked. Of course it was important. Yun Songxin was pretending to be a dou wang and letting Gu He make pills, making false pretenses with those guys who were so many levels below him, and spending money to auction off so many trinkets just to be able to take the remnant of this purifying lotus demon flames diagram without saying a word. He could not be seen as a dozong so as not to attract the gaze of other dozongs, but he also did not want to sneak around and take the remnants of this cleansing lotus demon flame diagram, lest Xiao Yan did not see his good intentions. You should not act rashly, leave everything to me. Seeing Xiao Yan nodding impatiently and having to be sneaky, Yun Songxin revealed a smile. On the crystal stage, the old man had already stated the reserve price, but no one bid at all. He could only continue to try to organize his words to prevent a runaway auction. Everyone, look at the patterns on this remnant map. It's esoteric and profound. And then look at the fabric. But it's very old. Although I don't know exactly what this treasure map is hiding, but something from the ancient times. It can't be anything mundane, right? If one is fortunate enough to obtain the complete map, there's no chance that what it hides will shock the Douchi continent. Oh, old man, master, I go outside and pick up a random rock, and it's all very old. I don't know who shouted it out loud, causing the whole room to laugh. Just as the old man's face became more and more ugly, Yun Songxin raised his card as usual, 100,000 gold coins. It's really a rag collector. This is the only thing that a collector like them would want. With all the previous padding, Fan Ling did not keenly notice the extraordinary nature of this item as he did in the original article. When he saw Yun Songxin raise his card and use 100,000 gold coins to buy a scrap that might be completely useless, he couldn't help but scoff. That's how pill refiners are able to be so rich and generous. When this auction is over, we must make good friends with this pair of horny brothers, Fan Ling muttered in his mind, finally avoiding a stray auction. The old man was visibly relieved as he arched his hand towards the VIP room where Yun Songxin was as a sign of gratitude, then hurriedly dropped the hammer. Sold. Congratulations to this friend. Chapter 52, Jianghu was not about fighting and killing. GIF. Entering the middle of the auction, there were no more small fishes and shrimps that could be taken down by more than 100,000 gold coins as before, especially those 5th grade pills taken out by Yun Songxin, each of which set off a small wave. The inch-stopping challenge from the major powers immediately failed. No one could refuse a 5th grade elixir, especially the Qing Yuan Dan that could assist a Do Huang powerhouse in cultivation. This kind of elixir that could help the headmasters of the major powers to refine their skills was auctioned off at a sky-high price in the twinkling of an eye. Yun Songxin had auctioned off so many things at the first stage of the auction, and the gold coins spent were only just equal to 1 Qing Yuan Dan. Pills are also too valuable. No wonder pill refiners are so respected. I'm a bit envious, said Yun Songxin as he watched the guys below scrambling for their heads in a hurry. And there were even guys a tier weaker than the blood sect and other forces pouring in their money before they auctioned off a 5th grade pill. Even Yun Songxin felt a physical pain when he heard the sky-high price, but they looked like they had made a profit when they auctioned it off, beaming with joy. There are too many 5th grade pills being auctioned. They must have been refined by Mr. Gatling's friends. Elder Qing marveled. Looks like I underestimated them after all. The alchemist who can take out so many 5th grade pills at once must not be the alchemist union asshole who lucked into refining a 5th grade pill for promotion. Elder Luo. Fan Ling staggered. Go tell the underlings that I want to see the person I want before the auction ends. I don't want to go empty-handed when I go to my first meeting with this mysterious Mr. Alchemist then. Understand? Gui didn't realize that he was now following Yun Songxin and his reputation had been jeopardized. Poor him, decades of reputation. Just followed the cloud from the heart out of the door was destroyed. The auction did not auction off all the 5th grade pills Yun Songxin had taken out in one go, but rather planted them in different stages. They progressed in a gradual manner, striving to be able to auction each one at a sky-high price. After all, this is also related to the income of the Black Seal auction house. They want to take 1/10 of the handling fee, naturally very on the heart. Therefore, the next auction item was not Yun Songxin's pill, but a medicinal herb. This herb looks like a mushroom, about the size of the palm of the hand. The body scarlet as if the fire ring body. After it revealed its true appearance, a faint medicinal fragrance was dispersed in all directions, and those who smelled it were invigorated. This is the Earth Heartfire cheese. Little fellow, shoot it. The medicine elder was extraordinarily excited and said in Xiao Yan's heart, Earth's Heartfire cheese. Xiao Yan's face revealed surprise. It was really a case of stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but not making any effort to get there. One foot just knew the name of the medicinal ingredients needed for the Earth Spirit pill, and the next foot met them here. This thing will only be born at the bottom of the volcano with the heart of the Earth's fire, relying on the absorption of the energy of the volcano and the heart of the Earth's fire to survive. Extremely rare, and because of its too harsh growth environment, picking is also exceptionally difficult. Unusual Do Huang powerhouses are difficult to do. This flavor of Earth Heart Fire cheese, the reserve price is 700,000 gold coins. Xiao Yan blinked as he quickly checked the purple gold card in his nascent ring and discovered a very embarrassing problem. Not enough money. God pity me. When the medicinal old man said that the medicinal materials required for this Earth Spirit pill, he clearly said that there is no 1 million to 800,000 coins to come down. Xiao Yan was still thinking that 800,000 gold coins were not safe, and he deliberately made 1 million gold coins in Lin City to sell the medicine. As a result, the base price of a flavor of Earth's Heart Flame cheese was 700,000 gold coins, and it was auctioned to more than 1 million in the blink of an eye. Why don't you go and rob it if it's so expensive? Xiao Yan wailed in his heart. But this Earth's Heart Flame cheese is extremely rare, and even medicine old man risked being discovered by Ancient River to speak out and remind him for it. If he lost touch with it this time, he wouldn't know when he would meet it again. After thinking about it, Xiao Yan still decided to seek help from Yun Songxin. Elder Yun, the kid has a request. Xiao Yan stood up and walked over to Yun Songxin and said in a low voice, "Can you help the kid auction this item? I am willing to exchange it with 2 3-strike green spirit pills. 2 3-strike green spirit pills, worth no less than 2 million gold coins." Yun Songxin glanced at Xiao Yan in surprise as he slapped his head and suddenly remembered that Xiao Yan's devouring of the foreign fire was not a raw swallow, but still required the assistance of some elixir. Although he did not remember what the name of the elixir was, but looking at Xiao Yan's eager appearance, he was sure that it was related to it. Related to the foreign fire? Yun Songxin asked. Xiao Yan nodded with a grave expression. "Leave it to me." Yun Songxin smiled and signaled Xiao Yan to be at ease as he raised his sign and directly quoted, 1.5 million gold coins. At this moment, the price of this Earth Heartfire cheese had only just climbed to 1,200,000 gold coins, and although there were still people bidding, they were all obviously much more hesitant. And at that moment, Yun Songxin raised the price by 300,000 gold coins in one breath. This represented an unquestionable determination. The Earth's Heartfire cheese he was determined to obtain. The entire arena was quiet for a time. 150,000 sky price let people shy away. The few forces that still have the strength to compete for the Earth's Heartfire cheese also understand the determination of this item Yun from the heart, knowing that further competition will only reap the hatred of a Do1 powerhouse and a 5th-grade alchemist. It would be better to stop there. Just for a junior, 1.5 million gold coins uttered is out. Elder Qing glanced inside Yun Songxin's box where Xiao Yan was standing behind Yun Songxin. The cause and effect of the matter seemed to be more than clear. She exclaimed in admiration. Truly rich and generous. But for Yun Songxin, this was spending a small amount of money to do a big thing. He had only paid out an extra 300,000 gold coins, a sum that couldn't even buy a decent volume of feats or fighting techniques in the Gamma Empire, but it could make the future Yen Emperor grateful to himself. He had never been one to throw everything he had at people to flatter them, because by placing himself too low, he ceased to be invested. That was why he was willing to take out Lin City to invest in the Xiao family, and was willing to use the money to invest in Xiao Yan at the auction, but would not open up the Yunlan sect's treasury to the Xiao family, much less pour out the resources of the Gamma Empire to cultivate Xiao Yan. A favor is as big as a grudge, and what the Yunlan sect needed was not to put on the superior posture of a benefactor to the Xiao family, so that both sides would feel pressure on their relationship with each other, but rather the water and milk of a true heart for a true heart in a future crisis. People's hearts are treacherous, and for someone like Xiao Yan, if you put up a fight to fully invest in him to please him, it will only backfire and scare him away. Xiao Yan was not someone who could take away someone else's life's work with a clear conscience. He preferred a relaxed and comfortable relationship with an equal. The same goes for the cloud from the heart. Therefore, Yun Songxin had only agreed to Xiao Yan's request to exchange this Earth Heartfire cheese for 2 3-lines green spirit pills. It's business. It's a partnership. It's an equal relationship. As for the hidden human relations, it will also be like a cup of well-cooked fine tea, with its own lingering aroma. Chapter 53, 3000 Thunders. In addition to the Earth Heartflame Chi, Yun Songxin also spent an additional 400,000 gold coins to auction a medicinal cauldron named 8 Directions Bright Flame and gifted it to Xiao Yan. Take it. These 2 3-strike green spirit pills are worth no less than 2 million gold coins. Even so, it is still me taking advantage of the situation. He shook the jade bottle Xiao Yan handed over and said with a smile. With the words having been said to this point, Xiao Yan could only smile bitterly and cupped his fist as he responded. The atmosphere of the next auction also rose under the deliberate incitement of the auctioneer, and one after another of the rare auction items stirred everyone's nerves. Apart from Yun Songshin and the great powers sitting in the VIP seats, everyone else was fighting with red faces, so to speak. Everyone red warm, everyone roared up. After shooting down another Xian rank advanced fighting skill, whined like a tiger, Yun Songshin didn't make any more moves, and quietly watched the crowd's passion rise like a tidal wave. The Black Seal auction house's projections were spot on, and with the exception of everyone in the VIP room, the wallets of those in attendance were basically emptied as the auction drew to a close. Next auction item, Earth-ranked body fighting technique, 3000 thunder movements. The old man took out the crushing item and said with a smile, there was no need for an unnecessary introduction. The 4 words Earth-rank fighting technique were worth 1,000 words. There is no need for me to explain more. There is no reserve price for this auction item. Everyone, you may begin. Silence. A small silence actually appeared in the auction house for a while. 5 million gold coins. The grey-robed man from the Black Skull tomb raised his card and said in a deep voice. Yun Songshin scratched his head. This group of people didn't seem to quite understand the gold content of 3000 thunderbolts. That was the lifeblood of Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The 3000 Thunder Phantom Body's predecessor must be cultivated. If the black market auction house in Central State had the guts to auction off this fighting skill, I'm afraid that the finale's Yin Yang Xian Dragon Dan could only be used as its appetizer. The offer of a mere 5 million gold coins was really somewhat lacking in sincerity and vigor. Alas, not knowing the goods. Yun Songshin lamented in his heart, it's a waste to put such a wonderful method in your hands. It's better to let me keep it for you. Making up his mind to take part in the passionate pandemonium at the end of the auction, Yun Songshin plotted how to fish in troubled waters while watching the great powers who had previously maintained their poise and composure tear themselves apart over this Earth-ranked fighting skill. Talk tough, raise the price, and apply psychological pressure. All kinds of gaming are going on, and everyone is not a savior. However, the auction was ultimately a matter of strength, and soon enough, the offer of 3000 thunderbolts came to a sky price of 10 million. Wow! Nailin Yenran, Young Moon Young Knight, Xiao Yu, and even Gu He all widened their eyes in surprise, too shaken to speak. Only Xiao Yan and Yun Songshin were still able to maintain their composure. The former because his teacher was a master who had eaten and seen, and the 3000 thunder movements were not enough to make him break. As for the latter, he had already regarded the 3000 thunder moves and even the 3000 thunder illusory body as a bag. $12 million. The grey-robed people of the Black Skeleton tomb deliberated for a long time, and finally shouted out a sky-high price that no one could follow. $12 million a time. Anyone else want to raise the price? This is an Earth-ranked body fighting technique. With it, the strength of a Do Ling can make a Do Wang unable to do anything, and a Do Wang powerhouse can even escape from the hands of a Do Huang powerhouse. 12 million twice. If no one wants to raise the price, the Earth-rank fighting technique 3000 thunder movements will go to this friend. 12 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, my friend. If the people of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion knew that their precious lump was only worth 12 million gold coins in the Blackhorn domain, I don't know what kind of expression they would have. Yun Songshin gloated in his heart. Why don't you film it, Cloud? Adding to the torture mountain. Gu He came back to his senses and whispered in disbelief. We've taken out so many 5th grade pills for the auction. 12 million gold coins is a lot, but it's not a price we can't get out, right? What are you talking about? That's $12 million. Enough to buy 120 of that beautiful girl with big breasts and long legs just now. Yun Songshin rolled his eyes. And it's not good to get your hands on this thing in the open. The trouble it will bring isn't something the current Yunlan sect can afford. It's not good to get in on the bright side? Gu He took another close look at Yun Songshin, who was smiling aggressively, and instantly understood his plan. It's no good. It'll offend that power to death. What? It's not like I'm planning to go directly to rob it. Yun Songshin said. Don't worry. There's a traditional program to watch in the Blackhorn domain after the auction. And these guys all started out killing people. So how could they just come like the civilized people in the Northwest continent? Killing people to get rid of them is their path to depend on. And I'm just going to go along for the ride and fish in the water. On the crystal stage, the auctioneer, who was already full of joy, suddenly looked solemn. He clapped his hands, and on the periphery of the crystal stage, the pitch-black fence gradually rose up, wrapping up the crystal stage. A little protection. If you'll excuse me, this prison is made of cold iron, and even a strong Do Huang will find it difficult to break through in a short period of time. The auctioneer's gaze implicitly swept across every VIP room, the meaning of which was self-evident. In the auction house, several strong auras appeared steeply, and it was obvious that the strong men of Department 8 had arrived in full force to press for this auction item. Yun Songshin smiled as he said, seemingly unintentionally, this 8th sect doors still has a bottom line. 3 Do Huang powerhouses, the strongest of which already has the strength of a 4-star Do Huang, not to be underestimated. Young knight sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. After everything was arranged, the auctioneer brought out a box made of top-grade cold jade. Yin Yang Shin Long Dan. It's coming, Yun Songxin murmured in his heart. Other than him, everyone in the box was excited. They had already guessed from the familiar way it was kept and the size of the box that it would be a pill. An elixir that is more qualified for a finale than an Earth-rank fighting skill. It can't be a 7th grade elixir. Gu He's voice trembled. Calm down. When you have a foreign flame, there will be a day in the future when you can refine a 7th grade elixir, Yun Songxin said as he drew a big pie for Gu He. Even the battle-hardened auctioneer was inevitably a little nervous at this moment. The old man took a deep breath and slowly opened the box. The crystal staged steeply golden light. Yun Songxin subconsciously closed his eyes, but Gula tightly stared at the golden light so excited that he could not sit still. The golden light gradually converged, and 2 golden traces could be vaguely seen rotating like liquid on the surface of the elixir, resembling a living creature. Gu He took a closer look and discovered that the 2 golden traces were actually 2 golden divine dragons. And the moment he recognized the divine dragons, a slight dragon roar resounded in his mind. Yin Yang Shin Long Dan. At the same time, Pill Elder's furious voice resounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Chapter 54 Yin Yang Shin Long Dan? Resurrection Armor. Although he didn't know what the effects of this elixir would be, just by looking at the vision and the aroma of the elixir when it appeared, he could tell how extraordinary it was. Everyone's gazes flamed up with it, even Yun Songxin, who was ruthlessly moved. Gentlemen, this is the grand finale of this auction. A 7th grade elixir, the Yin Yang Shin Long Dan. A 7th grade elixir. It really is a 7th grade elixir. Gu He was so excited that he almost jumped up. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a 7th grade elixir with my own eyes. Yun Songxin gently patted his arm. Calm down. Calm down. Yin Yang Shin Long Dan. It is said that in order to refine this Dan, you need at least 2 magical cores of a 6th-ranked dragon-type magical beast. And the time of death of the 2 magical beasts cannot differ by more than 7 days. Yun Songxin stroked his chin, and said to himself that this requirement did not sound harsh. So why had he not heard of anyone eating it since Xiao Yan had eaten one? It is said that when this Dan was refined, a vision appeared in the sky. 2 divine dragons, one yin and one yang, rushed out of the furnace and headed straight for the Dan thunder that was attracted by the Dan fragrance. The 2 divine dragons entwined with each other, and only after the end of the Dan thunder did the Dan body form. Speaking of which, even the auctioneer got a little excited. A 7th grade elixir having the honor of being able to personally auction off such an elixir was definitely the high point of his career. As a 7th grade elixir, the Yin Yang Shen Long Dan's effects are naturally extraordinary, as it enables one to break and then stand. I know what you mean. Resurrection armor. Yun Songxin stroked his chin and thought to himself that if I were Xiao Yan, I would definitely go and refine Yin Yang Shen Long Dan in batches after refining the body for medicinal old man. At least let Color Scale and Little Medical Fairy and the others have a resurrection armor in hand. The so-called breaking and then standing is to break the original constraints and shackles, thus transforming one's body. At that time, not only will you be able to heal without any after effects, but your body, fighting chi, and even your soul will also be on a higher level. And those who take the Yin Yang Shen Dragon Pill will have a chance to break through when their lives are in danger in the future. There is also Han Feng. The brain has a pit this kind of good thing put out for auction. Could it be that after deceiving his master, he still has the formula for the Yin Yang Shen Dragon Pill that he got from Medicine Elder? Yun Songxin recalled half a day, but didn't recall Han Feng showing any signs of being broken. It seemed that as the only 6th grade pill refiner in the Blackhorn domain, the days of being flattered by others were just too comfortable, causing Han Feng to have drifted to the point where he felt that there wasn't any danger anymore. Looks like it's time to put some intensity on him. Cut the crap and make an offer. Fan Ling droned in a cold voice. Since everyone understands the value of this Yin Yang Shen Long Dan, I'm sure you can also understand that such a treasure is by no means measured in gold coins. Therefore, the owner who is auctioning this item is requesting that whoever ends up obtaining this item will help him do 2 things. It's a connoisseur. When these words came out, all the people of the Blackhorn domain knew in their hearts that this was a request that only a certain local of the Blackhorn domain would make. He knew that the auction was not the real thing, and that the only way to qualify to take away this 7th grade elixir was to win the subsequent passionate battle. Who auctioned off this Yin Yang Shen Long Dan? The gray-robed man from the black skeleton tomb said in a cold voice. We have to know who we're going to sell our lives for if we get it, right? Pill Emperor, Han Feng. Yun Songxin snorted. He knew that this was Han Feng's preparation for attacking the inner courtyard to grab the foreign fire, so he was also quite curious about how such an alternative auction would end. This request, the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, accept. Seeing that everyone was silent, Elder Ching suddenly smiled and said as such. There are 205 the The locals of the Blackhorn domain all knew that by this meaning of Han Fang's, it was to ask for a favor from the eventual winner. Only this silly woman from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion thought that this was something any power could exchange 2 favors for the 7th grade elixir. Now that she had taken over the elixir, she had become the prey in everyone's eyes. A chicken eating contest, too, is about to begin. Big boobs, this little cutie. How did she cultivate to a Do Huang? Yun Songshin was astonished in his heart. Then congratulations to our friends from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, the auctioneer said with a smile. Then, this auction ends successfully. Thank you all for your support. What? Haven't seen enough? Yun Songshin stretched his waist, looked at the young people who were not yet finished, and said with a smile. Young Moon jumped up in excitement. She had previously been trying to keep quiet for fear of missing a piece of the collection. At this moment, her long pent-up emotions erupted like a volcano, causing her to tug on her own sister's arm and jump up and down. Mr. Furukawa, please take them back first. You have made a big splash this time. There are forces outside that want to befriend you. Oh, they are all vicious snakes that eat people without spitting bones. Be careful. After Yun Songshin entrusted the girls to Gu he said, Xiao Yen, follow me. Mr. Gatling, how do you feel? As soon as he stepped out of the box, he saw that gorgeous Sect 8 elder standing in the doorway with a smile on her face, seemingly waiting for a long time. An eye-opening experience? It's not a vain trip. Yun Songshin said with a smile and pointed to Xiao Yan behind him, saying, This is my disciple, Yun Xiao. Young handsome Yun Xiao has grand dosher strength at a young age. He is really young and promising. The elder of the 8th sect said smilingly, My name is Lian Mei. I'm an elder of the 8th sect and a friend of Mr. Galing. Xiao Yan looked at the bewitching woman in front of him whose eyes were almost dilated and felt troubled. He stiffly arched his hand and said, Yun Xiao has met elder Lian Mei. Good boy. Lian Mei hid her mouth and laughed. The two of you have prepared the things you've auctioned off. Please follow me. Yun Songshin nodded and led Xiao Yan to follow Lian Mei to a luxurious parlor. This is Mr. Gatling Mountain, right? A middle-aged man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist came into the room with the thin southwestern horse that Yun Songshin had shot. I'm Lian Chang. I've heard a lot about you. Look at this breath. 4-star Do Huang. It's the master of Department 8. I, Gatling Mountain, have met Sect Master Lian. Yun Songshin arched his hand. Lian Chang had come this time to personally recruit this mysterious Do Wang Jiating Shan and his 5th grade pill refiner friend. But as soon as he saw Yun Songshin, he immediately felt as if a thorn in his back. A mere Do Wang can pose a threat to me? Rationally, he could not imagine it at all. But his instincts were constantly warning him, making him think in disbelief. This is everything that Mr. Gatling has auctioned off, as well as the remaining gold coins. After subtracting the cost of auctioning these things and deducting the 10% handling fee, the rest is in this card. Please check it, sir. Lian Chang snapped his fingers, and the thin southwestern horse with big chest and long legs came forward with a single step, respectfully presenting a nascent ring and a purple gold card. Chapter 55, The Thin Horses of the Southwest. The Southwest Thin Horse was a pretty girl who was famous in the Do Chi continent, on par with the flower leader of the Central State, the aunt of Tian Shan, and the boatwoman of the North Sea. If it was Yun Songshin after remodeling his physical body, he would be able to water a dissertation on these 4 topics, analyzing in depth their respective characteristics, the birth process, the reasons for their creation, and the impact they caused. But that was all an afterthought. Right now, he just thought it smelled so good. Yun Songshin received the purple gold card and the nascent ring and threw the nascent ring directly to Xiao Yan. He smiled and walked in front of this southwestern skinny horse, personally unclasped the explosive collar fastened around her slender neck, pulled up her jade hand and said, I believe in Sect Master Lian. Inspecting the goods is not necessary. I'll take my leave. Mr. Gatling, please stay. I, Department 8, have slightly prepared some drinks and would like to treat you to a drink. Yun Songshin put on a lewd smile as he swept over the beauty's tiny waist that was filled with a handful of hands and said, The spring night is short and the day is high. I am now returning to my heart. I hope that Lian Sect Master will forgive me. This bastard, so eager. Sooner or later he will die on a woman's body. Lian Chang cursed in his heart, but on his mouth, he said smilingly, Understood. Then Mr. Gatling, we will meet again. See you later, brother. Just let him go? Lian Mei said in disbelief. Didn't you say you'd try to recruit him and that 5th grade pill refiner? Lian Chen laughed bitterly. All their thoughts are on that little beauty right now. Where will they have time to listen to us? Let's send someone to secretly follow them first. As long as they don't leave Blackmark City, we have plenty of time. Elder Yun, your nascent ring. After exiting the Black Seal auction house, Xiao Yan collected the earth heart fire cheese and the 8 directions bright flame that belonged to him and returned the nascent ring with both hands. That map remnant is also yours. Take it all together. Young Songxin said with a smile as she saw that Xiao Yan did not take away the pure lotus demon flame remnant map. Many thanks to Elder Yun. This thing is indeed very important to me. So the brat will shamelessly accept it. Xiao Yan touched his nose and took away the remnant diagram of the pure lotus demon flame again. Well, but this is not given to you for nothing. You have to do something for me. Yun Songxin nodded and said, what is it? As long as it is something I can do, I will go through fire and water. Xiao Yan hurriedly agreed. Yun Songxin looked at the girl who was cradled in his arms and was still able to keep up with his footsteps comfortably, and said with a smile, you can't say it yet. You can't say it. To say is also strange. Normal people like this hugging walking together, afraid of how many times have long tripped. Cloud from the heart of this girl but not only walk easily, there is still room to twist waist. That little waist twists and turns like it came out of some yearbook. But Yun Songxin's attention wasn't sucked all the way away from her enchanting curves, and he soon noticed a few more tails behind him. If you want to follow then follow to the end. Just in time for you guys to help me make an alibi. Yun Songxin laughed coldly in his heart, turned his head and walked into a medicinal herb store with the beauty in his arms. The tails behind Yun Songxin were all secretly watching, and after seeing the herbs Yun Songxin bought, the men couldn't help but smile, and the women subconsciously cursed in their hearts. Looking at Yun Songxin who had bought so many of those kinds of items in broad daylight in a big way, Xiao Yan scratched his face in embarrassment as he reminded in a low voice, Elder Yun. In fact, medicinal herb stores are also open at night. Yun Songxin glared at him, thinking that this kid actually made me up. Was it on purpose or by accident? Little Yanzi, you can then go back on your own. I'll leave first. Yun Songxin put down a sentence, picked up that little beauty, opened his Do Chi transformed wings behind him, and just flew away. The beauty's delicate cry rang out, echoing in everyone's ears, and anyone could not help but feel a hint of fluttering in their hearts. Yun Songxin purposely landed at the entrance of the store and showed himself in front of the shopkeeper. He saw that shopkeeper smiling and saluting himself with an indescribably obscene smile. He pretended not to see it, and cheekily led the way back to the small courtyard, heading straight to his bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, Yun Songxin loosened the slender waist that was in his hands, and the lecherous smile on his face immediately disappeared without a trace. Young knight, come here for a moment. Yun Songxin used his Do Chi to transmit his voice and called out to young knight. He removed the ice silk silkworm mask from his face, revealing his true appearance. That northwestern skinny horse instantly brightened up, and there seemed to be spring water swirling in his large eyes. Patriarch Yun, you are looking for me? Young knight rushed to come, just in time to see that little beauty colorful like peach plum's delicate appearance. Spare such as young knight this kind of high ridge flower, also was brought to the pretty face of a red. Aha! Yun Songxin threw many clothes to young knight and instructed, there will be fewer lewd guys coming to listen to the wall today. So change into my clothes and go shake the bed with her. Shake the bed like Yuzicheng. Ha, what is your name? Yun Songxin asked. Nun's name is Lu Fu Yao. If master doesn't like it, he can change the name for Nun yet. The beauty was shy, and said in a soft voice, no need. Lu Fu Yao. Quite nice. Good name. Yun Songxin casually complimented, then continued, remember, every once in a while, throw a set of clothes to the ground. Don't stop shaking the bed. Will you call X? Call what? Young knight shyly said as she hugged the pile of damask-woven clothes. Lu Fuyao's rosy little mouth slightly open. The sound from this cherry mouth, listening to the cloud from the heart trembled, nearly shook the mind. Then the 3,000 thunder movements and the yin yang xian long dan aren't impossible to rob. An odd thought rose. He hastily shook his head to shake off this strange thought and handed Lu Fuyao with the medicine that Yao Yao Knight had just bought. Inside there's medicine to moisturize your throat. It will allow you to make your voice out for a night without it going mute. There's also voice-changing medicine. Young knight, you use it to become my voice to match her. Make the commotion more real. With Mr. Guha next door, they won't dare to probe this place with their soul power. Yun Songxin put a huge black robe on himself, so at most, you'll have to keep your ears open at the front desk to eavesdrop. I'll isolate this place with a wall of wind, but just in case, you guys still need to make some noise tonight. Patriarch Yun, what exactly is this about? Young knight was confused. What for? The golden cicada is not going to do good things. Naturally. Yun Songxin grinned. Alright, kids shouldn't pry so much. They'll learn the hard way. Do a good job. I'm leaving. Young knight and Lu Fuyao didn't even hear the sound of doors and windows shaking before Yun Songxin disappeared into thin air, as if he had never existed again. Pale green walls of wind rose up from around the room, sealing it off. Inside the room, only young knight and Lu Fuyao were left looking at each other face to face. What the hell is this? Young Knight said in his mind as he laughed bitterly. He's really handsome. After following such a master, even if I die, it's worth it. Lu Fuya thought in a fixed manner as if she was in a nymphomaniacal state. Chapter 56, Traditional Side Hustle in Blackhorn Domain. At the front desk of the hotel, Fan Ling pushed his way in with his men, intending to go straight to Yun Songshin's small courtyard. Hey, Master Fan, please don't. Mr. Gatling, he's not convenient right now, nah. The shopkeeper saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, whispering. A trace of impatience flashed across Fan Ling's pale face as he said in a cold voice, "What do you mean? I can warn you, if you dare to bluff me, you know the consequences. Look at what you said. Even if I ate bear heart and leopard guts, I wouldn't dare to bluff Master Fan, you nah," the shopkeeper said with a smile on his face. The shopkeeper paused for a moment as he looked around and came over to Fan Ling's ear to whisper something. "It's that urgent?" Fan Ling revealed an odd expression and whispered, "It's only just been shot." As he said that, he looked at the two women he brought with him with an odd expression. These two women charming bone heavenly, and look quite a few similarities. The big mature charming, body bumpy, although it is difficult to hide the fear but still dignified, small hiding behind the big, although green, but also have some flavor. Although compared to the girls around Yun Songshin and that southwestern skinny horse, these two beauties were a hair's breadth behind in terms of both temperament and appearance. But if they were combined together, their allure was more than doubled. Thanks to me rushing around and having my men pick out a good gift from the clan to bring. Fan Ling scratched his chin in annoyance. After all, I was still a step slow. See what you're saying. As the saying goes, a good meal is never too late. Mr. Galleon will definitely be touched by this painstaking effort of yours. The shopkeeper's cold sweat came down, fearing that Fan Ling would bloodily wash the place if he was unhappy. Think about it. In order not to disturb Mr. Ghazi's pleasure, you purposely came to the door at a different time. Doesn't this sound more touching than directly sending the gift out? Ha ha ha. Fan Ling gently slapped the shopkeeper's face. It's still you, kid, who can talk. Speak well. Little master has a reward. After saying that, Fan Ling turned around and was about to leave with his people when his men came to the shopkeeper and threw him a bag of gold coins. Thank you, young Zong Fan, for the reward, the shopkeeper exclaimed as he bowed to the end. Xiaozong. Fan Ling had just gone out the door when a man came flying in, his panicked appearance causing him to frown repeatedly. But before he could reprimand his men, the man came over to Fan Ling and said something that made his face change. Boss, I'll deposit this gift with you first. Take good care of it. If it goes out of style, I'll slaughter this store of yours. Fan Ling shouted. Let's go. Outside the Black Seal City, Xiao Yan was sharing the joy of obtaining the remnant diagram of the pure lotus demon flame with Pill Elder when Yun Songshin suddenly appeared in front of the two, startling Xiao Yan. What man? Elder Yun. You should not be at this moment. Xiao Yan was so shocked that he almost argued upwards with a ruler, and after recognizing Yun Songshin, he scratched his head in some embarrassment and said, At what? You little bastard has been laughing at me since we left the Black Seal auction house. When I don't see it? Yun Songshin said with a dark face. Alright, it's too late to explain. Quickly change into these clothes and follow me. Xiao Yan received the wide black robe thrown by Yun Songshin and asked in a confused manner. Where to? Take the field and watch the show. Ha! The unaware Xiao Yan followed Yun Songshin to a lush jungle, and the two of them plopped down together on a thick tree, staring intently at the goat path to the east of the woods. Elder Yun, who exactly are we waiting for here? Xiao Yan suspiciously lowered his voice and asked. Yun Songshin did not act as Mr. Nice Guy to answer Xiao Yan's questions as he did before, but instead, he lay there motionless, like a piece of sculpture. The black robes on the two of them also changed color at some point, making the two of them seem as if they were one with this giant tree. Little fellow, don't speak. Pill Elder's voice sounded in Xiao Yan's ears. There are others lurking in this forest. Xiao Yan asked somewhat nervously. We won't be discovered, right? Don't worry. All along the way this Patriarch Yun has used the power of space to hide our whereabouts without God realizing it. Pill Elder said. But still be careful. There is an aura in this forest that is very strong. It should be a Do Huang powerhouse whose strength is a bit stronger than that 8-sect master. Do Huang powerhouses? What exactly are they planning to do here? Xiao Yan asked in a low voice. Pill Elder's snicker sounded in his mind. This is the Blackhorn domain. What else can you do? Think about you and those girls escorting that peddler. What did you encounter the most along the way? Murdering people? Do Huang powerhouses also engage in this? Xiao Yan was shocked. In his impression, Do Huang powerhouses were all towering bigwigs like Gadgetian, Queen Medusa and the Cloudlands sect patriarch. He had never thought that a hallowed Do Huang powerhouse would also engage in this small traditional side business of the Blackhorn domain. Che, a Do Huang is nothing. Even a Dozun level powerhouse will cat in the shadows and engage in murderous acts as long as the temptation is great enough. Pill old man said with a smile. Shoo, here comes the wrong seed. On that sheepish path, a dozen or so silhouettes were speeding along, and the one at the head of them was none other than that heavenly serpent mansion's Elder Ching. Looking at the terribly quiet forest in front of her, Elder Ching frowned slightly. Although Yun Songshin and Pill Elder both viewed her as the great injustice seed, but being able to be the elder of the heavenly serpent mansion, its natural experience was old-fashioned, and with one glance, she could see that there was something odd about this forest. Go! Elder Ching made a seal, and with a lift of her jade hand there was a small snake of emerald green energy spitting its letters and drilling into the jungle. Blood transformation palm. Seeing that Elder Ching had become suspicious, the people from the blood sect who knew they couldn't hide any longer suddenly struck out. The huge bloody palm print pushed out horizontally, destroying everything it encountered along the way, and for a time, broken wood and rocks flew across the ground. The violet energy blew the woods rustling, and everyone smelled the pungent blood, which could be described as loud. Watch out! Elder Ching's face changed as she roared in a stern voice. At the same time, her hand movements were not slow, and in the blink of an eye, a huge snake head appeared, which opened its bloody mouth and ruthlessly collided with the bloody palm print. That's crazy, coming up here and doing it? Pale Elder smiled and said. What else? Do we still have to introduce ourselves first and then politely state our intentions? That snake's head quickly destroyed the bloody palm print, and the scarlet blood mist vapor quickly dispersed. Clearly this was not the full strength strike of a Do Huang powerhouse. Elder Ching's face changed. Faint. Swish. That blood sect patriarch didn't know when he appeared behind Elder Ching. He raised his hand and directly chopped off Elder Ching's white little arm. The blood sect patriarch held that severed arm and looked at Elder Ching, whose blood was soaring wildly, and revealed a cruel smile. Congratulations. You guessed right. Chapter 57, Blackhorn Domain Passionate Chaos. Old dog fan. How dare you? Elder Ching covered his arm, which was still soaring with blood, and said angrily. The blood sect patriarch smiled disdainfully at this as he removed Elder Ching's nascent sacred ring from that broken arm and said, a fool like Elder Ching is naturally incapable of comprehending the laws of the Blackhorn domain, but as he easily probed into the nascent sac, his face still changed. Damn, where's the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan? Ha ha ha. Elder Ching laughed madly as she forced her dochi to stop the bleeding and roared hideously. It's only a fool like you who would believe that I would be waving around with something so important. Quickly say, where is the Yin Yang Xian Long Dan? Otherwise, I'll chop off your remaining arms and legs, waste your dochi, and raise you as a pig or dog so that you can serve the men of the blood sect day in and day out. The blood sect patriarch was enraged as he pinched with force, and Elder Ching's broken arm instantly turned into a bloody mist. Not even the bones were left. The men of your blood sect are truly pathetic, only served by pigs and dogs. Elder Ching sneered back. If you want to waste my dochi, we'll have to see if you have the ability. Elder Ching's aura was climbing, actually stronger than before she was injured. Her skin cracked like the scales of a snake, revealing the pink flesh and blood within it, obviously using the secret method of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Linger, quickly go to the other side and see if you've intercepted the Heavenly Serpent Mansions. The blood sect patriarch immediately set up. Blood sect blood guards, escort the young patriarch. A dozen more people drilled out of the forest, all of them Do-Ling powerhouses. They wore masks and scarlet robes, advancing and retreating in unison. Clearly a strong army. Fan Lao Lao, even if I give up my life today, I will never let you live it down. Elder Ching's voice was actually mixed with the hissing sound of a snake spitting out its mail, as she assumed a life-fighting stance, her strong and majestic fighting chi coloring half of the sky green. The man known as Fan Lao Lao's face but gradually became ugly. Elder Ching shot out like this without regard to death. The commotion that had been created was already very large. Now, it was feared that the entire Blackmark City had already known that the blood sect had ambushed and killed someone from the Heavenly Serpent House, and the news could no longer be concealed. On the contrary, he hadn't obtained the Yin Yang Shin Long Dan, so it was simply a case of stealing a chicken. Damn crazy woman, even if you have to die, you have to be in front of me, Fan Lao Lao roared. He couldn't hide it anyway, so he simply stopped hiding it, and Scarlet Blood Attribute Fighting Chi roared out, coloring the other half of the sky red. Looking at the two people who made the sky dome change color when they raised their hands, Xia Yan's eyes changed again and again, and he now understood what Yun Songshin was referring to when he said, occupy the field and watch the good show. Xiao Yan, go follow that blood sect young lord. Yun Songshin transmitted his voice with Do Chi. This is a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity, so grasp it. Xiao Yan sneaked a look and saw that Yun Songshin was still lying there motionless, as if this Do Chi transmission was not issued by him. Worthy of being Elder Yun, he is really patient and actually does not panic at all. Xiao Yan listened to Yun Songshin's arrangement and secretly followed him as he sighed in admiration in his heart. Yun Songshin was now panicking. He didn't know if he had brought about a butterfly effect. This elder Qing actually knew how to cover up. Obviously she was a 250 in the original article who only intended to quickly escape the Blackhorn domain. But now she was actually smartening up before her own eyes. Could it be that I am affecting Xiao Yan's good luck play? Yun Songshin reflected in his mind. But now it was already a mess. With things having come to this, he could not just sit back and watch the Black Skull Tomb and the Heavenly Serpent Mansion return with a full load of auction treasures, both blocking Xiao Yan's luck and not reaping any benefits for himself. Let's hope that Xiao Yan's chi luck will come into play, he muttered in his heart. The battle between the Do Huang powerhouses was really devastating. A few rounds down, half of the forest was razed to the ground, and Yun Songshin had to sneak and hide in other trees. Damn crazy, do you really want to fight with me? As the Do Huangs fought furiously, their voices were all in unison. And Fan Laos knew that the other unsuspecting people in the Blackhorn domain must have already discovered what was happening here, and he couldn't help but shout out anxiously. The Blackhorn domain is not a place where you can just fight for your life. The iron rule of survival here is more like a primitive forest or grassland. Desperation means risk, and risk means injury, and with injury comes inevitable coveting, and the specter of death comes unannounced. Cut the crap, even if I die today, I will skin you, Elder Qing snapped. Her silhouette seems to have disappeared, replaced by a dense mass of snakes, which swarmed forward and backward to pounce on Fan Laos, like a swarm of ants devouring an elephant. After each snake was crushed by Fan Lao Tai, the fighting chi didn't escape, but instead turned into clouds that flowed like liquid, wandering between Fan Lao Tai and Elder Qing. One night the fish and dragons dance, and heaven and earth are in enough pots. Elder Qing's voice seemed to be everywhere, and Fan Laos felt that his fighting chi operation became stagnant and his speed began to slow down, as if he was a young beast caught in a quagmire. From afar, the clouds actually formed a translucent green vase, within which the blood-colored fighting chi could be seen to explode, such as blossoming roses. Playing God, come out here, Fan Lao Tai roared. He quickly made a seal, and the raging fighting chi in his body transformed into a blood-colored armor that appeared on his body surface. With the protection of the blood-devouring armor, Fan Laos began to stop caring about the snakes that were attacking him like a raging storm, and instead began to gather his strength. Blood change, fishy wind whistling, accompanied by Fan Lao Tai's cry of rage. A scarlet hand about 2 people high slapped straight towards the snake group, and the scarlet fighting chi emitted from it turned the space around Fan Lao Tai into a sea of blood in the blink of an eye. The snakes fought against the sea of blood, and the occasional one that burrowed into it was quickly crushed by Fan Lai La's blood demon hand, and it seemed that the two sides had reached a stalemate. However, Yun could see from his heart that both sides still had some strength left, and both were gathering their strength and waiting for an opportunity to act. Boom! The sea of blood propped up the vase, and Elder Cheng and Fan Laos made their moves at the same time. Collect! Great Blood Bodhi Devour! The collapsing sea of blood immediately contracted and crawled back into his body along Fan Lao Tai's skin, writhing underneath his skin. He roared and viciously threw a brownish-red spear, python like a wave. Elder Cheng coalesced all the small snakes together and turned into a giant python that rolled over, curling up green-colored winds and rushing towards the scarlet spear. The energy between heaven and earth became chaotic and hot under the tearing of the two earth-rank fighting techniques. The green-colored python and the blood-colored spear clashed together, and it looked like they were about to trigger a landslide-like explosion. The aftermath alone destroyed all the woods and stirred up the clouds in the sky, truly making heaven and earth change color. To be able to cause this much destruction with the strength of a Do Huang, is this the gold content of an earth-ranked Do technique? Chapter 58, Cunning as a Fox. Cough cough cough. Fan Lao Lao coughed up blood as he looked at the severely injured Elder Ching in front of him and revealed a hideous smile. Damn thing. You should have killed yourself immediately after that strike just now. Fan Lao Lao took out an elixir from his nascent ring and took it, then said, You don't think you can really win over me, do you? Just by relying on your 2 strikes? Now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. I'm going to waste your Do Chi, cut off your arms and legs, and raise you as a pig or dog so that you can serve the men of the blood sect day in and day out. Ahem. What's the point of being complacent, old dog fan? With such a serious injury, I'm afraid you won't even be able to maintain your strength, right? Let's just say that you can hold on to your blood clan first. Elder Cheng struggled and wiped her pretty face with her one arm as she weakly mocked Fan Lao Tai. You'll see how I'll defend the blood sect, but in a pigsty. Fan Lao Lao stumbled towards Elder Cheng and took out a long sword from his nascent sacred ring. Elder Cheng spat out the bruised blood in her throat as she suddenly cried out, Mr. Gatling, save me! Yun Songshin, who was all set to flash away, heard her cry for help, and with a puzzled look on his face, he subconsciously stopped for a moment. My concubine is willing to give her body to you, only to ask for your hand. Sir, to save me. Seeing no movement, Elder Ching gritted her teeth and spoke again. Fan Lao Lao laughed coldly. Crazy? Have you lost your mind? Pretending to be crazy is useless. From now on, I will make you regret today's decision all the time. I also have an earth-ranked fighting skill to give away. Seeing that there was still no movement, Elder Ching hurriedly called out again. 10,000 winds of entanglement. Yun Songxin frowned as he suddenly struck out, his green-colored fighting chi converging into several three-finger-thick ropes, binding Fan Laotai's hands and feet. The blood transportation. Fan Laolao's face changed, and he hurriedly tried to flee away. Sculptor's little skill. Wind suction palm. Yun Songxin smiled faintly as he reached forward and grabbed, and an invisible force squeezed Fan Laotai out. In fact, there is no such thing as a wind suction palm. Yun Songxin is using the power of space to make the space around Fan Laotai slightly distorted, and squeezed him out. The reason why to make up a random name of the fighting technique is afraid of being Elder Ching to see his real strength. This can't be. Fan Lao Lao screamed in horror. Yun Songxin slapped out his palm, and the great compassionate wind-tearing hand quickly took shape as the majestic wind attribute Dochi gathered 5 tornadoes, which turned into a huge green-colored palm in an instant. With one slap, Fan Laotai died violently on the spot from a stroke, physical, without even finishing his sentence. Yun Songxin didn't bother to look at Fan Lao Lao over there. If he made a move and couldn't even get a seriously injured low-star Do Huang to die, then this would really be the most humiliating Do Zong in history. He arrived in front of Elder Cheng and looked at her wretched appearance covered in blood and unclothed, handing over a restoration pill. How did you find me? Yun Songxin asked softly as he sat down and watched Elder Cheng take the restoration pill with difficulty. That's a long story. Elder Cheng smiled bitterly. I happen to have plenty of time now. Yun Songxin continued. It's perfectly normal for a Do Huang who has fought to this level to be killed in the Blackhorn domain, and no one will care who did it. So you'd better answer my questions honestly, so that I can consider just taking the reward for stepping out of the hand. Since Mr. is willing to help, my concubine is already your person, and the payment is naturally. Yun Songxin shook his head. Don't change the subject or play tricks. An elder of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion giving someone a slave. This kind of thing is unheard of. Even if you are willing, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Serpent Mansion won't agree, right? At that time, when the people of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion follow the trail to the door, who will be the one to bear their wrath? I'll ask one last time. How did you find me? Tiny green whirlwinds danced around Yun Songxin's fingertips like leaping elves. If Elder Cheng didn't give him a satisfactory answer, Yun Songxin would really make a move to kill, because this matter could really be serious. Someone appearing here at this time, any person could react to what he was here for. If Yun Songxin was unable to obtain an agreement, then this woman must not be allowed to return alive. Elder Cheng smiled bitterly as she said, Mr. Gatling hid himself very well, and I did not discover any traces of Mr. Gatling. It's just a dead horse at death's door. What do you mean? Yun Songxin frowned. At this time, the restoration pill had already begun to repair Elder Ching's delicate body, and she felt warmth within her body, the pain being gradually replaced by warmth. So Elder Ching barely managed to support herself to sit up as she looked straight into Yun Songxin's eyes and said softly, Mr. Gatling doesn't actually only have the strength of a Do Wang, right? Vomit roar? Actually, from the beginning, I suspected that Mr. Gatling wasn't as simple as he appeared to be. A Do Wang powerhouse, a 5th grade alchemist. No matter how close the relationship is, it should be the 5th grade alchemist who makes the decisions. However, Mr. Gar Criminal is the absolute dominant person. The auction you bid on, the good offices you participate in, even the auction of that Southwest thin horse is by default yours to enjoy. Elder Ching's smile turned wry as she continued. And when you and I first met, I sensed instinct warning me. You made me feel instinctively threatened. This is by no means something that a Do Wang can do. Moreover, you are by no means a person of good color. Elder Ching continued. You and I went back to the hotel together, and along the way, I have probed you more. If you were really a womanizer, I'm afraid that there would have been a change of heart a long time ago, wouldn't there? Also, I have observed the 4 girls beside you. They all still have fine downy hairs on their faces, so they should still be virgins, right? Yun Songxin was silent for a moment. He never thought that his carefully prepared disguise would be so unbearable in Elder Ching's eyes. Then the rest of the inference is simple. A man who is not lustful. A man who has 4 stunning beauties around him who have never struck out at them. Suddenly in an uncharacteristic manner. In that scandalous manner. Straddling a thin southwestern horse to enter the bridal chamber? When things go wrong, there must be a reason. Leather pants over cotton pants? There must be a reason. It sounds like I have no reason to keep you alive. Yun Songxin suddenly said, intending to ambush an elder of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. I can't afford such a big offense. But what is Mr. Gatling saying? It was clearly Mr. Gatling who discovered that the people of the blood sect were plotting to do something wrong. So he was observing in secret. It was only in the end that he stepped in righteously and saved my daughter's life. Elder Ching blinked his eyes and said in an unhurried manner, as the ancient saying goes, a gentleman discusses signs regardless of his heart. The Heavenly Serpent Mansion is not a pedantic force that doesn't differentiate between the good and the bad, and I ask that Mr. Gazi trust me and believe in us. Yun Songshin narrowed his eyes slightly as he carefully observed Elder Ching's expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 59, The Resurrection Armor arrives. The Yin Yang Xianlong Dan. It should still be in Black Mark City. Yun Songshin suddenly said. Elder Ching's smile faltered as she said sincerely, Mr. Gatling, as long as you stop hitting on the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, I promise that the Heavenly Serpent Mansion will always be your friend. Of course, my concubine's previous promise also remains valid. As long as you no longer think about the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, my concubine is willing to be a slave and a servant. Yun Songshin let out a laugh, knowing that he had guessed correctly. Pull back. I'm not interested in old ants. Let's just talk about Earth-ranked fighting techniques. Yun Songshin said. Of course, after this matter is resolved, my concubine is willing to personally teach you one of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion's Earth-ranked fighting techniques. Elder Ching visibly stiffened when he heard the words old auntie. Don't paint a big picture of fighting skills. Yun Songshin threatened succinctly. Someone is coming this way. You need to think fast or I'll leave you here unattended. Mr. Gatling doesn't have to scare me. As Elder Ching smiled faintly and his face changed violently in the middle of his words. In the distance, two Do Huangs join hands, and I'm afraid it won't be long before they arrive. She looked at Yun Songshin with pleading eyes, only to find that this hard-hearted man had already stood up and was ready to run away. Damn bastard. Not as good as a horny bastard. Elder Ching cursed in his heart. It's an Earth-rank low-grade fighting skill, fish dragon enough. Seeing that Yun Songshin's Do-Chi transformation wings were coalescing behind her back, she finally compromised. I'll teach you right away when we get to a safe place. Seeing Yun Songshin frown, she hurriedly continued. You see, I don't even have my nascent sacrifice ring with me. Even if I were to kill me, I wouldn't be able to take out the fighting technique scroll. She tried to put on an aggrieved look that I can see, and looked up at Yun Songshin, but she could only see the dark brim of her hat, and couldn't see his expression. A moment later, she was picked up by Yun Songshin and carried on his shoulders like a sack. Two Do Huang powerhouses were on their way, so Yun Songshin couldn't rise up in the air, so he had to perform a body fighting technique and carry her away in a hurry. Hey, Fan Lao Tai, that old guy really has been pecked by geese all year round, and actually died here in the gutter. A gold and a silver two figures descended from the sky. The silver one just took a look and recognized the disfigured body as Fan Lao's. If he dies, then Twilight City will have to change its name again, Jin said with slight surprise. Who has such means to make this old ghost die so dryly? That's too much. More than that, I'm more curious as to what kind of treasure could have attracted a powerhouse of this caliber. On the other side, Yun Songshin flew towards the mansion occupied by the people of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion with a grave expression on his face. He sensed the strong aura of those two Do Huang powerhouses and realized that the situation was really going to get out of control this time. The two came together, so they must belong to the same force. That aura was at least an 8-star Do Huang, and there might even be a peak Do Huang. Yun Songshin put Elder Chang down. He looked at Elder Chang, whose surface skin had been restored to its original state under the effect of the restoration pill, and said softly, this is really a big mess. The Yin Yang Shin Dragon pill that you guys auctioned off has actually attracted the two elders of gold and silver. Gold and silver two elders? Elder Chang said uncertainly. Are they the two Do Huans that were just sensed? Of course, the two people who have touched the threshold of a Do Zong at the peak of Do Huang are the only two old men in the entire Blackhorn domain. Gold and silver. These two are remarkable. They are twin brothers. They also cultivate the same technique, and together they can battle a 3-star Do Zong. Yun Songshin said. A 7th grade elixir. What a temptation. Now Elder Ching's face really changed. For the sake of this auction, the Heavenly Serpent Mansion had gone out of its way to send a Do Huang powerhouse. This configuration is changed elsewhere. Even if you can't get back what you want, you can at least seek a full-body retreat. But unfortunately, the Blackhorn domain was not an unusual zone, and the people here never cared about status or face. Even Do Huang powerhouses were extraordinarily smooth when doing those unseemly deeds. Elder Ching's face finally became brilliant as she dwelled on it for a long time before saying softly, then what does Mr. Gatling intend to do? Me? Yun Songshin replied directly without thinking. Give me the Earth-ranked fighting technique and I'll leave immediately. He held out his hand, looking like he was going to stay out of it if he took the favor. Elder Ching smiled charmingly and said, concubine really doesn't have any fighting technique scrolls, but I can teach you by hand. With your understanding, I'm sure you'll be able to learn it very quickly. Yoon Songshin could see her small mind at a glance as he smiled and said, "You want me to be your bodyguard?" Elder Ching smiled even wider. "Then give me the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, and I can guarantee you safe passage out of the Blackhorn domain." Yoon Songshin began to Leoneize him. "Mr. Gatling, for the sake of this elixir, my concubine has become like this." Elder Ching began to play pitiful. "Having already become like this because of it, don't mistake yourself and die in the Blackhorn domain because of it again." Yoon Songshin was unmoved. Elder Ching's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and the huge sunk cost made her heart feel like a knife. No matter how precious a 7th grade elixir was, it was not as precious as one's own life. The blood sex people had killed so many disciples of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, they needed someone to go back alive to report the news. And even more so, they needed someone to come back with a team to take revenge. What's more, after taking the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, whether or not it could break and rise again was entirely up to the mood of the heavens. With luck it was a lifesaver. With bad luck it was nothing more than a sugar bean. Besides, he hadn't paid anything for the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan. The auctioneer had made it very clear that whoever ended up getting the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan would have to do two things for Pill Emperor Han Feng. The Yin Yang Xianlong Dan wasn't ultimately in my own hands, so who am I to work for him? Han Feng, even if we take back the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, it's just some commendation, and we'll get a royal extreme pill at the end of the day. It's not worth it to lose your life over it. Good. I will gift the Yin Yang Xian Dragon Pill to you, sir, but you have to send me back to the Heavenly Serpent Mansion safely. In the end, Elder Ching clenched his teeth and said in a hoarse voice ground. After saying that, she looked at Yoon Songshin with an indignant and grudging look, as if she was looking at a scum who had raised his pants and disowned him. The Yin Yang Xianlong Dan is in the underground secret compartment inside the house. You take it. Elder Ching pointed to the room to her left, and she reluctantly stood up, limping to the door with Yoon Songshin's assistance, personally pointing out the hiding place of the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan for Yoon Songshin. Under the command of Elder Ching, Yoon Songshin was busy for half a day before he took out the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan. He held the cold jade treasure box and thought with some fear. It's fortunate that I didn't use my soul power to probe, otherwise this elixir would have been destroyed. I didn't realize that the Heavenly Serpent Mansion actually uses the method of sensing soul power. It's really a big family. Chapter 60, Shameless Yoon Songshin. Yoon Songshin hesitated for a moment with his cold jade treasure box, but decided to eat it herself. It was because Yoon Songshin felt that the timeline had been altered, and since there was no more 3-up Cloudlon sect, then the Pill Elder would not have been captured, and Xiaoyan would not have been seriously injured by the old ghost of the plucked star. With Xiaoyan's shrewdness and Pill Elder's old-fashioned skill, it was thought that there would no longer be a dangerous situation that required a life for a life as in the original text. Well, it's definitely not because he's afraid of dying and wants to put an extra layer of resurrection armor on himself. Yoon Songshin flexed his fingers, and light green wind attribute Dochi surged out, isolating the entire room. He opened the cold jade treasure box, and the golden light that bloomed from the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan immediately shot up into the sky, accompanied by a loud dragon roar. Fortunately, he had made arrangements in advance, and all of this was intercepted by the wind wall, without leaking a single movement. Yoon Songshin pinched up the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan and looked at the two divine dragons in it that looked like living creatures. Still he couldn't hold back a smile. There was no place to find it, but it took no effort at all to obtain it. With this, when the Azumo Empire comes to attack in force in the future, even against that 2-star Dozong of Yanlutian, there will be a little more peace of mind. The elixir enters the mouth and immediately turns into a hot energy sliding through the esophagus, and before it falls into the abdomen there is no more movement, leaving only a little residual warmth to make people sure that this elixir has been taken. Yes, the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan was just so low-key. If it wasn't to prevent counterfeiting and make those taking the elixir aware of it, I'm afraid that Pill Elder didn't even add this heat when he created this elixir in the first place. You just eat it? As the wind wall dispersed, Elder Ching looked at the empty cold jade treasure box in Yoon Songshin's hand and asked blankly. Yoon Songshin gave her a strange look. Or what? Don't you have any feelings? Like it needs to be refined or something? Yoon Songshin carefully sensed it and he shook his head. No, couldn't have been hoodwinked, and said that this thing has the probability of breaking and standing. I'm afraid that it's not simply a silver gun. Elder Chang frowned as she looked at her broken arm and laughed bitterly. Yoon Songshin glanced sympathetically at Elder Ching's broken arm, wanting to regenerate an arm. I'm afraid that it would have to be at least a 7th grade mid-grade elixir to do so. Alright, you can heal your injuries first. This is the 4th grade elixir marrow nurturing liquid. Put a drop of it in the bathtub and slowly absorb it. It will be good for your injuries. Yoon Songshin threw her a jade bottle, when your injuries are almost healed. Then you can teach me that earth rank fighting skill. Elder Qing's face stiffened. You've taken away the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, and you still want an earth ranked fighting skill? Yun Songxin said very matter-of-factly. Of course, the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan is my payment for keeping you back in the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, and the earth ranked fighting technique is my thanks for saving your life from Fan La La's henchmen. One size fits all. Elder Green. It was exasperating, but there really was no angle for a rebuttal. Alright, it's getting late. Follow me. Yun Songxin said as such. Go. Go where? Go meet someone. He is responsible for protecting you tonight. Yun Songxin said, handing her another nascent sacred ring, which held an ice silk silkworm face and a set of black robes. I have to go back and do some things to wrap up this farce. Elder Chang was puzzled, but he still took the nascent sacred ring handed by Yun Songxin and put on the ice silk silkworm face with Yun Songxin's help. The ice silk silkworm face quickly fit onto Elder Qing's skin, causing a subtle change in her appearance and temperament. If she was as flirtatious as a snake charmer before, now she was gentle and looked like a virtuous wife. Let's go. After putting on Elder Qing's black robe again, Yun Songxin once again carried her on his shoulders before rushing up into the sky. Not again. On the other side, the mountain rift seems to have been split by a sword. It angularly divides a high mountain into two parts with a jaw-droppingly smooth cross-section. It was already late at night, the moon was dark and the wind was high, and no fingers could be seen in the darkness of the night. But on the path in the Rift Valley, there was a ghostly pale green flame looming, as if it was a ghostly fire in the underworld. Xiao Yan was counting his loot here, with sprawling corpses all around him. I did not expect to get the 3,000 thunder movements in passing. What good luck! Xiao Yan again rummaged through Fan Ling's nasal ring and found a lot of 5th grade pills as well as the Flying Do technique Thunder Bat Heavenly Wings. The harvest is quite abundant. It was not a vain trip. Little fellow, that Patriarch Yun is coming this way and there is a Do Huang powerhouse by his side. It is inconvenient for me to step in, so you deal with it on your own. Pill Elder, who was counting the loot with Xiao Yan, suddenly raised his head and glanced at the pitch-black night as he quickly drilled back into his nascent ring, and a faint voice resounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Yo, it's full. 3 breaths later, Yun Songxin descended from the sky as he teasingly said, seeing Xiao Yan holding that earth-ranked Do technique. His expression was still a little stiff. Yun Songxin smiled and waved his hand. Put it away, put it away. Put your loot away. Showing off like this is not afraid that others will think ill of you. This is 3,000 thunders? You killed the people from the Black Skeleton Tomb. Elder Qing was surprised. With your strength as a grand duelist? Don't underestimate him. People carrying foreign fire means are not bad. If you really want to talk about it, the current you may not be his opponent either. Yun Songxin smiled and introduced. Introducing. This is Elder Qing of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, a strong Do Huang. This is Yun Xiao, my disciple. This old fellow is shameless, saying that the old man's disciple is his every time. The medicinal old man's indignant voice resounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan touched his nose in embarrassment as he arched his hand and saluted, following Yun Songxin's words and babbling. Kid Yun Xiao, I have met Elder Qing, the people of the Heavenly Serpent House. The green scales were taken by them, and I don't know how it is now. Xiao Yan made up his mind to ask around. If the Heavenly Serpent Mansion was also holding the same idea as that Imo Chang, he would have to find trouble with the Heavenly Serpent Mansion even if he had to fight for his life. Feeling Xiao Yan's stirring emotions, the medicinal veteran said indifferently, don't worry, little fellow. The Heavenly Serpent House is not the Mo clan and is still acting decently. Qing Scale must at least be the personal disciple of some old fellow in their place. Alright, everyone is considered acquainted. Yun Xiao, this Elder Chang'an is now seriously injured and needs a pill refiner to help her regulate. So you come and give her a hand. Yun Songxin said seriously. In addition, Heavenly Serpent Mansion's previous auction of Yin Yang Xianlong Dan was quite a commotion. Although the Dan has been snatched away by Fan Lao Lao of the Blood Sect, there will still be people who will come looking for it. I have to go back now to deal with something related to Department 8, and I need you to protect her for a while. At the latest, I will come to you before the sun sets tomorrow. After he said that, he patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, and then waved his Do Chi to transform his wings and left. Xiao Yan? Elder Green, Gatling Mountain, you shameless man, just letting a grand Do sure protect me? Is this him protecting me or me protecting him? Elder Qing's roar echoed between the narrow mountain walls. Chapter 61, Ganked by Audit. Bad. Got ganked by the review. I'm afraid I'll have to post the next chapter a bit later. Chapter 62, Xiao Yan. I'll see you again. The content of the previous chapter is roughly the young knight and Lu Fuyao play too much. The eavesdropping scouts tossed to the second half of the night. Was tossed to the mental collapse of the scouts decided to take revenge on the cloud from the heart. He inadvertently spread the name of the evil ghost in the X to the public, along with the ancient river together, completely unable to overturn the case. On the other hand, Department 8 also found out that Fan Laolao died outside the Black Mark City, and the doormaster Lian Cheng fell into self-doubt. Regardless of how to change cannot be sent out. I have a different angle to rewrite the same does not give over. Finally, I deleted the title and content. Only left a 6. The same audit is not. I can't help it. I'll do a prequel here. Yoon Songshin sat in the courtyard and boiled and sipped tea until the east turned white and the rising sun rose. He had agonized over it for a long time, since his return, and had finally made up his mind. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu had reached the time when it was time to go to Canaan Academy. After sending a gentleman 1,000 miles, there would eventually be a goodbye, and it was time to say goodbye to him. I'm afraid that the 2 gold and silver elders will soon find their way to Black Mark City by searching for clues, and if he wants to save Elder Qing's life, he will inevitably have to expose his Dozong strength and fight a battle with these 2 peak Do Huang powerhouses. Yoon Songshin had originally thought of hiding his strength and personally sending Xiao Yan and his duo to Peace Town, but now it seemed that they could only rely on themselves. As to whether or not he could completely defeat the 2 old men of gold and silver, the truth is that Yoon Songshin's heart was very bottomless, because these 2 in the plot of the performance is not bad, and 2-star Dozong Su Qian Elder fight a battle without losing the wind, and he inherited Yun Shan that rely on pills to barely break through to the Dozong realm of the 1-star Dozong. Not only promotion time is still short and the fighting chi floating, and Su Qian this kind of veteran Dozong is not the same thing at all, although he had condensed some Do Chi by relying on the copper cloud stick, but looking at these Shin-ranked fighting skills and techniques in his hands, Yoon Songshin really couldn't think of any surefire victory points for himself. How come it feels like this Dozong of mine is like it's for individuals to brush up on their battle scores? Yoon Songshin smiled bitterly with his teacup, originally also intended to hold Xiao Yan's thighs all the way to lie flat into the great thousand worlds, but now it is good. Xiao Yan has only just ended the 3-year contract, and he has run into a pair of strong enemies. Cloud from the heart seriously reflect on their own laziness and laxity, and deeply aware of the iron still needs its own hard this truth. In the Do Chi continent, even if you want to lie down and win peacefully, you have to be strong enough. Master Ancestor, why are you here? Nailin Yenran, who had brought her sword to the courtyard to practice at dawn, was a bit surprised to see Yoon Songshin, who was drinking tea and laughing bitterly. Even Nailin Yenran was working hard on her cultivation. This time Yoon Songshin was really a bit hard to bear. He sighed with a bitter smile. Alas, Yenran, go and see if Xiao Yu has woken up yet. Master Ancestor has something to explain. Yes, Nailin Yenran was very good and called for someone to go. It was only after a long time that Xiao Yu arrived late under Nailin Yenran's leadership. She wore light makeup, tied a simple high ponytail, and wore slim navy pants with a gray turtleneck sweater, like a competent city girl. Why are you so slow? Seeing Nailin Yenran walk to her side, Yoon Songshin asked in a low voice. Nailin Yenran glanced at her own uncomprehending Master Ancestor and awkwardly touched her nose and replied in a low voice. Maybe she didn't sleep well last night. Yoon Songshin? But no matter what, it was good that people came. He smiled and greeted Xiao Yu as she sat down and personally poured a cup of tea for her. Counting the time, Canaan Academy's inner academy examination should be coming up soon, right? Xiao Yu received the tea handed by Yoon Songshin with both hands. She gently took a sip and softly said, actually, there is still some time left. Alas, originally, I planned to personally send you siblings to Canaan Academy, but now because of this auction, it has caused a storm in the city, and I can't get out of it. Yoon Songshin then pretended that he did not hear what Xiao Yu was saying and went straight to the point. Xiao Yu go and pack your luggage. I will take you to Xiaoyan. I am afraid that this time, you two will have to go to Canaan Academy by yourselves. Hey, Xiao Yu was a bit surprised. She had carefully put on her makeup and picked out clothes that showed off her figure. She didn't come to hear this, so it's not a date, she thought with some loss. After Xiao Yu left, Yoon Songshin said to Nailin Yenran again, during this recent period of time, Black Mark City won't be peaceful, and I'm afraid it's not safe to be by my side. You'll all follow Mr. Guha for now. He's a 6th grade pill refiner. Whoever in this Blackhorn domain will give him some face. What about you, Master? Me? Yoon Songshin smiled. I'm going to meet the magnates of this Blackhorn domain to see just how deep the water here can be. Outside the Black Mark City, Xiao Yan and Elder Qing had not slept all night. Someone's coming. It's that bastard from Mount Garrett. Elder Cheng snapped to his feet and grunted. Count him as punctual. Yoon Songshin stepped into the void and descended from the sky. Because of the golden and silver elders, he was no longer able to hide his strength. Xiao Yu? Xiao Yan looked at the silhouette behind Yoon Songshin and said in confusion. Yoon Songshin handed Xiao Yu a nascent sacred ring, which contained a Xian rank Do technique in addition to all her luggage. Xiao Yu's expression was a bit gloomy as she walked over to Xiao Yan's side just in time to see his expression of surprise mixed with suspicion, and suddenly felt very angry and wanted to kick him. Yun Xiao, The next path to Canaan Academy will have to be taken by yourselves. Yun Songshin opened the door and said, "This elder Qing has caused quite a bit of trouble. I promise to save her life, then I will inevitably have to battle the old monsters of the Blackhorn domain. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of your safety at that time, so it would be best to leave you here." Yun Songshin walked to Xiaoyan's body and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder with a smile. "Canaan has no more roads to travel this way. We will meet again. At the same time," he said in a Do-Chi voice transmission, "I'll be in the Blackhorn domain during this period of time. I gave you that Cloud Lonsec's guest Jade token earlier. So if there's any trouble that can't be solved, just crush it and I'll rush over immediately. Little fellow, I'm waiting for you to acquire another foreign flame to help me expel the Soul Palace's secret method." Xiaoyan's face was solemn as he made a solemn salute towards Yun Songshin, but he was held up by Yun Songshin. "Alright, you and I don't need to engage in these vain rituals. The Blackhorn domain is exceptionally treacherous, so be more careful along the way." After saying that, he looked at Elder Chang again. "Elder Chang, shall we go? It's just left?" Seeing Yun Songshin and Elder Chang's silhouettes disappear from view, only then did Pale Elder's voice resound. "This patriarch Yun is indeed a good person. Little fellow, you are truly blessed with deep fortune to have such a forgetful friend. Alas, but it's really a bit shabby for a Do-Zone powerhouse to still be using Xian rank techniques. It's a pity. Originally I was planning to send him an Earth rank technique.